very special event for you this evening. But right at the start, let me also thank our partners and sponsors. Presenting partner for BT Mindrush, SRM University. State partner, the Uttarakhand government. Powered by Radico. Knowledge support, PwC India. Design partner, Harvest Think Design. Broadcast partner, India Today TV. Digital media partner, Daily Hunt. And trade media partner, Media News for You. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to Business Today Mindrush and Best CEO Awards, our signature thought leadership conference for entrepreneurs and business leaders in India. As we gather here today, we're faced with an ever-evolving business climate that presents both challenges and opportunities. The world is changing at an unprecedented pace, and it is up to us to adapt and course correct on the path towards success. It's going to be an absolutely stellar evening. We have a bunch of panels all lined up for you. But first, I'd like to call upon my colleague, Saurav Majumdar, editor of Business Today, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Ayush. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to you on this occasion of the Business Today Mindrush, which we call as the one big platform for all thought leaders to gather together. Now, Business Today Mindrush is now in its 31st year, and this is one platform where Business Today in its current multiverse avatar is on stands, on air and online now, as many of you may already know. And we believe platforms like Mindrush are actually a great opportunity for business leaders to listen to each other, exchange notes and brainstorm about the challenges and opportunities the Indian economy and corporate sector face. Today we celebrate the achievements of some of India's top business leaders who have maneuvered several challenges and taken their companies forward in turbulent times. This is a world where nothing is certain anymore, and strategy has to be tweaked at regular intervals in the wake of sudden disruptions, whether in the form of supply chain disruptions, geopolitical tensions like the Russia-Ukraine war, or where the best strategies can go awry, or the specter of inflation, which casts a shadow on the best business strategies the business leaders can have drawn up. The business leaders we will listen to and felicitate today are those who have shown the way for others to follow their path and to follow their strategies towards the path to success. They are each visionaries in their own right and have been able to get their teams to follow a common vision in the path to success. In the process, they have demonstrated empathy and a deep understanding of customers and markets. These leaders, may I add, have been selected from among several top-class contenders by a jury led by the iconic Piramal Group Chairman Ajay Piramal, with Cyril Shroff, Milind Sarvate, Mehul Pandya, Matthew Syriac, and J.N. Gupta as the other members of the jury. We thank the jury for their time and deep involvement in the selection process. I would also like to thank our knowledge partner, PwC India, for their hard work and the hard work they put in every year to bring this ranking to you. Ladies and gentlemen, as the India highlights of the 26th PwC Annual Global CEO Survey show, 57% of the CEOs surveyed this year are optimistic about India's economic growth over the next 12 months. And they know that in these rapidly changing times, their organizations must transform and constantly innovate to emerge winners. Consequently, 60% of the Indian firms in the survey are currently innovating new climate-friendly products or processes. If Indian CEOs continue on the path of transformation, digitalization, and innovation, India will be an unstoppable economic power in the days to come. But the road ahead, as we all know, while promising, will also be bumpy, throwing up sudden challenges before businesses and their leaders. Leaders who are responsive and nimble will be the ones emerging winners in these testing times. Over the course of this evening, we will listen to many of them as they share their vision and leadership mantras. As India marches on to the next 25 years, these are the leaders who will collectively take India forward for it to claim its rightful place on the global economic stage. Thank you once again for being with us this evening, and we really value your time and the effort you have taken for being with us. And before we move on to the rest of the program, we have a surprise for you. Just take a look. Thank you.
जब आप खुद की फाइनेंशियल आजादी का सपना देखते हैं,
जब आप शेयर मार्केट के उतार चढ़ाव को समझना चाहते हैं,
बरसों से बिजनेस टुडे एक दोस्त की तरह आपके साथ रहा है।
अब आपका बिजनेस टुडे हिंदी में भी
BT-Bazaar.in। यहां आपको मिलेंगी अर्थव्यवस्था, शेयर बाजार, पर्सनल फाइनेंस, स्टार्टअप्स, ऑटो सेक्टर से जुड़ी हर खबर। BT-Bazaar.in पर शेयर मार्केट का लाइव डाटा और साथ ही एक्सप्लेनर वीडियो भी देखने को मिलेंगे।
और इस आईपीओ को लॉन्च करने का आपका ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है?
अब मोबाइल पर बिजनेस की खबरें पढ़िए और देखिए सिर्फ BT-Bazaar.in पर।
Do we need more coffee in the audience? We want a nice round of applause for that. It's a historic moment, and I want to top it up with a session that starts BT Mindrush with an absolute bang. Now, I'm going to ask you guys a few questions. Let's see if you can guess who the next speaker is. I'll make it simple. You go to sleep every night listening to one of his, well, sessions on Instagram Reels or on YouTube Shorts. He has nearly 2 billion views on all social media platforms, 19 million followers across social media, an influencer in every right. Now, I'm guessing you've already figured out who our next guest is. We have Gaur Gopal Das, a monk, a motivational strategist, an author, who will be speaking about balancing spiritual pursuits with our material desires, cultivating compassion and empathy towards others, and the importance of mindfulness and meditation to improve our mental health and well-being amidst the enormous chaos and uncertainty that we are facing these days. The session is titled The New World Order, New Challenges, New Stresses, New Solutions. Can you please join me in welcoming our next guest, Swami Gaur Gopal Das. Later, Swamiji, that we already had a name placard over there, and no one could have missed you in the front row. Yeah. And the minute you walked in, the energy was palpable, Swamiji. And that's something which the last time we met at the India Today Conclave as well, I said it as well. It's amazing the way it's so infectious every time we meet you, Swamiji. But today we want to talk a little bit more because this is BT Mindrush, where we have some of the who's who of India Inc. in the audience. And there's so many lessons in leadership that we can learn from you. Now, Swamiji told me that he travels nearly 200, 250 days a year and is often, well, giving these sessions and coaching a lot of the top corporates from around the world. So, Swamiji, what's the one top theme that you have figured out in the last year of your travels when you do meet the who's who of the corporate world?
Yeah. First of all, a very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't look like you're very happy seeing me, guys. A very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's begin with a little bit of rush at Mindrush. So it's my great pleasure, privilege and honor to be here this afternoon, and I want to sincerely thank Business Today, India Today, for having me over here for this conversation this afternoon. And thank you, Ayush, for that introduction, and thank you for that question. What is it that in the last 1 year I have observed across corporates? And in fact, 1 year could probably be a short time frame, but overall in the modern times, what is it that we are looking at? in the corporate world in terms of leadership. Here we have successful leaders being recognized, appreciated, and rewarded for their incredible leadership traits this evening. And in fact, it's a little bit embarrassing. Can you imagine a monk like me sitting here in front of top performing C-level executives who are all going to be rewarded, and I begin the session? Can you imagine how embarrassing that could be? It only says one thing: narratives are changing. I feel over a period of time, to me, there are 4 things that really distinguish a good leader from others. And the first thing is the curiosity to always know and learn. The humility and the vulnerability to say that I don't know. A lot of times the blind spot of having achieved a certain amount of knowledge is to think that I've cracked it and I know it. Innovation, creativity, growth comes from curiosity and the vulnerability and humility to say that, well, this is what I don't know. Growth comes from not this line that I know. Growth comes from I don't know, which means I have the curiosity to learn. You know, engineers are sometimes people who have solutions to problems that don't exist. Any engineers in the house here? Okay, brilliant. There was a very popular mechanical engineer, right? Extremely popular mechanical engineer. And back in the day during World War II, he had gone to fight in the World War II, and his main task was to really repair the engines of the tanks, because he was a mechanical engineer. After the World War II was over, he was from Italy. He got back to Italy and just thought to himself that all these tanks and their engines are still lying at the war site. What if I get those tanks' engines back in Italy and do something about it? He brought those engines back and started a tractor manufacturing company. And it did so extremely well that he had this dream desire to buy a fancy car. How many of you would like to buy a fancy car? Okay, sorry. I'm talking to sea level. How many of you already would like to buy a car better than you have?
A lot more hands have gone up.
A lot more hands up. You know, I always... How many of you saw the movie Diwar? In Diwar, how many of you saw that dialogue between Amitabh Bachchan and Shashi Kapoor, where Amitabh Bachchan said, "Mere paas bangla hai, gaadi hai, naukar hai, chakar hai, tere paas kya hai?" That's senti swag. Mere paas maa hai. Cut to 2023, the dialogue has changed, guys. Mumbai. Amitabh Bachchan, mere paas Lamborghini hai, mere paas Ferrari hai, mere paas Bentley hai, mere paas Rolls Royce hai, tere paas kya hai? Shashi Kapoor, mere paas parking space hai. Because in a city like Mumbai, parking space is more valuable than the car, I'm supposing, you know. So this gentleman, this engineer, had this dream to buy a sports car. And back in the day, the only upmarket sports car was Ferrari. He purchased a Ferrari. Day one, he realized that there was a problem with the accelerator, there was a problem with the brakes. He decided to go and speak to the founder and owner of Ferrari Motors, Enzo Ferrari. He said, "Look, sir, your car is fantastic. There's an issue there. There's a problem there. The issue of knowing it all is it closes our ears and our minds to learn, to know from others, and therefore stunts our growth." He said, "There's a problem with your accelerator and brake. If you could just sort that out, boy, there's nobody who's going to smash you out there in the market." And guess what? The typical, stereotypical response of an accomplished business house, thinking, I know it all, I've sorted it all, I've put it all in place, I've smashed it all through, which means nobody else can tell me what I should be doing, and there's no scope for knowing more than what I know. He said, "You're a mechanical engineer, get lost, man." The guy went home, and he thought to himself, bloody, who the hell is he to tell me this? I'll probably start my own sports car line. And he started his own sports car company. The engineer's name was Mr. Ferruccio Lamborghini, right? Mr. Ferruccio Lamborghini. If this gentleman would have just been open to listening, the curiosity to learn, to correct, to know, to listen, A, he would have grown. B, he would have probably not created his own competition. And which is why the first thing I feel very crucial is curiosity. The second thing, good leaders, and I'm sure because you are here, you've been rewarded, you have that in you, and there's no end to how much we can refine and hone it. The second aspect is adaptability, right? So crucial to be adaptable constantly, like earlier it was mentioned, we live in a VUCA world. Everything's volatile, so uncertain, so complex, so ambiguous. I mean, look at how things are changing so rapidly. Language has changed. A boy is asking his mom, when was I downloaded, mom? Thank God he didn't ask when was I uploaded. Sorry. You know, such a rapid change. Generation gap is 20 minutes. Generation gap is 20 minutes because by the time 20 minutes have passed by, the app is updated. The one before was an older generation app. Such a rapidly changing, fast-paced world, you know. And which is precisely why adaptability is so crucial. In the year 2009, there was a smartphone that was smashing it in the market. Absolutely smashing it in the market. Some of the biggest leaders of the United States swore by it, saying we will not ever live our lives without the smartphone. And the one issue with the gentleman who was leading the company was he thought that this is how it will be. He thought that people will only use smartphones for sending emails and calling. Why do we need an internet browser on a phone? Cut to 2014, and as soon as one other company started introducing internet browsers on the phone, in the year 2014, their market share dipped down to 1%. Why? Lack of adaptability. There were 7 words that are the biggest enemy of organizational and leaders. We have always done it this way. We have always done it this way. Markets don't care. Our competition doesn't care. Changing times don't care. The rapidly changing generations don't care. The only person who cares is the person who is so rigid in his or her opinions and beliefs. Therefore, it's very crucial to be very strong in one's values, very firm with one's values, but very flexible with one's belief. But I'll ask Ayush to ask more, because if I keep talking, my God, it's not going to be a conversation. It seemed like a solo talk. Sorry.
No, Swamiji, no, that's the beauty of it, because everyone was arrested in that moment. But I'm going to build on that just to guide you. Since you spoke about smartphones, see, that's my favorite topic, so I'm not going to segue into that. But you're right? Innovation is one piece. Since we're speaking about leadership and lessons in leadership, empathy. And I want to understand from you the correlation between empathy and success, especially in the corporate world, because at the heart of every business is a leader who's a human being. So these emotions and these virtues come into play. Number 1, is empathy a lost virtue? Number 2, how imperative is it, Swamiji, for a leader to really practice that on a daily basis?
Okay, let me ask all of you some questions, right? How many of you at the moment are going through some personal struggle? You may have to, you could raise your hand. You don't have to raise your hand, it's all right. How many of you experience stress at work? Because when you're a leader, there's more stress than people whom you're leading because you have to deliver. Right? How many of you have ever experienced politics at workplace? Oh, thank you. Some of you are saying, Swamiji, हाथ कैसे उठाएंगे? Politics करने वाला बगल में ही बैठा है. How many of you in your family have somebody struggling with some health issues? Thank you. How many of you here have some issues in dealing with your teenage kids and seeing how to really inspire them to really take that further step and not just be a victim of smartphone addiction? Thank you. Now, as much as all of you as leaders have these issues, that's how much the people whom you lead have these issues as well. If you go through stress, they go through stress. If you go through workplace politics because of whoever's doing it to you, they go through workplace politics at their own level. If you go through the struggles and the anxieties of what's happening at home because of a terminally ill relative, they are going through the same thing as well. If you're going through the challenges of raising children and raising them with the right value systems, they are going through that as well. And it's quite amazing to see that for us, our problems are extremely crucial and important. Could a leader turn a blind eye on the problems that the people whom he leads or she leads has, while they themselves are going through those problems? And which is precisely why I feel empathy is so crucial, because we are not leading humanoids. We are not leading machines. We're not leading robots. We're not leading stones. We're not leading dead matters. We are leading sentient, emotive human beings who have feelings, who feel bad, who feel good, who feel appreciated, valued, who feel completely demotivated, who feel motivated one day and demotivated another day, who are in a great mood one day because things have gone well and in a terrible mood the other day, just as much as we are. And that's precisely why I feel empathy is so crucial. Compassion is so crucial, not just as a human virtue, not just as a human virtue, but even as organizational performance to be boosted. Because when people are treated well, when people are valued, when people are dealt with empathy and compassion, they walk the extra mile by doing more than what is expected of them. They walk the extra mile by doing what is more than what is expected of them. In the year 2007, when the economic global recession happened because of the Lehman Brothers crash, there was a company in the Midwest of America, Barry Wehmiller Limited. Overnight, they lost 30% of their standing orders. That meant a loss of $10 million to them. The then CEO, and since it's a CEO gathering here, the then CEO, Bob Chapman, called for a board meeting and asked all the board members, what do we do to recover this loss of 10 million? The obvious answer, layoffs. Layoffs. Bob Chapman spoke to the board and asked them, what if, okay, I'll ask you, what if you're having a financial crisis, would you lay off your wife? Some men are saying maybe. Oh, so okay. Oh, would you lay off your husband? Okay, let me take this controversial side aside. Okay, I'm doing financially not so well. Will I lay off my parents saying, sorry, dad, sorry, mom, you're having a problem. You see your way you manage because I don't have enough money. Will we lay off our children? No, we won't. Why? Because we consider them family. Empathy comes in when there is a sense of belonging and we say, this is my family. Bob Chapman said, well, we're not going to lay anybody off. He called for a meeting of everybody in the organization, came to the podium and said to his people, the first thing I want to assure you is that we are not sacking anybody out. And he made a statement. He said, wouldn't it be better for all of us collectively to suffer a little bit than some of us to suffer a lot more because of having been taken out of the organization? That's what gave rise to the furlough program. That we will all go on a 8 weeks of unpaid holiday. And if we all go on an 8 weeks of unpaid holiday, we will recover our $10 million. Empathy, compassion, that we don't want you to go through pain. You are the ones who made us successful. You are the ones who brought us up. I had the strategy, I had the vision, I had the blueprint, but you were sweating it out. You were toiling it out to execute the vision that I provided. So your family. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? This empathy, this sensitivity, this human compassion immediately boosted the morale up. And trust me, hand on my heart, in the modern era, what we need more than strategy is a morale, where people don't cut corners, where people feel a sense of belonging and a sense of commitment and dedication to the organization and the vision of the organization. Because when we have all the strategies in place, but we don't have that morale of the people in place, this cutting corners. The morale went up. People in high-ranking positions started talking to people in lower-ranking positions saying, hey, look, I know you can't afford a 8 weeks holiday because you have a financial crunch at home. I'll take your 4 weeks and go on a 12 weeks so you could go only on a 4 weeks holiday. Relationships deepened, bondings deepened. 2007-8, when the whole world was in a soup, Barry Waymiller did not just recover their $10 million of losses. Barry Waymiller made a $10 million profit that year. At a time when everybody was going through trouble. Why? Because people were willing to give their blood, sweat and tears to somebody who cared, which is why someone beautifully said, I don't care how much you know until I know how much you care. And therefore it's not about leaders who just know, it's leaders who care. People are fed up of leaders who just know. We want leaders who don't just know, but who care. And when leaders care out of sensitivity, compassion, and empathy, it's not just a human virtue, it's an incredible boost to organizational performance and productivity.
Samiji, I want to pick up on that thought. You said you've touched upon very relevant themes nowadays. You took us back in rewind to 2007. Stormy weather right now in the tech world, in the business world. Jobs are scarce, and some of these tenets might hold us in good stead. You also spoke about sentience and human emotions. I've seen you, and I've seen the Apple Watch, and you're a social media sensation. So you use technology to your advantage, and I appreciate that. But I just want to understand from you, when you look at what's happening all over the world, automation is leading to a loss of more jobs at this point. At least for those, a lot of companies who've been crystal ball gazing and said, hey, listen, these are jobs we won't require. It'll shape up differently, hopefully. But how do you see it? Because you understand the ways of the world. How do you see it? Is technology and all this automation and all the new, embracing all the new, something that causes concern for you? Do you look at it with a sense of trepidation, or you're confident that the world will adapt, like you said, acclimatize, and then progress?
Yeah. I think let's take it this way. How many of us would, with a hand on our heart, agree that technology and what's happening in the world has added immense value to our lives? Immense value, right? Personal lives, business, work, everywhere. Immense value to our lives. How many of us would want to see a world where technology progresses further to such an extent that things become extremely easy, smooth, and a cakewalk for our work, business, and personal lives? Brilliant. How many of us would like a world where, with all of this having said and done and achieved, we lose our jobs? Oh, okay, there are a couple of hands up there. So the next person that would be interviewed would possibly be you, because Ayush is ready to interview to check out how, if I lose my job because of a artificial intelligence humanoid that has come up in the market.
Point
Definitely a point to be taken. We have noted, sir, your hand was up, and he is definitely going to interview on this. The fact of the matter is this. The reality is technology has added value. The reality is, with the brightest minds and with the brightest opportunities and the brightest avenues that have opened up, technology is escalating to the next level. The reality of the matter is also this, that when technology comes up there, as Ayush rightly said, it kind of becomes a threat to human existence, to human potential, to the development of human potential. I was in Singapore 1 year for an event called Masters of the Century. I was one of the keynote speakers, and I came up on stage. I did my bit. I love cracking jokes, cracking people up. There's about 2,000 people in the audience, not a single Indian face. I mean, you don't have a single Indian face. That's when you test your grounds, because when there's Indians, they can immediately correct, I am an Indian, you can really frequencies match. But there I was looking at people, they enjoyed it. They gave me a standing ovation. And I went backstage. And when I went backstage, everybody started shouting, Sophia, 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 Sophia. And I said, these guys got it wrong. Like, and if you want an encore, they should have shouted, Gaur Gopal, Gaur Gopal. I said, these guys have gotten it wrong. Once I did an event and people did shout because they wanted me to be up on stage again. Gaur Gopal, Sophia, Sophia. I turned to my secretary. I said, who the heck is this Sophia? So this one guy comes up to me and says, would you like to meet Sophia, sir? I thought, oh, I don't mind actually, considering the kind of enthusiasm from the audience. Looks like Sophia must be a someone. And I thought in my mind it was probably Sofia Vergara from Modern Family. So they said, we'll take you to see her. So I was walking towards the green room where Sophia was, in my mind thinking of any possible reference from Modern Family, so that when I meet Sofia Vergara, I say, ma'am, I saw this and it was a real nice night. Good to connect on something that is common. As I came to the green room, there was two huge bouncers. Their muscles were rippling out of their coats like real out there. They were standing there. I said, this guy said, I'd like to see Sophia. He said, sorry, Sophia is getting plugged in. I said, Sophia is getting plugged in? Seemed like a new slang. Seemed like a new slang, Singaporean slang. What's plugged in or zoned in? So I thought plugged in would mean like, speakers like to get plugged into the ambience, the atmosphere, just be in their space. And I was thinking like this, maybe she's doing makeup, maybe she's doing some makeup, using some device to plug in. And soon after, the doors opened, and there were two guys who were carrying the first ever humanoid that was made on planet Earth, who's called Sophia. And when they say she's getting plugged in, means literally getting plugged in and getting charged. Sophia came up on stage. I sat in the audience to listen to what Sophia said. And they asked her a very touchy, sensitive question. The funny part is the answer was programmed in Sophia. They asked her, do you think artificial intelligence and the technology that has come up today will replace human beings? The question that Ayush has asked me. I cannot forget what Sophia had answered. In fact, my second book, Energize Your Mind, begins with this story, right? The story of Sophia. And I can't forget what Sophia said. Sophia said, it needs a human being to create a Sophia. And therefore there's no question ever that a Sophia can replace a human being, because without a human being, a Sophia cannot function. You need an answer to be programmed into a machine. And even with the growth of some of these artificial engines with no names, the day before yesterday, I typed into one of them, and you know what I mean. No names. You know what I mean. I typed in to figure out the details of one of my friends who's a massive businessman. His son, who's now leading the business, to check details. Guess what, guys? He's just about 34 years old. This particular AI engine said that he was dead in 1944. He was dead in 1944. It requires a sentient human being to run technology, to create technology. And that's why Sophia, I remember, said, I'm not here to compete with human beings. I'm here to complement human beings and what human beings do. And what human beings do, to complement what human beings do, it's our human responsibility to, while we use all technology, to while we upgrade to the best that is available, to not do away with the human potential that is behind it.
We hope it remains that way, Swamiji, but you mentioned your book, Energize Your Mind, and now that you've given us the little bit of a trailer, it seems very alluring. There's also an app that you've come up with, Monkify.
Right.
Now that's very interesting.
Yeah.
From your long career, quitting HP in a year, then obviously going to the monastery, you learned the ways of the world, now traveling the world, and now an app. What is Monkify all about?
Yeah. What's Monkify all about? The tagline for Monkify is, be a monk without having to be a monk. Monkify your life without having to be a monk. And when we are talking about monk has very little to do with a hairstyle or with a dressing style. And monkhood has a lot to do with a set of universal values and principles that we follow in life. And therefore, I know CEOs who are like monks because they lead based on those principles. And I know monks who are like CEOs because instead of following these principles, they just lead businesses without empathy. I remember going to San Francisco and speaking at Salesforce. And what was beautiful about speaking at Salesforce was they gave me a tour of the entire building. And on every single floor of their offices at Salesforce, they had a mindfulness zone. More than half of the offices that Salesforce has a mindfulness zone where their people can go, their people can unwind, their people can meditate, their people can practice mindfulness, officially designated zones where they can keep their smartphones away. And guess why? Because Mark Benioff at Salesforce firmly believes that two things are required for the success of a business: thoughtful decision making and innovation. And when it comes to decision making, when the mind is all cluttered up, we decide more based on feelings than on facts. To be able to keep feelings outside of our decisions and base our decisions on objective facts, the mind needs to be uncluttered, and mindfulness and meditation was included there to unclutter the mind for objective decision making. Mark Benioff, not me. Secondly, Mark Benioff also felt that when it comes to innovation, a lot of times we need to have a beginner's mindset. When we know a lot, it's kind of counterintuitive. When we know a lot, how can we have a beginner's mindset? But when we know a lot, Mark Benioff firmly believed and believes that we need a fresh beginner's mindset. And what mindfulness, meditation helps, Zen Buddhist term called Shoshin, what it does is it allows you to take a step back and start looking at whatever it is without any judgment, without any conclusions, and just puts you into a space where you're looking at everything from a completely neutral point of view or a neutral perspective. Mark Benioff started these mindfulness zones for decluttering the mind and thoughtful and objective decision making, and for having this unbiased, fresh beginner's mindset, which was required for good innovation in the organization. And according to him and the organization, it has worked magically. Monkify, this app, was started with this in mind. We all, as professionals, as business leaders, as individuals, in our personal lives, at our work, struggle with a lot on a daily basis. And what we need is something that can put us into that space of calm, something that can put us into that space of peace, something that can put us into a space where we can start looking at things where we keep our feelings aside and look more at facts. So Monkify is about this, where we have affirmations, where we have guided meditations. A lot of people find it hard to sleep. We have sleep tales and sleep meditations. We have a lot of podcasts and talks that we're going to very soon launch. And all of that is with this in mind, to help people come into that particular space where mindfulness can help them take charge of their lives.
And we wish you the best, Swamiji, with
Thank
that
you.
particular venture. I just want to get your take on something. So many people who consume your content, especially on social media, there's a lot of millennials like me who grew up with existential angst and existential dilemmas about one particular word, purpose. And then now you have Gen Z who are impatient, restless. They have their own fair set of problems. Do you still think purpose is crucial in terms of determining our paths in our lives, how we perform at the workplace, how we manage all our responsibilities at home? Where does purpose come in, and how important is that serotonin release?
Right. Mark Twain said something very beautiful. He said, there are two most important days in our lives. First is the day when we were born, and second is the day when we find out why. The day we are born is known to us. The day when we find out why is the day when we probably start discovering our purpose. But I remember one of my visits to London, one of my friends took me to just spend an evening at St. Paul's Cathedral. We were walking in central London, walking around. In fact, I think I had a talk at the House of Commons, and I finished that talk. And after that talk, we were walking around and we came to the St. Paul's Cathedral. And I remember meeting the priest there. And the priest there told me an incredible story of the St. Paul's Cathedral when it was being made. The architect there, probably about 1700s, when he was making this cathedral, one day, he was not known to the people who were working at the construction site. One day the architect just walked around and was just moving around to see what was happening, and he saw a bricklayer laying bricks. He asked the bricklayer, "What are you doing?" The man replied, "Well, I'm laying bricks." He moved a little ahead, he saw another bricklayer. He said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Well, I'm laying bricks because I need to make money for my family." He moved a little further ahead and he saw another third bricklayer. He said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I've heard that this gentleman, this architect, is creating a spectacular cathedral, and I'm trying to lay the brick in such a way that I can help him in making this cathedral extremely beautiful." Now, you really don't change what you do. We don't change what we do. We have our jobs, we have our families, we have our businesses, we lead. We do what we do, and we're going to have to do what we do. It's a shift of mindset that takes us off from the work mode to the purpose mode. Here was one bricklayer who was just doing his work. I'm just doing it for the heck of doing it. Second one is his motivation behind doing it was making money and maintaining a family. Fine, that's a part of the purpose as well. And the third person? Well, there's a spectacular cathedral being created. I'm trying to play my role in a way that I can create an impact and make a difference. It's easy to make a buck. It's hard to make a difference. And at the core of purpose is how do we make a difference in whatever it is that we do and leave a legacy behind of trying and adding value to the world that we live in. And one thing that I always say is, when you're wanting to make a difference to others, ladies and gentlemen, charity begins at home. It's very crucial that we make a difference to our own lives. And I see a lot of leading professionals in the world today. They're burning the candle at both ends in trying to make the ends meet and meeting up with their deadlines. What a word that line is, deadline, right? By the time you cross it, you know what happens. Deadline. And which is why at the core and the helm of purpose is self-care. And I feel to be able to care for our own physical, emotional, mental health needs is so important. Today with so many pressures, such volatility, so many challenges coming our way, self-care is pivotal, because when our oxygen mask is in place, we're going to be able to put the oxygen mask on somebody else's face properly. And therefore, purpose to me is in whatever it is that we are doing, adding value, making a difference to whatever magnitude it could be, and it begins with making a difference to our own lives, which is paying attention to our own physical, emotional, mental health, and spiritual needs.
Swamiji, what an absolute pleasure it's been.
Thank you.
Thank you for gracing us with your presence. I think we've really set the bar high with this session. Guys, a huge round of applause for Swamiji.
Thank you very
He's taking
much.
time out to join us.
Thank you, Ayush.
And we hope to see you very soon.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thanks so much. All right, since we're in masterclass mode, we now have a very special session for all of you all. It's the Entrepreneur's Playbook, managing conflict, grooming the next gen, and innovation. In this masterclass, we'd like to focus on various facets of entrepreneurship, innovation, next-gen grooming, and governance of firms and businesses, and what entrepreneurs and startups should be mindful of to mitigate the ensuing challenges to businesses in 2023 and beyond. Now, for this masterclass, I'd like to call Shogato Ray, Professor of Strategy and Entrepreneurship from the Indian School of Business. Can we have a huge round of applause? So this is a session we're very excited for. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure to be here for an occasion which is marked for something very, very significant for the year, but also get an opportunity to speak and to interact with many of the doyens of the industry at this forum, and particularly after Swamiji, who set the bar so high and at a celestial level. So it is quite challenging. But nevertheless, I just want to share some of the thoughts around entrepreneurship and entrepreneur's role, particularly given that what Swamiji was just mentioning about everybody is here or else outside looking for jobs. And the point is, entrepreneurs don't look for jobs. They create their own jobs. They create jobs for others. And to that extent, it is extremely relevant to speak about a topic on that which, say, lays down the foundation or some grounds about entrepreneurship. So, by the way, a quick question. How many of you have been entrepreneurs at some point in time in life here? Okay. Quite a few. Great. So, how many of you consider yourself a successful entrepreneur? I know Mr. Puri is there, but other than that, of course, there are few. Great. I don't fall into that category. What I'm going to share with you as multiple hats that I have earned over the years, over 30 decades with my tri-street entrepreneurship. Of course, as a researcher, as a scholar, I've been studying entrepreneurship for many years, but also as somebody who had tried his hands as a co-founder of 3 startups, and the 4th startup is about to be founded. And also as an entrepreneur, plunging, so basically taking a plunge in Infosys context, try to set up the innovation initiatives and doing a corporate entrepreneurship. Also start doing entrepreneurship in an IIM context, setting up new institution or setting up new programs. So there are certain things that I did myself, but more as a student of this subject. And of course, I've been engaged as an advisor and educator for many years of this. So what I see that I've learned mostly from failures, because many of those initiatives that I'm talking about, some of them are success, but many of them are failures. And that's what I bring in the table as a failure in terms of some insights that comes in here. Of course, there are some definitional issues. Let's not delve into that, but please understand that the French word that is the origin of entrepreneurship means to undertake something. And that's what saying it is not about, say, doing job for others, but creating job for others. It's also, so there are various spectrum of entrepreneurship that exist. We're not going to touch upon everything, but some of the principles are quite common. And I have the good fortune of trying to, experiment and also engage with all sets of entrepreneurs classes that we're talking about scalable entrepreneurship, which is, say, a kind of popularized by the Silicon Valley, being the order of the day. Everybody wants to be like that, creating the next unicorn. But then there is a large majority of effort that goes in actually corporate entrepreneurship within established corporations, because if you look at all the large corporations, multi-generational corporations which have into multiple geographies, are actually the corporations which are extremely entrepreneurial and created many businesses. And then there comes the family, the business entrepreneurship, which is both the single family entrepreneurship, but business families which are actually created, say, multiple companies, enterprises over generations, what we call the family business groups, which control an enormous amount of, say, entrepreneurial capital and creation of jobs and contribution to the economy in different parts of the globe. And then the new form of entrepreneurship that you see that has emerged in the recent decades is social entrepreneurship. There are many problems in economy, society, which require solutions. And those solutions may not amount to be making profit, but there are entrepreneurs, there are individuals who believe that they can solve those problems, and they engage in such processes and thereby solve some of those social and environmental problems, and that to bring about change in the society. So that is social entrepreneurship. We have the Kodak moment, what you are familiar with, but Kodak moment is vanishing or vanished all the process. And I don't want to delve into that, but you know, many of us lives been very much with the part of the Kodak moment, but that has been gone. And this is not the new thing. This is not the exception. Kodak is the example of regular phenomena. Another point that Samiji was mentioning, he didn't mention the name of the company, but he gave the data. It was exactly what he was mentioning about BlackBerry, the RIM, which was ruling the say personal device on communication, but just in 5 years disappeared from the market. So also you would see that there is a study that was being done 10 years ago, which was looking at the basically survival rate of the Standard & Poor 500 firms over 100 years. And what you see that very interesting facets, that the lifespan of the successful firms who are in the category of Standard 500, Standard & Poor 500 are going down drastically from 90 years to 10, 12, 15 years. And therefore, there is a significant death and also the birth of newer enterprises who are becoming successful in a very short span of time. And that's what actually makes the entrepreneurship so exciting, so I would say valuable and important in our context. Having said that, we also see that while entrepreneurship is very exciting, creating ventures are very exciting, these are the need of the hour, that they actually make a lot of contribution to the society. But however, the real venture realities are very grim. It has actually more ventures fail than succeed. And even if you look at the last 7, 8, 10 years, we are talking about creation of many unicorns in India. We have crossed 100 unicorns, etc. A lot of celebration that happens. But the grim reality of it is there is a data, you see the last year, more than 2,000 startups had just vanished, that they didn't succeed or they failed. So, and that number is not something which is unique for a particular year. Every year you see there are thousands of startups come and they just go. Only few make big really, but we celebrate those bigs. So some of the, quickly I put together some data and looking at some of those 160 firms which have actually failed in the recent years, and we see that there are several reasons for such failures. But what is most important, see that they're not meeting customers' expectations as one of the highlight of it. And there are other reasons in terms of competition, in terms of poor economics, etc. But not meeting the customer expectation is something which comes to be a very important reason. Also, you see that more ways they fail than succeed. There are products, there are cost, there are issues of revenue, there are issues of market not being accepting. Okay, so what could be the reasons? That some of the assumptions of consumer needs validation, which has not been done properly, and therefore they fail. And some of the existing competitors are also not seeing that the example or the story that Samiji was mentioning was very apt in that context. So the customer, so at the end of the day, for any entrepreneurship to succeed or any new venture to succeed, the customers have to accept it. And then customers accept, the perception becomes the reality for us. So while we see that so many failures in entrepreneurship, but then how come so many players like Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, Google, DMart, Flipkart, Zomato, all these companies are succeeding? Are there any particular recipes that help them to succeed? And then again, the research study had shown that there are few factors which actually contribute very significantly in the success of such new ventures that we are talking about. One is the timing. If you look at their timing, team, execution, idea, these are all important, but then timing of the venture becomes very, very critical. So in that context, therefore, you see that many of those ventures that actually didn't succeed sow the seed for future successful entrepreneurs, because that from their failures, the new entrepreneur learns some of these things, and perhaps the context gives them right, and then at that time another entrepreneur comes in and it succeeds. So what happens on the new ventures that succeed? There are 5 essential elements, therefore, to successful entrepreneurial ventures as per the study that we're talking about. The idea makes a team and execution, entrepreneurial team, and also the team of the founding team that you create. Then, of course, the business model, the end-to-end value creation potential, and how do you extract value out of it. And then the funding plays a critical role in terms of converting an idea into a reality. But the timing, that point I was talking about, are very, very critical. So therefore, let's go into that, what you call the playbook part of it with this context. Basically, there are more reasons for failure than success. There are more failures than success, but then there are certain, say, processes, certain approaches that we can learn from those failures and some of the successful entrepreneurs or new ventures to say put a blueprint in terms of what could be done. But then with this caveat that whatever you say, because my 30 years of delving with this is the entrepreneurship is very much contextual, and every new enterprise actually has the more potential to fail than they succeed. But still within that, can we have some, say, guidelines for that? So in terms of entrepreneur's playbook, 2 things are very important to understand. And I think Swamiji, when he was mentioning, I was reflecting on it, he said something very, very powerful on that. When he said entrepreneurship requires knowing and understanding both. What is knowing? Knowing is actually science and technology. But knowing doesn't necessarily mean that we understand. Understanding requires empathy. So the combination of knowledge, technology, and understanding and empathy together makes a venture successful. And that's what the hallmark of most successful enterprises. That they've been able to, because the empathy comes from the understanding of the customer, understanding of the market better. Whereas the knowledge part gives you how do you identify a problem and then solve the problem, but particularly the solution of the problem. And when you're talking about this automation, technology, etc., if you look at the most impact on the technology is on the knowledge side, on the knowing side. Understanding is just not possible only through artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence fundamentally depends on the past data and information. And understanding requires empathy, which requires a connection with the heart and evolution of what's happening in the market and consumer. And therefore, entrepreneurship is one area which not ChatGPT or any other auto-generative thing can be able to replace. They might aid you in terms of the solution side, but it is not going to replace an entrepreneur. And to that extent, therefore, it is vitally important in today's context that why we are talking about promoting entrepreneurship in the societies and particularly the countries like us, that where creation of jobs is the most important, say, social problem that we have been, or economic problem that we are facing as a society. So, therefore, we just mentioned about knowing, so entrepreneur needs to understand the market reality and provide a winning value proposition. That's the standard thing, but that requires the connection of knowledge and the impact. There are, in the playbook, few questions that I like to leave with it. There are many entrepreneurs here who have done it multiple times, so you know that. First of all, understanding what is the problem. Which problem that you want to solve. Now, when you're talking about a purpose for an entrepreneur is fundamentally solving a problem. Okay? And then, of course, the question comes, do customers want that solution? Even if I solve this problem, but is there anybody to buy that solution? Okay, so that's a very important question. And there are so many entrepreneurs who actually had addressed very, very critical problems, but then the customers are willing to buy such solutions that they have come up with. Then the third element is, even if I have the solution, customers are willing to buy such a solution, but can I do it? Can I build that solution? So do you have the knowledge, the technology, to do that? Then of course comes the other question, can we build a profitable business out of that? So as an entrepreneurship, and particularly in a commercial context, you got to have those, even if you build a solution, that solution has to be profitable. But it is just not profitable, that will be enough. You need to, can you sustainably grow your business? That's also very important, because it can be profitable in a small scale or at a limited scale. But can you sustain that? Can you sustain that or over a period of time and grow and make their real impact? Because the entrepreneurship doesn't get completed till the time that you have been able to scale up stuff significantly and make impact to the larger context. Or, so not even scale, sometimes you can replicate it. There's also a replication model possible. But then moot point is that if you've got a solution for which there are large number of customers who are willing to pay, that solution must reach to as many people as possible, as many customers as possible. So growth becomes very important questions in the entrepreneur's playbook. Of course, the ideas, does that idea mean opportunities? Do problems lead to opportunities? Not necessarily so. An idea comes, or becomes an entrepreneurial opportunity only when it can solve a problem, it adds value to the consumer or customer, and of course, it makes money in the context that it communicated to all the stakeholders that were involved in that proposition, or making that the value proposition reality in the value chain. They see a potential, and therefore they also contribute. And of course, being a good fit with the entrepreneur and the entrepreneurial team, because you cannot be building an enterprise unless you are passionate about it. And therefore, the idea has to have a fit with the entrepreneurs, their own mindset, and also the psychology. So how do you do this? Therefore, convert an idea into entrepreneurial opportunity, and do that through an entrepreneurial venture that eliminates high customer dissatisfaction and offering solution to the customer. So there are techniques by which we do that. I will skip this part quickly given the time constraint, but there are frameworks actually which help you to identify those kind of areas where the customers are dissatisfied, and coming up with what level of understanding, say, dissatisfaction that exists, how critical that solution that you can provide to cater to the dissatisfaction, and through that coming up with a venture. So I would do that, but idea to entrepreneurial opportunity, therefore, so comes to solving pain points, as I mentioned, to notice inefficiency, to inconveniences the consumers are going through, and then of course any problems lead to big opportunities, no problems, no solutions. So we know that. Now, just an example, touching point, if you remember what happened to the rise of Levi's, that the problem was working clothes for mining workers are not there, and there it was not lasting, and they need to clean the clothes multiple times, and therefore that becomes an opportunity. And then the solution was first pair of jeans which last long, and that's become a revolution of not only an enterprise but then an industry altogether. So this is the metrics that I was talking about. I'll not elaborate much on that, but there is a process by which you can systematically go in the different aspects of the value chain and figure out where the dissatisfaction exists, and therefore create an opportunity for a new venture. So there are many companies who have actually done this in that manner. So this was a paper that we wrote a few years ago, and we can do that. The other point that I want to leave as a thought is that getting ideas is something which is not anybody's monopoly, or it is not to be restricted in a particular zone. Getting ideas can be from everywhere, from anywhere, okay? And it's about the ideas are the lifeblood of business as we understand that, or in a new venture. So therefore it is very important. So, and ideas can be from any source. You can cross-pollinate ideas. You can actually develop a pervasive and insatiable thirst for the good ideas, basically constantly looking for and doing that. So any entrepreneur that successful entrepreneur meet, there is something that's unique about them. They're constantly engaging in conversation or observation and trying to figure out the new ideas. And of course, study competitors closely, that can also give an important opportunity. And most importantly, plagiarizing of ideas. It's absolute legitimate, and therefore, as it is legitimate, plagiarizing of ideas is not a bad thing, as well as because in venture, the idea is not the critical thing. Idea to solution and delivering it a value, that is where the real entrepreneur's skill comes in. And therefore, if you look at Apple computer, then now Apple Incorporation, what did Steve Jobs do? He actually, if you look at as a co-founder, when he was toured Xerox, and he figured out that the graphic user interface that Xerox was developed in their, laboratory, which was been shown to Steve Jobs, but Xerox was not doing anything with those. And what Steve Jobs did, he picked that up, he copied it, and then he revolutionized the personal computer industry. Until today, that particular technology is being, or the interface is being the dominant force in personal computer or any other devices that we are talking about which are interactive. So that was a blatant plagiarism in terms of the idea. But then nobody questions Steve Jobs because he was the person who could bring that idea onto and revolutionize the humankind. So there are multiple steps that you have to follow in terms of successful entrepreneurship creation. Again, I don't want to elaborate that, but the point is from ideation to actually cash flow and a steady cash flow or a growing cash flow, there are many, many steps that you have to take. And here it's more like presented as a linear form. But again, what I just want to caution to you, that actually the entrepreneurship or creation of new venture is not a linear form. It is always about doing something with lots of experiments, a lot of fooling around, a lot of failing, succeeding sometimes, failing most of the times, and continuously engaging in that. And in that process also there is an element of planning, but at the same time it's an element of risk-taking and experimentation. And also when you are doing this, it is not that a particular individual or a team of people are only engaged in it. There are so many players in the ecosystem, okay, who are actually engaged in the process of the creation of or fooling around or experimentation, and each of them, they contribute significantly in the success of an idea, successfully translating an idea into a real outcome, and then a cash flow and then the feedback loop. So in that process, therefore, these entrepreneurs win by experimenting and struggling towards breakthroughs, ideas, managing by avoiding failures. Whereas managers, if you look at that, the fundamental focus has been actually avoiding failures. Whereas entrepreneurs are ingrained in terms of taking the struggle to an experiment and succeed. But as I was pointed out, there are so many ecosystem players who actually participate in that process, and many times they don't get as much of adulation and the credit as an entrepreneur or a successful entrepreneur does. But then fundamentally you need to understand that entrepreneurial venture, therefore, is not at one, say, cowboy act of an entrepreneur. There are ecosystem, there are society encouragement, there are economic conditions, and also the other kinds of paraphernalias to be present for a successful entrepreneurial venture. And to that extent, therefore, as we say, that why this could be the India's decades for the next few years, because many of those conditions are now in place, which was missing 25, 30 years ago when we were basically, as a student, we were trying to get into this process. And many of you who have experimented that and have seen that struggle that you have gone through in such a kind of ecosystem versus today when the ecosystem is much more conducive. And also, if you look at the entrepreneurship or a journey of an entrepreneur, is more like an expedition. It is an expedition for a set of hypothetical path to reach a destination. You are not sure about where you, because that's what point of underlying is that every time you are experimenting and you are not sure. There is a notion to it, but you can actually keep on experimenting and failing and fooling, etc., etc. But in the process of experimentation, it is not something that you are doing it just randomly. There are hypotheses, and you are in the experimentation, you are testing out, validating those hypotheses, or you are ruling out those hypotheses. That element of curiosity and the element of constantly learning and willing to learn through success and failure, and then feeding a feedback loop becomes an important element to that expedition. So therefore, to that extent, that's why it is extremely toxic actually to be an entrepreneur, that constantly intoxicate you in terms of doing that. And it requires a special kind of ability. And of course, preserve, adapt, and even pivot if needed as you go on experimenting and learning from that. So if you are driving to work, you don't give up if there is a detour. So therefore, this is more like an highway versus a detour that you have to take. And if there are roadblocks, you take the detour. And that's what constant experimentation and effectuation of the entrepreneur that helps. And you identify newer set of ideas. So three things that in this journey of an entrepreneur becomes very, very critical, as been shown by the research, is of course, there is a need for a passion. Entrepreneurs need to be passionate. But then that passion has to be also detached, because it is important then when to pull the plugs. Because if you get committed, and many times it would happen that you will not be able to say the venture is not heading anywhere or successfully, you need to have the ability to pull the plug. And therefore, the passion is there, but the passion is in terms of the idea, the solution that you are getting in. But the moment but the passion is, you are not, detached passion is required because you are experimental in terms of the paths that you are taking. Then of course, inherently you have to break the rules, and that's important, and that's why the entrepreneurs many times don't have a very happy life, because they get into confrontation with many of those the other players in the ecosystem, because they have to break rules. And of course, they have to have the courage. Now, there are few specific points have been asked to cover during the process, so I just want to quickly go through those things. In the playbook, there are many things, but few important points is about, one is how do you manage conflict. Okay? So entrepreneurial journey is something which is actually, say, driven by the problem-solving issues, that therefore there are passion to drive, and in the process of doing that, you can actually have, confront with multiple kind of situation. You confront with multiple kind of actors in the ecosystem, and therefore you might face challenges in terms of legalities, and that is how to overcome that. They have to handle that. You also say there are certain situations like some of the entrepreneurs who have been into cryptocurrencies in the recent years are facing a significant challenge, because for many of the economies of countries, the cryptocurrency has not been legalized, and therefore many of the quick dirty study that I did, I found that some of the entrepreneurs failed because of those kind of legal issues. So that is, and you need to have overcome those conflicts, both in the regulation sense, and also there are contractual agreements. Then of course, complying with the law, etc. And what are the difference? Another thing is that, as I said, that in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, you need to deal with multiple actors, and therefore any actors you are say coming together, there will be conflicts. There will be potential conflicts, and resolving those conflicts is something which is very, very important. And unfortunately, what has been seen as a behaviorally, that many of the entrepreneurs, particularly it is happening in today's context, where many of the startup entrepreneurs are very young, coming out fresh out of the college, or sometimes they are in the college, and their skill in terms of dealing with such conflicts is a very short supply. So what we see among our students or many other young entrepreneurs that we had an opportunity to interact or mentor, that aspects of it are not well developed. And that's the point where Swamiji was mentioning about the empathy quotient is very, very critical. So the question of mindfulness, those are the kind of techniques actually help them to resolve conflict, because the passion to deliver something, the inquisitiveness or the curiosity to doing something, etc. But then at the same time to be able to understand that the zone of conflicts where you need to say allow others the space to move on. Okay? So that's something which is important in the conflict. The conflict can be in terms of customers, that the products and services are not good, and in this context, as we understand, the customers is always right. And that notion is very, very important to inculcate. And therefore, because that gives an opportunity to reflect and look back. So with partners and suppliers also, there are similar kind of issues might come up. With employees, because as we said, that the entrepreneurs are actually job creators, but at the same time, their creation of what he called solution is dependent on hundreds and thousands of others. And those employees are equal partner to this process. And therefore, in that model, the conflict that is existing, that many of you have experienced, is actually needs to be resolved. And unfortunately, as I again by mentioning, that many of the new generation entrepreneurs struggle in terms of doing that, because still they want a quick solution or get to the end result too quickly, which necessarily not the possible in this context. So, of course, with the investors, I will actually say money funding is very important, and in the process, sometimes many of those startup entrepreneurs, as you see, and then that's a significant distinction that we see in the context of a corporate entrepreneurship versus in a startup ecosystem, that the investors and the founders or the entrepreneurs, they may not see eye to eye on many of the issues on the enterprise. But then that's a zone of conflict. But at the end of the day, the investors are as important a stakeholder in the journey of the enterprise, and therefore, again, the entrepreneurs have to have the ability and first of all appreciation and also the ability to resolve such conflicts which can actually potentially kill a venture. And we have so many such examples that we see that. Similarly, in a family enterprise context also the same thing that we see, that many of the family youngsters, they struggle with navigating the space of family entrepreneurship because the seniors who control the resources, they don't see eye to eye in terms of many of those ideas and also the approaches that the youngsters want to take. And that becomes a significant zone of conflict in the intergenerational space in a new venture in a family context. So the other set of managing conflicts is at a very individual, at a personalized level. Like as an entrepreneur, it's extremely stressful a job which requires intense interaction, or rather spending time for months and in years together. So therefore, many a times it will be able to be away from the family, or even if you are there within the family context, may not be able to interact with the family as much as you should be, or spending quality time with the family. But that creates potential conflict. Okay, and handling those issues are also very, very tricky and important in the context. And therefore, as a playbook, when I'm saying that becomes, and sometimes it doesn't get the due attention, or most of the time it doesn't get the due attention. And to that extent, therefore, the entrepreneurs, even they are successful as an entrepreneur in terms of venture, but they become quite miserable in the life as a personal or a home life. And that is not a very good sign, because if that happens, then they, as a role model, they don't really inspire the next generation. So there are, of course, internal conflicts in terms of so many conflicting choices that are coming in as an entrepreneur. And as you succeed more, those choices are more and more coming in. And how do you deal with that? And in that context, therefore, evolution of a person and more spiritually, more emotionally becomes very, very important. So mindfulness and other kinds of things become increasingly important. So, and then of course there are litigation, etc. So we can skip this portion of it. So I just quickly conceptualized a kind of framework which can be very handy in terms of dealing with, as you said, there are multiple stakeholders, and therefore how do you deal with them in terms of conflict potential and what kind you do. So therefore, if you look at in terms of conflict potential on the both sides, there are customers and employees. Where the conflict potential, as I said, is very high. Okay, it's very high, but they're also very critical, because success of an entrepreneur enterprise, it squarely depends on whether the solution is bought by the customer, or whatever you offer to the customer, and whether the solution is perfect or for the need of the customer is determined by the employees. And therefore, there are very critical stakeholders, and the conflict zone, because there is a much greater intensity of interaction there. So therefore, you need to keep them satisfied. So customers and employees, therefore, the two sides of the same coin. And if any smart entrepreneur would get to understand that they need to keep both of them equally satisfied. But then there are things like investor, as I said, there are conflicts potential with investors, creditors, etc. So you need to manage them closely. There are more in communication, more interaction that is important. Therefore, you have to manage them. And then there are other players like the competitors, the community, the government, where your basically conflict potential is less, but they are also in the process. You can sometimes get into conflict, and therefore you cannot be oblivious to them. You need to be monitoring them carefully. And then, of course, the partners who are the suppliers or the other channel partners, etc. You need to keep them in the loop, keep them informed. So there is a quick, dirty way to actually categorize different stakeholders and then evolve your own strategy in terms of how you actually manage the conflict. In a corporate context, in a corporate entrepreneurship context, what you see that the fundamental tension, or even a family entrepreneurship context, the fundamental tension comes from this fundamental issue of exploitation and exploration, which is, Professor March, way back in 1991, in a famous paper, had actually articulated that so brilliantly, that you have a successful enterprise, a successful corporate or a family business, there is a constant need for continuing the success in the same business, because that is what generates the cash for the future. But then, you cannot be standing on the laurels of the past and the present. You need to create a future, and the future is very different from the current. And therefore, you need to constantly explore with the new ideas, new businesses. And that where the exploration part comes in, which is more clear, because the exploitation has a very specific order in terms of the model, the operating principles, the practices, SOPs, all are laid down. The structure, the systems. Whereas the exploration is fundamentally is about chaos. There are uncertainty, like what we are talking about, a lot of experimentation fooling around. And within the same organization setup or a family business setup, managing that is the fundamental tension that you're talking about, and then the balancing act is very important. So that's one of the most important conflict management issues in a corporate entrepreneurship context. Then there is also an issue of, say, next-gen grooming, and because let's not look at succession, because most of the, somebody might say that, okay, we are talking about an entrepreneurial venture, why are you talking about a succession or a grooming of next-gen? But then you don't see that entrepreneurship as somebody that you will start as a founder and then after 30 years you will retire. No, not necessarily true. So there is a fundamental issue of handling succession, creating teams, delegating it is involved in any enterprise context, whether it is a 5-year-old or a 50-year-old. And the succession challenges for a 30-year founder is basically that you are generating great ideas, you are starting up, putting technology in place, but then there is a need for scaling up. There is a need for becoming more efficient, reaching out to more set of, say, customers or stakeholders. Now, in that process, maybe that 30-year-old entrepreneur may not have the same skills for scaling up. Somebody who might have an experience of running scale business might be a better choice to lead the organization. And as an entrepreneur, you need to be open to such kind of possibilities and actively looking for it. So transition from founders to next generation of entrepreneur, that there are different kinds of entrepreneurs and each of them faces a different kind of challenges. There are serial entrepreneurs, and then there are family business entrepreneurs, and then of course there are empire builders. So there are certain entrepreneurs who not only move from one thing, but they like to create empire. So all these business groups, etc., that we are talking about, we can see that empire building model is there. So, and depending on which kind of entrepreneur that you are in, this model will be evolving, will be changing. And of course, very important point here is that the market for successors in a new enterprise context or new venture context are not very well developed. So in most part of the world, and particularly the context that we are in, that you can't go and shop your successors. You need to really, therefore, need to groom from within and doing that. And there are plenty of examples that you know in the corporate context, both in the family business context as well as in the startup context, that the inability to groom talents from within and trying to bring talents from outside to do that, it actually didn't work out well, because there are several issues of DNA, etc., that we'll talk about later. So again, the entrepreneurial venture goes through multiple stages, stages of the life cycle, and therefore there are different needs of capabilities that exist in that. And so, as I said, therefore the entrepreneur has to be willing to actually accommodate those new skills, new capabilities by bringing in more people, grooming them, giving them the opportunity to flourish. And then, say, in that process, as an entrepreneur or the team of entrepreneurs, you get more space, more opportunities to do something bigger and better. Then there are other succession issues about that in the founder-driven family or owner-driven family or hired professional-driven family. Each of context, you would see that there are certain phases of the business that an entrepreneur is very good. But then at another phase of the business, perhaps you need a different kind of skilled people. There are very few occasions where you will see that one person is, say, for all contexts will be equally effective and brilliant. And that process has to be ingrained in an entrepreneurial playbook, so that how you actually create such every stage of the evolution of the enterprise, you get internal talents or sometimes augment talents from outside to make that happen. But these are not automatic. These are something that has to be planned and done well in advance. But then every organization is unfortunately as a DNA that is which is developed by the entrepreneur, the founder, the team over a period of time, and that kind of is shaped by that. And problem is finding outside person or finding even internal talent without proper grooming to actually will grow that legacy or grow that the culture and effectively navigate that is a challenge. And again, we see there are plenty of such examples where things went wrong. So I think I have already got a signal so to move fast, so or rather to complete it. So there is another element which is very well known, so that I don't have to touch that part too much. It is about that is innovation is the heart of entrepreneurship. Everybody knows, and innovation, there are lots of work has been done, and I'm sure you have been familiar with that. So I don't want to say dig deeper on that. But there are two companies which actually come on the top of the mind in terms of for generations they've been able to do that. One is a 3M, other is an Apple, which is a very, very popular company for you, and there you will see this happening. Okay, and only please note that the innovation has undergone a tremendous change over the years, and from an event-based thinking of innovation, it has become a systematic process. And my regret, or I will say that my criticism about Indian corporates is that their evolution from an event linear process to a systematic process is something is still lacking a lot. And therefore, you would see that Indian corporations are struggling in terms of making a real blockbuster innovation, creating product level brands, etc., because it requires a much bigger kind of organization and investment in that process and approach, which is more. So let me close here. But one thing that is very important, that in a corporate context, like when I was mentioning about Apple or either mentioning about, say, 3M, you need to, say, create an environment where individuals can take risks, can fail, and it is not about allowing failure. Actually, what Richard Ferguson has mentioned, it is not about allowing, or rather, tolerate failure. It is about celebrating failure. So that is a cultural notion that innovative companies come in. And this is where again, my observation of Indian corporation is that they are not even tolerant to failure, forget about celebration of failure. And the next stage of entrepreneurship in a family business context or even in a corporate context is fundamentally rooted here. Because we are creating a talent pool who are very entrepreneurial at the root, because the students who are emerging from the different technology schools, etc., they're extremely entrepreneurial. They are willing to take risk, they are willing to take fail, but the corporates have to provide that kind of environment and the support to make that happen. And ultimately, when you talk about all these entrepreneurs playbook, I recommend, please go through the journey of Steve Jobs and his Apple Incorporation through this history. I think that's the ultimate playbook that we can think of in terms of say entrepreneurship of any context, or as an individual team or as a corporate entrepreneurship. Sorry, I didn't engage the audience in a questions manner because there are a lot of things to cover. But any quick question, I will be very happy to address before we close. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for such an enlightening session. And while we set up the stage, I must tell you, last in, first out, Business Today got an exclusive interaction with Tim Cook last week. And it turned out that the Apple CEO said, "This is India's moment," which sort of inspires the nomenclature for the next session, the world as India's oyster. The reshaping of global supply chains, China +1, a key theme that we will be exploring in the next session, India's new fortune, or missed opportunity. In this session, we'll explore how the changing dynamics in the global supply chain are bringing both opportunities and challenges to India. I'd like to call our guests, Praveer Sinha, CEO and MD, Tata Power, Shashi Kiran Sethi, Founder and Chairman, All Cargo Group, S. Suresh, MD, EID, Parry, Sajjan Bhajanka, Chairman, Century Plyboards, Pramod Sagar, MD and CEO, India RHI Magnesita. And this session Power Pack session will be moderated by none other than Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV. Can we have a huge round of applause for the next session?
Good afternoon. A very warm welcome to all of you. Namaste to the panel. It's a wonderful panel, a power-packed panel, and we'll see more such stalwarts from Indian industry through the rest of the evening. But this panel represents, between them, several hundred years of experience in doing very complex industrial projects. One of the youngest companies here does such fantastic stuff, very high, high science in some ways, in the business of refractories. And that's why the composition of the panel is great to discuss that first question that I'm going to throw. Pravir, I'll start with you, Mr. Sinha, as one of India's largest integrated power companies. The fact that this is India's moment has been said for years now. And also the fact that the world is India's oyster, particularly after COVID and particularly after what has happened in China. Beyond the numbers and the bottom line which drives you, how would you respond and tell our audience here, how is India the world's oyster?
Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you, Mr. Puri. Thank you, India Today Group, for the opportunity, and good afternoon to everyone. I come from one of the oldest companies. We are just 108 years old. But we are very young in heart in terms of what we want to do and how India can play an important role in the change, especially in terms of sustainability, clean energy, and I come from that field. But Siddharth, you rightly mentioned that post-COVID and post the geopolitical situation which is there, this is India's decade, this is India's possibly the century also, with a huge population, 1.4 billion. I think we have a great workforce over here. And it's not only the workforce which is there, but also the consumers which are there. And this is aspiring India. This is India where our young people are aspiring. They see every day on the TV, they see on their mobile phones what's happening globally and how they have missed out in many of the opportunities that they could have participated. And I think what we have seen, how India could come back very quickly after COVID. The Indian people went through very difficult times, but it was March, April, many of them walked home hundreds of kilometers, but came back, and the resilience that has been demonstrated by India really shows that India and Indians can do anything, anywhere in the globe. And I think that's the adaptability of the Indian people. In terms of economic metrics that you see, everything has been right. India continues to be the highest growing in terms of GDP. It's the 5th largest in terms of economy, 3rd in terms of purchasing power parity. So I think all the right things are happening in India. In spite of the conflict in Europe and in especially Russia and Ukraine, we have been to a very large extent insulated by the changes over there. We've been able to handle and manage, and the Indian government has been very, very proactive on this. So I think the Indian economy will really grow very fast. While there are certain things which are given,
Right.
The 6%, 7% is a given thing in India. The aspiration is how do we make it in double digit, and I expect that with the type of changes that is happening in the economy and the opportunity, and India leading globally in the G20, we will definitely get into the double digit sooner than later.
Great point to start off. Sajjanji, I'm coming to you, and many in the audience would relate to your brand and your company, because wood is expensive, it is scarce. बहुत सारे हमारे जंगल भी कट चुके हैं. But plywood is what really helps the average Indian add to his home. of course, you can't just make a home out of plywood unless you have done some innovation. But tell us, do you see in the industry that you have built up over so many decades, India being a competitor to China and in fact being an alternative destination for both investments and technology?
Thank you, Siddharth. So, when you referred plywood, so I will start with this only. Around it was 1993, that time all of a sudden we saw that there was huge demand from China, and then plywood from all over India was moving towards China. There was 50% increase in the domestic price in a span of 3 months. And then not only from India, from all over the world, things were moving to China because there was housing revolution taking place in China. The government's policy that everybody should have a house. So, and then onward, China endeavored in augmenting their capacity, and very soon, China increased their capacity almost 50 folds. And in a span of 30 years, China has become self-sufficient in plywood, not only in plywood, in the plantation timber also, which is the base of all the panel in the world. And I will give you comparison. At the moment, our plywood production is 10 million cubic meter.
10 million cubic meters.
10 million cubic meter, whereas China's production is 200 million cubic meter.
And how much of that is exported? Do you recall the how much China exports its plywood production?
But India is more or less self-sufficient in plywood. So neither we import much plywood nor we export. So, and because there is tariff, there is other restrictions, and in particle board, our capacity is only 1.5 million cubic meter. China is 35 million cubic meter. MDF, our capacity is 2 million cubic meter. China is 55 million cubic meter. So you can say that last 30 years as a lost opportunity, but I see lot of future opportunity in this because you know, in many things like infrastructure, other things taking place, so most of the developed countries, they have reached saturation point, and more or less China also reached saturation point, particularly in our segment. The growth the rate which they were maintaining for so many years has almost come to a standstill. Now the increment is not much, but we have long way to go, and there is no reason in next 20 years we shall not equal present China. Today
next
China,
20 years to equal present China.
Yeah, so now starting from here, where we are almost 1/20th in every sector, maybe we will reach 20 times from our present productivity, and I am sure housing and infrastructure would be the thrust of the country, and it will lead the development in the country, because the housing industry is an industry which support almost all the industries: steel, cement, paint, the sanitary wares, white goods,
electrical,
so everything, upholstery, furniture. So housing will lead the development. It led in China along with infrastructure. So I don't see it as a lost opportunity, but I am seeing big opportunity in future, and you will be surprised. There is a biggest misnomer that people say plywood and other panels, they destroy forest, they cut trees, it comes. But you will be surprised that present day plywood in India usage like MDF, it is 100% agroforestry.
Right, right.
There is not a single natural grown tree from the rainforest. And in particle board also, it uses leftovers, lobs and tops of the trees, and the waste wood from any source. It may be wastage of sawmill, wastage of plywood.
Right.
So, and plywood it uses 97% the plantation wood, only 3% face in needs, which comes from Gabon or some foreign countries.
Right. I also want to come back to certain labor-related and other issues, but Sajanji, I have to go to Mr. Suresh here. Mr. Suresh, as one of the oldest sugar manufacturing companies, one of the oldest distilleries in the country, somewhere mid-18th century, if I'm not wrong, your company has had a ringside view of how India has developed. The question again that a lot of people are asking today, and Mr. Bhajanka has told us we still have a long distance to catch up with China. He says we will be where China is today in 20 years. Would you agree with him, at least from the sector that you operate in, from that perspective?
First of all, thanks for the opportunity, and I represent the company AD Pari. We are in the 236th year of inception of the company. The oldest factory was started in 1842 at Nellikupam with a distillery.
Just keep the mic closer. So that
Yeah. I think I see the entire thing from an agri standpoint. There is a huge amount of natural resources and agri-produce possibility for India. India itself can feed the whole world, provided we have the right and appropriate technologies which are to be brought in. For example, the limited land availability, if you look back, way back in 1970s when they wrote the limits to growth, they said the oil will dry by 2050. But today we are looking at so many other opportunities for energy. There is huge opportunity for the agri landscape in India. I think that India, though we say the service sector has overtaken in India in terms of the GDP contribution compared to agri and your manufacturing, but I think if you look at the areas in terms of agriculture, huge losses at the post-harvesting. Not what is getting produced is actually reaching to the consumer. Most of the thing is getting commoditized and then being sold. Absolutely no value creation happening for the farmers who actually feed us. I see a huge opportunity there. What needs to be supported there is about the level of modernization, level of intelligence, artificial intelligence. Today, for example, I can quote something on sugarcane. Sugarcane consumes huge amount of water. Today we have technologies where the plant decides how much water it will require. Through this, we have got an experimental plots which run with the 33% of water requirement compared to the normal sugarcane. There are technologies available. What India needs is the right appropriate technologies at the farm level, which is going to help the farmers to adapt to these technologies and multiply the productivity of the produce. Thereby, we will be in a better position to...
It's a good point that Mr. Suresh makes here. Just as Mr. Bhajanka spoke about China's leadership position in plywood production, so in agri-products and processing of agriculture products, China leads there by leaps and bounds in many, many sectors, and obviously even larger than Europe combined. Mr. Sagar, I come to you, and before I ask you a question, just tell our audience here, how old or young is your company?
Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you, Puri Saab. Thank you, India Today Group, for the opportunity. First of all, let me tell, refractory industry itself is a not very well known industry. So most of the people might be not knowing what is refractory. So refractory is a very core business. Without refractory, we cannot produce steel, cement, glass, aluminium, you name it, you need a refractory. Where there's a heat, there's a refractory. So it is a very, very important.
And the heat is 1300 centigrades or thereabouts.
Above, yes. So it is very important. And it's a small industry. In India, it is about 14,000 crore industry. Globally, $22 billion industry. So my company, if I talk about a parent company, along with that, talking about RHA Magnesita, it came into inception in 1889. So almost more than 150 years or so. So, but in India, the company refractory industry, which earlier it was Orient Abrasives, it came into 1986. So, so this is about the company.
Okay. Now, the reason I got to sort of divert it into the age of the companies here is to tell our audience and all our viewers across the Business Today platforms that when we talk about India's manufacturing capacity and its depth, it's not as if we are just coming into that some of these sectors now. We are certainly, in many sectors, we have hundreds of years of experience. And that brings me to the point to you again. Today, if you look back 20 years and look forward 20 years, where do you see a growth coming from? What is the potential and the opportunity that you see?
You see, if we talk about 20 years back, probably we were 100 years behind China. And we have really leapfrog, jumping many times in 20 years. And I can say we are still not there where we need to be, but next decade or so, as Praveen sir said, belongs to India. Being a president of World Refractory Association, I attend many Indian global platforms, and everybody is talking about, yes, this decade and the next decade belongs to India. So I'm very sure we will be, going to double digit very soon, as Praveen sir said. And I see people start looking at India. They want an alternative other than China. And we can deliver that. Only thing is we need to look into our cost structure, our productivity. These are the two things which we, if we can.
That's a very good point. And Praveer, I'm coming to you on that. Labor costs. Now, this is not a question necessarily with your company or the sector that you operate in. We see a huge amount of people who are unemployed and seek employment and gainful employment. Yet on the other hand, you see a talent crunch also. Labor costs in India in many sectors are beyond some of the other economies in our neighborhood, and that is also causing a problem. And execution difficulties, the point that Mr. Sagar referred to. Is this going to be our biggest problem as we hope and aspire to replace China to whatever extent in the global supply chains?
It may not be the biggest problem, but this is definitely an issue today, because what has happened is that the teaching that takes place in schools and colleges and what is required in business to run these factories, run the establishments, run the enterprise are very different. And I think the convergence has to take place where more of vocational training, ability to do things with your own hand. We have demonstrated that when it came to knowledge industry in IT. Our engineers are globally one of the best. But when it came to industrial production, to carrying out industrial activity, we do not have the type of productivity, and that is because the skill sets we do not have.
So would you say that higher education, technical education is one of the least reformed sectors, at least as per industry needs?
I would not say higher education. I would say we need to have very good ITIs, we need to have very good diploma, we need to have very good skill sets. Excellent carpenters, excellent masons, excellent plumbers. We unfortunately do not. Excellent mechanics who can open the machine and set it right in hours. And this is something.
Why has that not happened? Is it a class bias or is it an institutional problem?
This is an institutional problem because our institutions do not have the labs, do not have the facilities which allows you and gives you the opportunity to open a vehicle or open any machine and do it. I think what happens is you go to any of the institutions, there is one machine and everyone is just shown around. Rather than they are being asked that you roll up your sleeves, open each and every component of it and see what it is inside there. So I think our ability to do with our own hands, we are not training people. And whatever is happening is because through generations people have done certain activities and that's why they are doing it, and it is more self-learning that people are doing.
Right.
And the same people, when they go outside, you go to Middle East or anywhere in Southeast Asia, you find the most skilled people are the Indians who are working over there. And they are very hardworking, they really do fantastic job. But when it comes to doing over here, we are not providing them that platform and opportunity.
You know, I'm reminded of the fact that we are having this conversation in Mumbai. And in my childhood here in this city, I can't imagine having a conversation about this because the dominant headline theme would be militant trade unionism. But let's leave that. Sajjanji, if you were given the opportunity, I don't know, in fact, pardon my ignorance on that fact, to set up a new factory and the choice was between China and India today, which country would you choose? And give me an honest answer, not an answer for the gallery here.
I would definitely prefer India because I see...
No, that is your heart speaking. Aapka nationalism bol raha hai.
I'll give you, like your earlier question. I went to China in the year...
Sir, if you can just keep the mic closer to...
China in the year 2007. And that time wages over there were 3,000 rupees per month. And India also, it was more or less 3,000 rupees per month. And now India's wages by and large 10, 12,000, at the most 15,000. But China's wages are
50,000. Sorry, we seem to have lost audio on that. Can you just pass on this mic, sir? We'll try and fix that one. Yes, sir.
Last 15 years, they intentionally increase the wages to enrich people. So now it is to India's advantage. And another thing, I admit it, our technical training and other things are very inferior in comparison to China. But most of the manufacturing processes, workers, they don't need to know much. They need only to perform the task given to them. Right. They are attached to one machine.
Yeah, that's assembly line manufacturing.
Yeah, so that could be taught to him. And if he masters that particular thing, then so many years he is to repeat the same thing. So that way, technology is important, but for manufacturing, you can train people and make them competitive production-wise.
Okay. Mr. Bhajanka, yes, take that mic.
If I can just make two anecdotal points. One is that in Tata Power, we had done a lot of investment outside India. 5 years back, we decided we'll divest all that and put money in India because we see a huge market and a potential, and why we should go somewhere else and struggle to do. Secondly, we are setting up a...
Was that reversal in strategy guided only by the India opportunity or the fact that post 2008 the global opportunity changed?
I think the India opportunity, and this is a place that we know, we understand, it is our people, and our ability to get things done is much better. The second point is on the manufacturing. I think we also suffer from a mindset. And we are in the process of setting one of the large manufacturing facility to make solar cells and modules. And we have now taken a task and we are in the process of implementing it, where 80% of the operators, and these are nearly 2,000 operators, who will be women operators. So we've now looked at all the ITIs and all the diploma colleges in one state, and we are training them, and I can tell you that the initial results are fantastic in their ability to produce and the quality of work that they are doing.
Mr. Suresh, I'm going to ask you this question and I don't know whether you will want to answer it, but do you feel that progress in our farming sector and going from basic farm produce to the next level and beyond is being held by our politics?
No, I think if I understand rightly, the progress from the basic thing to the value addition you are talking about, I think that is left to the manufacturers or the farmers. Farmers today, they are not in a position to foresee the probable value what they can unlock from the produce. I think that is where the industries need to chip in. For example...
so then why does it happen in China and why is it not happening in India?
I'll just come back to that. For example, 1 year back, 6 months back, there was a international Moringa fair which was done in Salem. We understand every day Moringa leaves are being sent from here to Canada by flight.
Every day, Moringa leaves are sent to Canada
Moringa leaves
from Tamil
are
Nadu.
being sent. What we are getting as a Moringa, what a palak, what we are getting for some 10 rupees, it is being sent for some 380 rupees as a one bundled pack. So there is a huge opportunity for the agri-produce outside. I think there is a link which needs to come. We need to identify what value creations can happen with those agri-produce and try and link the farmers. Poor farmers, they will not be in a position to go and see the other side of the market. That is where the people like us, the people who are in the food industry, they have to chip in and then try and bridge the gap by bringing in the entry level, what do you call as the logistics thing, where the fruits and vegetables produced do not perish, number one. At the same time, try and see what value creation can happen. In fact, we are working along with the CIA over there to try and see, to put on some R&D in terms of what can be done towards the value addition for Moringa. Moringa is a 80,000 crore industry, they are saying, worldwide. But hardly we are getting any value out of it. So I think that
I absolutely had no idea about Moringa and the price. I mean, I've had it, but I didn't know that there was so much money that could be made there.
I think it is with us and it is possible. That's why I said, when I said that we can feed the world, that means so much of opportunity is yet to be unlocked. And we are talking about the cost. I think the important cost, what we need to keep in mind, in my opinion, as far as the country is concerned, when so much of manufacturing comes into India, I think there is a lot of hidden costs of drawal of the natural resources. I think that we all have to keep in mind. For example, I think 1 year back, we had Andhra Pradesh government raising the water charges from 1 rupees per meter cube to 120 rupees per meter cube.
Absolutely.
So, we are only talking about labor costs. What is the cost of the drawal of resources, what we are doing, natural resources, and what is that we are going to left behind for the future generations?
That's a very...
We should not grow very much in the next 10 years, and what are we going to leave for the next generation? That cost needs to get factored in, is my view.
That's a very good and sobering point. Mr. Sagar, before I come to you, I just want to relate this to the audience. I saw today on social media that a young company, a tech company has decided to offer a 4-year engineering course where there will be 1 year of industrial attachment and among other things, subjects like chemistry will be optional for the student to decide to read at the end of the course, which is not the case with traditional engineering and leads to a lot of frustration and skill set mismatch. Mr. Sagar, I'm coming to you on this, on the point of the domestic market in India. A lot of companies, including foreign investors, have discovered over the last 30 years that the size of the India opportunity, even if it is in volume terms, but in value terms and margin terms, it is much, much smaller than many other countries. Is that changing, or do you see that remaining the same?
No, it's changing and changing exponentially. Last, say, 7 to 8 years, it has changed dramatically, and virtually every multinational is now coming to India. My own company is having their own business in China. We have 7 companies, and now we are investing heavily in India. And my competition also, everybody is coming to India because they are seeing not only volume but margins also. And in spite of what I said earlier, we need to look into productivity and skill set, which Mr. Piramal is saying. We are improving. And there's a long way to go, but we are improving. And I think the world has realized that India can be an alternate, and we can have a good business with good margins.
Okay, I just have a minute and a half, so 20 seconds to everyone, starting with you. One key hurdle or roadblock that you would like the government at the center or the state to fix immediately. What comes top of mind?
I would say we should not have a change of guard. The government is putting a lot of pressure on infrastructure. We should continue with that.
Okay. So I thought you were going to talk about 2024 elections, but we'll do that off the stage.
Now, for me, it is a first mile infrastructure for the agri-produce. That has to change immediately.
Better roads, more power.
Storage.
Storage.
First mile infrastructure.
First mile infrastructure
for minimizing the post-harvest losses.
First mile infrastructure in Bharat. He's not just talking about India, but Bharat. Sajjanji?
Government should unshackle the business and industry. Still, there are so many restrictions and this environmental clearance, prior to that, public hearings and other things.
How many compliances does your company have to deal with?
Many things. I'm in cement also. So plywood, not that much, but in cement, minings and other things are involved. And now, like the industry, putting up the industry,
right,
it has become like hurdle race. Okay. And hurdles are decided. But in industry, hurdles are not decided. You start and people will come, block you this way or that way, put this hurdle.
One industrialist told me that it is easier to set up in Dubai FTZ rather than in his own hometown.
It is cakewalk in Dubai.
Mr. Sinha, the last word on that question to you.
I think the least governance is the best governance, and I think in many of the sectors, government should move out and allow the private sector to come in and bring the best in terms of technology, productivity. And the other area that I think use of digital technology will help in the governance.
Absolutely, and we'll have more sessions on that. With that, it's a big thank you to the entire panel here and to the audience here. A round of applause for them. Thank you once again. Ayush, over to you.
Thank you, Siddharth, for that wonderful session, and a huge thank you to our guests as well. And now we're setting up for a very special fireside chat. It's titled Animal Spirits, the Investment Drought, the Growth Binge, and the Skill of the Entrepreneur. In this fireside chat, we will discuss some of the big opportunities and challenges facing leaders today and gain some deep insights into deriving the best value from investments, especially during the current investment drought. It gives me immense pleasure to invite our next guest up on stage, none other than Ajay Piramal, Chairman at the Piramal Group. And this fireside chat will be hosted by Saurav Majumdar, Editor, Business Today. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Good evening, everybody. Big thank you to Mr. Ajay Piramal, iconic entrepreneur, as everybody knows. Also the chairman of the Piramal Group, of course, and the chairperson of our very important and high-powered jury, which has selected the winners for this evening. So multiple thanks to you, Mr. Piramal, on this evening. The subject, as Ayush mentioned, is animal spirits. And who better to tell us about animal spirits of entrepreneurs in India than one of the foremost entrepreneurs India has seen. A master strategist, a master investor, and a master of timing. So we will start first a little bit with the macro scenario, Mr. Piramal, and then come to your investment mantra, which I'm sure the audience will be very, very keen to understand. Not sure many of us can replicate anything which you've done, but still. We have talked a lot about global headwinds. We've talked about inflation, interest rates. In India, the scenario seems to be a little bit under control. We've had interest rates, being raised by the Reserve Bank from last May onwards. There is a pause now, and the governor has said it's a pause, not a pivot. But at the same time, we are keeping a close watch on that. And then there is, of course, the global headwinds, supply chain problems continue. How do you see India's growth prospects in this situation, Mr. Piramal?
Saurabh, you're right that there are lots of global headwinds. But I think on balance, if you look at India, rather than headwinds, I see that there are tailwinds. The reason being that several of these reasons. I think, first of all, in COVID, we managed, I think it's the Ministry of Finance and the government as well as the RBI has managed the situation much better than what anybody expected. As you know, we did actually opposite of what most of the economists from the IMF, the World Bank said. For instance, we just did not give doles just like that. And there was a lot of pressure in the beginning, if you remember. Also, I think there was targeted giving of loans, whether it was to the MSME sector, whether it was to the small business as well as bigger industries. Second thing, the way we could we looked after the people who were economically backward by ensuring that they got free food grains, the direct benefit transfer, all that meant that the economy has done well. And the headwinds which are global, whether it is in terms of the conflict between Russia, Ukraine, the issues with China that everybody talks about, supply chain, in some ways it has been a plus. So you hear strategies now always about China plus one, and I think Ukraine and the Russia conflict, I think we've played a very balanced role, which means that the costs of energy and all have been kept in control. So overall, I think that we are in a better place, and what I see when I meet many large foreign investors today, and you all have covered it, all the media covers it, that there is a lot of interest, positive interest in India today in terms of they do want to invest. Obviously, many things have to happen yet, but I think it's a good time.
Having said that, Mr. Piramal, you are absolutely right that there is enormous interest in India, of course. But there is also a conversation which happens among many CEOs, and many of them are here today with us, will be speaking to us over the course of the rest of the evening. But there is also the question about too many compliances, the burden of compliances. And that's a huge problem which many of them still grapple with. Of course, the government is aware of that. They've been trying their best to try and reduce that, but it's still just a very, very small element. So what exactly do you see? Do you think when we talk of animal spirits, is that a big hindrance which you see, and what are your thoughts on that?
Well, if you really want to push what's the right word for animal spirits to become even more spirited, if I may use the word, then yes, regulations need to come down, and some of the compliances I think need to come down. Also, I find that there are several independent regulators which are working at the same time, and sometimes which are at conflict with one another, or which are sometimes competing with one another to have more regulation. So I think if we can sit down together and bring down regulation, that will be good. And we should have this thing that, you trust people and verify. So if there is a issue, pull them up. But let's have, rather than having everything to be pre-approved and then done, another way would be to allow them to do things, set the boundaries, allow the people to do things, and if there is an issue, you take necessary action.
I mean, you have so many friends in this corporate sector, many of them very close friends with you. Do you think that this is a common concern which you can then take to the government and get them to act faster?
What I find is nowadays the government is open to suggestions. It's not that they are close to suggestions, and I think they are I have found that there are now opportunities to give these suggestions to them, and many of them are taken on board. So it is a process. We were at one extreme, now we are moving towards the right direction, and hopefully I'm optimistic.
That's great, Mr. Piramal. We'll come now to what we said is your investment mantra. And that's something which very, very many people would be keen to know about. Now, you know, you've been hailed as a master investor, a master of timing, because, you know, it's all about timing, whether it was the Abbott, the sale to Abbott, whether it was your investment in Vodafone and then your exit from Vodafone at multiples of what you invested in. What is the secret sauce? How do you deal with that? What keeps you ticking when it comes to making investments?
I wish there was a secret sauce, and I would have been very happy to share with you. So it's not a secret. I have to still figure out the sauce yet. But I'll just tell you. So like let's take the example of pharmaceuticals. Actually, we were a late entrant in pharmaceuticals. I think very often what I have understood about investing is that one has to understand what the environment is and what you look at the future. Sometimes the headlines, with all due respect to whether it's the media or the consultants or everybody, talks the same language. And I've seen the same group of same consultants will go to 10 different companies in the same industry and give similar advice. So everybody thinks similarly. But what is it behind that one has to understand? So when we entered pharmaceuticals, I remember that was a time when almost everybody said that India is not a good place for pharmaceuticals, whether it was for drug price, whether it was for no patent protection, etc., etc. But we felt that therefore the valuations were low, but we felt that the future in India for pharmaceuticals was good because it was not covered much, so that's why we invested. At the time we exited, I'm talking of the domestic business, so I'm not talking of global. We realized that everybody was talking the same language, India great, India best, you know, and the multiples were crazy. And we didn't see that happening in the future. So just as an aside, when we entered pharma, we paid at a multiple of 0.3 times of sales to acquire. And when we sold, it was about 9.5 times of sales. So you can see that it was not because of, it was simple, that rather than going through consultants and all. So similarly in Vodafone, that time was a time when there was not, it was post the financial crisis, so there were limited amount of funds in the country, and banks, as you know, cannot lend for acquisition of shares, and therefore there was an opportunity. And obviously we had also in our mind said that it was never going to be a long-term investment because it just required too much of capital, so we sold it at the right time. So that's how it is.
And that got massive returns and coverage and all of that. But I remember when we spoke to you a few months ago for our cover story in Business Today, you mentioned something very interesting, which is you buy imperfect and sell perfect. That's something which is very important, that you buy imperfect and sell when perfect. Just could you elaborate a little bit on that theory?
Okay, so when you are doing, if you are doing an acquisition today, one has to go really underneath the skin of the acquisition to find out what is the value there is there. So, and therefore, if it's all a perfect asset, then everybody can see it, and it's a competitive bid, so everybody bids for it, and you're always high. I'll take the case of DHFL, which is in fact the largest transaction in the financial services space in the NBFC, which we did a couple of years ago. Now, on the face of it, there was so much of negativity of that business, and nobody, there was so much of fraud, etc., etc. But when you went into it, the fraud was more on one part of the book, which was the wholesale book. But the retail had a good value, but you had to go into depth to understand that. So that was an imperfect asset, and therefore that's when we realized that, and when there's an imperfect asset, most people would hesitate to take it because there is some risk. And for a large company, especially if it's a foreign company, it's very difficult to, explain why you've done something, because there are a lot of, auditors, and the diligence, etc., is difficult. So that's where an entrepreneur can take that risk. If you can assess the risk, then you can invest in it. And therefore, we did a lot of assessment of what the real quality of the book would be, and therefore we could pay what we did. Nobody else was willing to do that. So and when you sell, if it's perfect, then like Abbott, I'm very happy that even after 10 years, whatever we had said till now works. The systems are still the same. The teams are similar. Now many have retired, but nothing has changed. So that's a perfect asset. You get a perfect value.
No, in fact, I must say that, this gentleman here, smiling face, extremely soft-spoken, bid really hard for DHFL, and we have been covering that, and that was a fight to the finish, and you ended up winning. What were your thoughts when you were really, because that was a real closely fought contest, and you ended up on the winning side with DHFL?
Those were the times of COVID, so probably we had more time to think about what was right and wrong. There was no travel, there were no meetings, so no, but seriously, I think we could do a fair amount of analysis. Even first in the beginning, we didn't think that the value was so much. But now using technology, using what was machine learning, we could really assess the risk and what was the potential for it. In DHFL, there was so much of media. There was also, frankly, some of our competitors were not always using this straight and narrow path, but so be it. I think we just persisted with it, and frankly, it was...
In fact, that brings me to a very interesting point, Mr. Piramal. You bid very aggressively for DHFL. You acquired it. Now you have, two clear, distinct lines of business in the group now, financial services and pharma. But, on the financial services side, while there were these problem assets like ILFS, DHFL, Shrey afterwards, but there are also these larger groups which are now coming in, like financial services. Your group is very involved in financial services, and there are new players as well, the new kids on the block, as we've reported once, like Godrej and many others, like Poonawalla, for instance. How do you look at this kind of a paradox that there have been some, big-time collapses, and yet there is so much of interest in the NBFC space at this point? How do you look at that?
So globally also, if you see, the financial services whole industry is one of the largest, and it is always remain, because if you want to do it, if you really want to grow, then you need loans. You cannot grow only on equity. So in a growth economy like India, there will be always need for financial services. And nowhere in the world do you have a large market share. It's always a fragmented industry anywhere in the world. Even in the US, it's all fragmented. So many groups will come. The reason why some of these failed was also, I think it was really a question of governance. It was question of, ethics, whether it is ILFS, whether it was DHFL. These were in the same category, if I may say. And sometimes people make mistakes. It's not only in India. You've seen globally. Recently, you've seen Credit Suisse, 160-year-old institution. Everybody thought it was at the prime. And what was the value? 3 billion or something. You can't believe it. Or look at SVB. So these are big mistakes which people have made, and the cost of making a mistake in an NBFC is much higher than anywhere else, because at the end of the day, your equity is only one, and the debt sitting on it, can be 3 to 10 times. So.
But equally, Mr. Piramal, in today's times with regulations what they are, the regulatory arbitrage between an NBFC and a bank, for instance, is narrowing, which is why we see mergers like HDFC Bank's merger with HDFC and so on. Do you see, that as a hindrance to NBFC scaling up in the future? And what are your plans for a bank? Will that ever happen in India as we see it?
So, there is clearly the regulatory arbitrage which used to be there between the NBFC and the banks is really I mean, diminishing, and over time I see the way more and more regulations are being imposed upon, it's going to become very, very little, and that's not a good thing. Frankly, I think NBFCs everywhere, and more so in India, play a very, very important role. It's impossible for the banks to go into, if you want to develop India, the tier 2, 3, 4 cities have to develop, and as much as you push, it's very difficult for a bank to go there and reach those things. And frankly, I think in India there is very, very few banks. For an economy of our size, we are actually starved of banking, and therefore NBFCs do fit in. And there is a concern, and I think time will tell what will happen. Whether we'll go in for banking or not, I think after a certain size one has to look at it, because again, banks are the ones which can really attract all the liabilities in a, whether it's public deposits, else, that's the main thing. So at
But
some
then there
stage,
is regulatory problems
will be.
there. I mean,
Yes,
there is a problem of regulation there, where large industrial houses cannot enter banking at this point. Do you see that changing at some point?
I think they'll have to find some solution. Otherwise, how will a bank grow? How every, bank needs capital to grow. In an economy like India, even now, our debt to GDP is about 55%, which is the lowest. Whether you look at the US, and whether China or any other developed country, it's a multiple of GDP, and we are half of it. And you can't grow without debt. So where will it come from? Either you will have to, and you will need stronger banks. Please tell me which are the large banks in India. Over time now, you don't find many.
And that's where we talk about, again, animal spirits. If there are entrepreneurs who fit RBI's definition of fit and proper, who have had a storied, track record, I mean, it would follow that at some point regulation would have to look carefully at that.
But unfortunately, what's happened in the last few years, there have been some big collapses.
Yes.
DHFL being one of them, and you've seen some other, whether it's Yes Bank and ILFS
Yes.
and several other institutions. So I think they've become so conservative, and no regulator wants to stick his neck out and give a license. And if after future it fails, then you'll blame the regulator. So
Do you think that has set back the whole move towards corporates entering banking?
I think it has. The positive side, and which I think regulators should appreciate, is that they have actually made regulations very tight. So all the things, the excesses that happened, will not easily happen. To say that it will never happen is not possible. You've seen that in the US, you've seen that in Switzerland, you've seen that in Europe. So something will happen, but that doesn't mean for one or two mistakes you actually compromise the entire system.
But the governor recently also in interviews, etc., has made it clear that, the Indian banking system is very well insulated from, these kind of fluctuations.
So it is, in fact it is. And if you look at overall the quality of assets that the banking system has today is very good. The NPAs today are the lowest that are there if you take aggregate of bank. I agree with it. That's why I'm saying regulations has been very good. But will there be no failure? You can't say. There could be one or two failures. We have to accept that.
As long as you ring fence the rest of
Correct.
the system.
Yeah.
We'll come back to a bit of your strategy once again, Mr. Piramal. You have been, your strategy has, a lot of it has been dependent on M&As. Would that kind of continue now that you have two distinct lines? Are more M&As on the horizon, or do you think you're okay for the moment?
No, according to us, M&A and the normal organic growth, it always goes hand in hand. It's not that one is at the expense of the other. And it's not M&A for the sake of M&A, only if there is value to be created. First of all, if there's a strategic fit, and if there's value to be created. So let's look at DHFL. I mean, there was a strategic fit. We were actually too overweight on wholesale. So we had to get into retail. to get into build an organic retail business from what we are today would have taken us 7-8 years. You've seen all retail businesses. I mean, it's not that. Look at all the most successful ones. So that was the reason why we had to get. And what have we done after that? Actually, we've grown it organically. So, I mean, last year we've grown from the time we've grown 45% in the last year itself. So it's because we've invested in people, we've invested in technology, we've invested in distribution. So we believe that it's a combination of both.
And given the group's DNA and your personal track record and experience, I don't think we can ever write off M&As from the Piramal Group's future game plan. Am I right?
Yeah, so it will be. If there's an opportunity, I'm sure that we'll do that.
Also, Mr. Piramal, now the two lines of business are handled by your children, Anand heading the financial services part, and of course Nandini looking at the pharma part. You know, what is your role now as they turn entrepreneurs in their own right, head the businesses and take them? I know how invested they are in each of their businesses. What is your advice to them?
So I think they've both had enough experience. It's not that both have got a good background of education, if that makes a difference on one side. They've got good experience. I think they've got good teams. So as and when they want me, I'm there. If they don't want me, I'm happy. I have many things to do.
But has your role changed? I doubt that.
It has changed. It has. And it's hopefully changing even more.
And you are more like, you know, advisor to them rather than a hands-on leader at this point?
They would take the heavy lifting, but I'm still around if you want.
Very much so. In fact, Mr. Piramal, we're running out of time. I just wanted to ask you, when you turned entrepreneur in the 70s and when you really got into the business, what would you think, how has the entrepreneurial ecosystem changed? What are the key 1 or 2 points which you see as the key changing elements right now as for new entrepreneurs?
So obviously when I entered, there was a lot of regulation. I mean, I remember, now I'm sounding very old, but what to do? You know, if you had to travel abroad, if I had to make a trip to the UK or anywhere, I had to take RBI approval for every specific trip. And they would limit it to some like $30 a day. And if you had some little bit influence, they would give you $40 or so. I mean, so those were the days. I mean, you could not, I cannot imagine today you can invest anything abroad. All that was not there. So the duties, I think the average duty was like more than 100%. So I'm sounding old, but the fact is that if you wanted a telephone line, you had to wait for 6-7 years. The fiat used to be 8 years. So, I mean, those were different days. But some things have remained the same. I think that's more important, constant. I think it's the values. Whether you had values 50 years ago, and I can see Narendran there, he may talk about 150-year-old values still exist. So that continues, and I think that's important.
Absolutely right, Mr. Piramal. Ladies and gentlemen, Piramal Group Chairman Ajay Piramal, it's absolutely pleasure speaking to you.
Thanks so much, good sirs, for that absolutely fascinating session. And that fireside chat will be followed by an equally scintillating session where we'll be exploring how leading organizations are striking the right balance between leveraging for development and managing debt risk in their path towards achieving sustainable growth. Now, this session will be moderated by our managing editor at Business Today TV, Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, and we'll be joined on stage by a stellar panel: Suresh Narayanan, CMD Nestle India, TV Narendran, CEO and MD Tata Steel, Sunita Reddy, MD Apollo Hospitals Enterprise, and through the course of this session, while we will be setting the context, you'll also be joined by Sanjeev Krishnan, Chairperson PwC, Dinesh Kumar Khara, Chairman SBI. It's going to be an action-packed session. Siddharth, can we please have you and the guests on stage? Can we have a huge round of applause for this massive session? The session is titled Leverage Play, the appetite for growth, the lure of easy debt, managing leverage risk, how India's best corporations, the top corporations in the country, strike the right balance. Over to you, Siddharth. Leverage play is our next session.
Thank you very much, Ayush. And after Mr. Piramal's frank conversation here with Saurav, I have three stellar members of Corporate India. We'll also be joined by India's largest banker and one of the best consultants. They're stuck in Mumbai traffic, so please do excuse them. And we'll get them on the stage when they come in. But the topic really, in 2023, a year that many of you, and I'll start with you, Mr. Narayan, when COVID happened and then we started coming out of COVID and then Ukraine happened, did you have any idea of what 2023 would look like, at least from a corporate balance sheet perspective? And has it played out to script in the 4 months of the calendar year so far?
Thank you, Siddharth. You know, if I were able to predict the future, I should have been God.
Or maybe an astrologer.
Or even an astrologer gets things wrong. But clearly, I think the kind of changes that have been upon us post-COVID, in terms of leadership, in terms of people, in terms of planning, process, have all been pretty dramatic. And I think one of the things that it has taught us, and I think the wisdom of leadership tells you that everyone is mortal, however immortal you may think you are. And your best made plans of men can be thrown apart in just a matter of days, weeks or minutes. And I think that's something, that humbling fact, that better get to plan for the short term and get it right, rather than 5-year plans, 10-year plans, 20-year plans, 50-year plans. They're too far into the horizon, as far as certainly corporates, and I put myself into a humble corporate there, is concerned. And that's really the biggest lesson. And also that I think going through the maelstrom of COVID and beyond, it has taught us that in leadership at any level, compassion trumps competence.
Compassion trumps competence. That's a good point. And from what Mr. Piramal had told us, there will be questions for consultants, at least from what Suresh said. But I'm coming to you, TV. We were last at Davos, and a lot of the China-related questions were asked. But I want to stick to the script and pose the following question to you. There was pre-2008, if I can take the liberty of describing India Inc.'s behavior, it was growth at all costs. And then we saw the house of debt come apart. In the last few years, I think a lot of companies are still finding their way around. What is the mantra of corporate India? Is it growth at reasonable cost today? Or do you think we are back in boom times?
So I think, obviously there's an India story and there's a global story, right? If you look at 2008, it was more driven by what was happening in China. China had a fantastic decade of growth and the world was riding onto that, and the banking system in the US had also gone through whatever they did, right? So you had a different scenario. Then you had a China slowdown. I think now obviously the agenda to some extent is being set by India, clearly. But I think it's also very important to watch what's happening in China, because you can't ignore China. And if China grows at 5-6% or 5%, that's like India growing at 20%. So to that extent, it has a huge impact, right? So to me, the India story is strong, but we cannot ignore the fact that the world is slowing down a bit. there's still a fair amount of concern, whether it's the US, whether it's Europe. Inflation seems to be under control, but you know, there's obviously only that much countries can spend. You know, soon after COVID, a lot of countries were spending a lot of money, but now they are a bit more circumspect about it. So I do see growth to be a bit more of a challenge now, but I think the India story is strong. So if you are a company which is impacted only by the economic situation in India, then you're in a good position. If you're linked to what's happening globally, and most companies are, then you would be a bit more circumspect.
Well, you could take a look at the BSE 500 and figure out that most companies are linked to what is happening globally. And viewers and the audience here, take note of the fact that China and the US are constants when it comes to India's economy. And if you focus only on the stock market, then definitely what happens in terms of the US, a flood of liquidity or it being brought back. Coming to you, Ms. Reddy, the mention of China and the health crisis that it sent all across the world and the lessons that we learned. Today, and I'm taking Suresh's point forward about compassion, do you think we are better placed as a country when it comes to our overall healthcare infrastructure, or have the immediate lessons of COVID been forgotten a bit?
No, I think we definitely have not forgotten the lessons of COVID, in the sense that healthcare became the center of the economy. It impacted both the economy and the health of a nation. So I think it continues to happen, and if you see what's happening in the listed space and in the healthcare space, there's a lot of PE money flowing in for acquisitions. What I would like to see, however, is more investment, capex, into new hospital bed creation. And there is a demand-supply gap, which I believe a lesson from COVID is that private sector has to be incentivized to work with the government or independently to add additional beds and therefore more capex into healthcare.
I used to imagine, and that's a very interesting observation that you made, that I live in the NCR, in fact in Delhi, and all around me in the NCR, we see a lot of private sector investments in the health, in hospitals happening. There's of course also the expansion by the central government when it comes from the All India Institute perspective. But did I understand you right that you feel that the private sector investments in this space are not happening enough? Did I get that right?
I said it's not happening to create new bed capacity. Okay. There's been a lot of let me say acquisitions happening rather than the creation of new bed capacity, which is what the country needs.
Top of it right now, can you recall or tell us a number of beds that India needs across all levels?
100,000 for the next 10 years.
Sorry,
100,000 for the next 10 years.
100,000 for the next 10 years. And how short are we of that?
We have 1 bed per 1,000 people. We should make it 4 beds per 1,000. So we're at 25% of what we need to do.
So these are sobering numbers, because we sometimes get lost in the euphoria that the markets generate and corporate balance sheets and oversized earnings, and this is reality. In one of the previous sessions, we realized that even in plywood manufacturing, how behind China we were, and sort of not to feel jealous, but it's an aspirational thing. TV, coming to you, in terms of the shifts and disruptions that you yourself have managed to capitalize on, if you could just share with our audience and to sort of go beyond just dry numbers, in the last 2 years, how have you as a corporate leader managed to take your company and the business to grab those opportunities?
You know, I think we were very clear that India is where the opportunity is. India is where we've been for more than 100 years. But 10, 15 years back, when we wanted to build scale, there were few opportunities in India, because there were very few inorganic growth opportunities in India. And organic growth took time, because to build a steel plant, you need to acquire 3,000 acres of land, and it took us 10 years to start a new site. Right? So in that context, IBC was a great opportunity for us. And we were the first company to acquire, move and acquire. We acquired Bhushan Steel. We also saw other opportunities. We had 2 other acquisitions. We had the Usha Martin steel business, and then we did the Nilachal acquisition. which was again a privatization of a government company. Very different, but I think there were opportunities that came our way. Yes, we added debt to our balance sheet, but I think we got the timing right. We could pay down a lot of that debt over the last 2-3 years when things turned better. So I think we are in a better position today. I think we have more sites, which is to me the bottleneck in India when you want to grow. If you have to start a new site, it takes a long time. So I think over the last few years, we've capitalized on inorganic growth opportunities. Now we have enough in our existing sites to really leverage it and grow organically to double the size that we are today. So I think we're well placed for that.
Was the NCLT acquisition easier versus the post-acquisition sort of integration?
No, I think since we were the first, there were a lot of learnings, and we had to engage a lot with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs because, for instance, when you acquire these companies, what happens to the old taxes that the government was claiming from the then promoters, things like that. You know, so a lot of things needed to get clarified. We went through that. So I think that was probably more challenging. Getting the most out of the asset, I think we've been in the steel business long enough to do that. Integrating, yes, has its own challenges because different cultures, so getting that together. But we, I think, did reasonably well. And now what was then Bhushan Steel is part of Tata Steel. It's not even a separate entity. It's one of the sites of Tata Steel. So I think we've had a good story there.
That's a good point. Mr. Nai, I'm reminded of the time when Maggi noodles were in a soup. And you spent a lot of time trying to extricate the company out of that soup. What lessons did you learn then which are still relevant today in today's business environment?
I think that's a very good question. And probably the first thing that we learned was that perception is reality. That you might have a reality that you think is the truth, but unless you speak and talk about it, engage about it, and in all humility and modesty, go about convincing people on where you stand, you make a big mistake. So I think that was one. Secondly, that like human beings are not immortal, corporates can never take themselves to be immortal. You can have a near-death experience, and you have to do something about it. You know, in the peak of good health, you can have a heart attack, and that's exactly what happened to us. In the peak of good health, we had our heart attack, and we realized that to be connected, to innovate, to empower, to enable, and to get the leadership at the right level, to take the right actions, is the secret of good performance.
What stents did you put in the business?
Interesting. I think the first stent, the first thing that I focused on, I'm very much a strong believer in the fact that culture eats strategy for breakfast. I always believe in that. So while I can be hard-nosed about numbers, I honestly believe that the culture of an organization is key. Look at all the leadership failures around you. It has to do with culture, seldom to do with strategy. So we worked a lot on the culture of the company. How do you get people to act? How do you get people to make failures and yet not be castigated for it? Now these all look simple, but to institutionalize it takes time. How do you innovate and try out new things? How do you allow leadership and youth to take the seat at the table? And finally, how do you keep your balance between growth, profitability, and the interests of all your stakeholders at all points in time?
A quick one before I go to Sunita, and this is, if there was one thing that you could change in that entire noodle saga, what would that be?
I wish we had reacted earlier.
Okay, so lessons for corporate India from the man himself. So there I'm coming to the point, and I'm not pushing the Maggie agenda here at all. The disease burden that this country faces, the pollution, what has happened to our groundwater, the pesticides in the food chain, you see the final manifestation on it in the hospital beds that you run. Every year you make presentations to the government at the state and the center level. But with all seriousness, do you think we are moving forward in dealing with that, or are we stuck at the same point in time?
You know, I believe we're moving forward, and we're moving forward in terms of technology, in terms of hiring, attracting new talent into the industry, and we're moving forward, like I said, technology in terms of digital. So we're able to deliver healthcare at the last mile. But that is not enough. I think there's so much more, because even without considering the environment, the disease burden in India is so high that by 2030 we would probably have to spend $1 trillion just for the NCDs, which are non-communicable diseases.
$1 trillion.
Yes. If you think of, like you said, heart attack. I know when you made that statement, I said, is that destiny, is that karma or science, when if you were to get a heart attack at 30, really you wonder. But we really have, there is an opportunity to do so much. There's oncology, there's cancer, there's orthopedics, there's cardiology and strokes. So these are the major killers that is even affecting young India. That is because we have a predisposition towards these diseases.
Since we are talking about the disease burden, I also want you to share your thoughts on the cost burden. There is a privileged set who is able to access the best healthcare in India, corporate healthcare, and pay corporate rates for it. But there's a vast majority, and I would implore this entire audience to do a mental count of how many people that they support, even in an extended fashion, have access to any form of good health insurance. And you, as one of the foremost healthcare providers in this country, what would you say about the cost burden? A scenario where the service tax on a health insurance policy is the same as the service tax that one would pay on a quasi-sin good. I find that that is a terrible situation. What do you have to say on that?
Truly, but I think the first thing we have to realize is that healthcare players in India are delivering healthcare at 1/10 the international cost, which is why, you know, we get patients from all over the world. Unfortunately for India, insurance is not as widespread as it should be. You know, in foreign countries.
Sorry to interrupt you, isn't cost of insurance an issue?
No, I think it's also the priority. I mean, did you not get a car insurance before you thought of a health insurance? So the priority, the mindset of making health insurance mandatory, and if you have a larger population base, you know the equation about risk and the ability to cover risk, so therefore your premiums will be lower. I think this whole insurance question we should think of differently. We have also asked the government to lower GST on health insurance and tax exemption for higher premiums, which I truly hope they do so. The second thing that would be important is that as employers, if we made it mandatory to cover all of the, even in mid-sized companies, SMEs, we made it mandatory for all our workers to have some sort of health insurance. I think that will give them access. Then it's the responsibility of the healthcare providers and the government to really create the infrastructure and the beds.
Okay. A lot of time, TV, I'm coming to you again, and let's talk about the cost of natural resources and the difficulty in tapping into them. Again, not to go into the past. Has that changed for you, for the sector that you operate in specifically?
No, I think if you look at India, we are actually lucky to be geologically very rich. But we have only leveraged a fraction of it, because you know, the process, the costs, the regulatory environment, everything is still evolving. 2013 you had a MMDR Act which is on mining, which has made it a bit more open and transparent. But otherwise, if you look at a country like Australia, you know, Australia is very rich geologically, but look at how they've leveraged that. You know, and I think India has an opportunity to do that. Having said that, I think one of the challenges we'll face over the next 2-3 decades is this whole transition. So what's happening as a consequence of transition is there's an underinvestment in fossil fuels. But that doesn't mean the demand is not growing, because a lot of India is still developing. Africa, with more than 1 billion people, is yet to progress in that sense. So there's going to be a demand, there's going to be underinvestment in some of the fossil fuels. There will be inflationary pressures because of that. So I think we have to really look at some of these areas and understand the cost and complexity and the consequences of this. Even if you look at something like copper, which is required if you want to electrify the world, it's taking longer and longer to get mining permissions across the world because of environment concerns. But you need some of these minerals to solve the problems that you're trying to solve. Right? So this is going to be a challenge going.
Quick interjection there. In a different context, people have said to me in the past that India sort of leapfrogged from 2G, 2.5G straight away to 4G because the 3G rollout didn't happen. In terms of Indian industry going green and use green in any manner, whatever specific to your sector, do you think there is a similar play possible that we suddenly move and become like world leaders in terms of green manufacturing, green steel, whatever you have it?
No, I think the advantage India has is we are still creating new capacities. Those capacities can be greener than, let's say, somebody else. Let's say China, when they created capacities 10 years back or 15 years back. So the rest of the world is trying to substitute capacity which is not green with capacity which is green, whereas we can create green capacity. But having said that, industrial processes have lived off fossil fuels for more than 100 years. So the supply chains, shipping, ports, everything is fixed around fossil fuels. So you can see coal and oil move more easily. Even gas doesn't move so easily. So to assume that electricity will move easily across the world or even across a country is actually being a bit simplistic.
How much of your steel would be classified as green steel?
Firstly, there's no definition of what is green steel.
Okay.
So that's a starting point. So we are saying let's define what is green steel. I mean, everyone likes to call their steel green, but there's no standard or definition of what is green steel. So that's a starting point. Some of these need to be specified. I think in Europe we are ahead of everywhere else because the regulatory environment encourages that. I think in India the regulatory environment is still evolving on this.
Okay. Suresh, I'm coming to you again. And this time, we do Mood of the Nation on India Today regularly. And one of the largest sort of political polling firepower that any media house has in India is the India Today group. But what I want to do from a Business Today platform is the mood and the taste of the Indian consumer. As someone who serves, God knows, hundreds of millions of billions of servings of various kinds every year to Indians, what is the Indian consumer of 2023 according to you in terms of the sectors that you know about?
Look, I think it's a very good question, and this is probably the most exciting time for a food company to be in India. I say this in all seriousness because, we have multi-generational consumption that's happening. We have the older generation, we've got the millennials, and we've got the Gen Zs. And really, I mean, one of the things I find is that some of our brands, I mean, if I take a brand like Maggi, it straddles generations.
I didn't bring up Maggi this time.
I did because I love it, and I think it's because it has defined, in a sense. There was once an anecdote given to me that somebody said that after rice and wheat, Maggi noodles had the highest penetration in this country. Now, that probably was more fictional, but it tells you the kind of taste profiles that's happening. Chocolates are, again, I mean, brands like Kit Kat are really becoming extremely popular. Coffee is catching on. I mean, coffee is the social drink of choice today is coffee. And okay, I have a coffee brand, and there are numerous other coffee brands. But I think that's also becoming important. So the good vector between taste, indulgence, nutrition, value, and lifestyle is redefining the consumption patterns of India, and you saw my results yesterday. They were reflective of that.
Absolutely. Are Indians consuming less sugar? And I know Sunita is going to listen to that.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They are becoming. There is definitely a heightened level of consciousness. Certainly in our kind of target consumers, we see that happening every day. We have also taken steps to do that because it is right. It is good.
Should there be a mandate to reduce sugar consumption?
Look, I think there is reducing sugar by itself is a clear possibility. except that nobody might want to buy your product because it will taste like nothing on earth. So that's one of the challenge is to get technology to do the trick of giving you a reduced sugar product and yet giving you the taste.
Mr. Khara, the chairman of India's largest bank is here. Mr. Khara, welcome. We started on time, but he got stuck in traffic and there were important meetings. I'm very glad that you were able to make it. I was just talking about whether Indians are consuming less sugar. So I'll dive into a question with you straight away. Are Indians taking more home loans, more car loans, or have they reduced it given what is happening in the economy?
My assessment is that we don't see any slowdown as far as the demand for home loans are concerned. Okay. So that I can say for sure, because we have witnessed in the last quarter our home loan sanctions were up by about 29%. So I think that's a very clear reflection that it is actually attributed to a couple of things. One is, of course, the pent-up demand post-COVID, and people realize that it's a time when they should perhaps look at the bigger houses also. I think it's a demand is quite universal across the country, rural, urban, metro, everywhere. So I think is a very positive sign. It's a very positive sign.
So this is the State Bank of India talking about home loan demand and growth there. And please remember the fact that this happens after a very significant and sharp increase in interest rates. The second question, Mr. Khara, चीजें सस्ती हुई हैं कि महंगाई बढ़ती जा रही है?
देखिए ऐसा है कि चीजें सस्ती भी होंगी और महंगी भी होंगी. So now that what we have to look at is whether a movement of interest rate in a quarter is a reflection of the trend, or for a year is it a reflection of the trend? Perhaps
the members of industry sitting on your right, all three have raised prices, unless I'm wrong, in the last 2 years. Please raise your hands if you have actually reduced prices on any of the goods and services that you supply.
No, see, the point is, it's eventually a circular economy. Na? If at all prices are going up, the salaries are also going up.
Okay.
So we have to look at it in that context eventually. And well, of course, interest rate is one of the major factors when it comes to the pricing. But equally important is the supply side constraints also. So I think those supply side constraints have got addressed to a greater extent. And apart from that, the way we look at the rural economy, that also is one of the contributing factor for the prices going up or down. So I think there are multiple variables.
Okay, we spoke about retail borrowers, but Mr. Khara, he's on the extreme left today, but on his right are people who are large institutional borrowers. I'm not saying that you are going to borrow, but Mr. Khara, from that perspective, because you deal with pretty much the biggest names in Indian industry, what is the mood right now? We have heard consistently for several quarters now that private sector capex is not kicking in. A lot of, you know, the expectation that the government has is not being fulfilled. Is that your assessment as well, sir?
I would say the contrary, because last year, as per the project today, the investment commitment was to the tune of about 20 trillion. It was still financial year 22. Financial year 23, as per project today, the investment commitment are to the tune of about 37 trillion. And when we look at the private sector commitment, up to financial year 22, we had seen it around 50%, and now it is as high as about 65%. So that is a very clear reflection that it's actually a reflection of the private sector confidence in the economy. And the way I look at it is that eventually it is nothing but the demand on the ground. When the demand on the ground is strong, perhaps interest rate is not a determining factor for people to borrow.
Absolutely. When we started this panel, Mr. Khara, I raised the point of how 2008 and subsequently the house of debt that collapsed in India. Today, if you were asked to describe what is the situation as far as leverage is concerned and debt is concerned for all of corporate India, do you think it's a comfortable situation, or are there any sort of warning signs, signals flashing anywhere?
I think there was a lot of learnings, and the corporates also deleveraged to a greater extent. And or alternative, they borrowed from the markets where the interest rates are zero or around zero. So I think, but overall, when we look at the overall corporate leverage, it has certainly come down. And now, I would say that we also look at what is their interest coverage ratio, and they are actually quite comfortably placed as far as the cash flows are concerned. So the corporate delinquencies are certainly, I think there is partly it is attributed to the corporate behavior, more responsible behavior, and apart from that, the deleverage which has happened over the period of time. I would say that we don't envisage any kind of a challenge as far as the corporate delinquencies are concerned.
Okay. TV, we are winding down our conversation, so I'll come to the rest of the panel very quickly. I wanted to bring in Mr. Khara and catch up on the conversation. Today's choice to you, in terms of growth, will you prefer borrowing, or would you rather be conservative and use a mix of internal accruals to drive future expansion?
Ideally, if your internal accruals can take care of your expansion, that's the ideal world. But India is growing. So for us, you have to grow to stand on the spot, right? Otherwise, you lose your market share. So, and we are a capital intensive business. So we typically have if you say a net debt to EBITDA should not be more than 2, for instance. In the past, we've gone up to 5 and 6. Then within that, whatever you can supplement your internal accruals with borrowings, you can do that. Then you're still within a band which is safe, can deal with downturns, while at the same time you are participating in the growth opportunities that there are.
People seem to be cautious this year. How's your appetite as far as growth is concerned?
I think we continue to invest. We are investing almost 10,000 crores a year in growing our capacity in India. So that investment goes on. But yes, interest rates are going up. We are watching what's happening across the world. We have a big footprint in Europe, so we are exposed to what happens in Europe as well. So we're watchful in that sense, but we are in a far better place than we were 3-4 years back.
Far better place. Sunita, since you had spoken about the deficit in terms of our healthcare infrastructure, the need to have far more beds, what is your group planning, and how's your growth appetite given the overall current macroeconomic environment?
We believe there's a huge demand for healthcare, and we are currently investing 3,000 crores to add another 2,000 additional beds in the next 2 years. Also, we're pushing asset utilization by reducing the number of days stay in hospitals, and therefore we're getting more headroom for growth. So I think in terms of asset utilization and creating new capacity, there will be huge headroom for future growth.
Okay. The last question on the panel today to you, Suresh. In terms of your company catering to a lot of tastes that the Indian consumer has, you've done a very good job, and the numbers show that. Is there a taste that you plan to cater to which you have not done so far?
Look, one of the things that I think interests us as a company a lot is the health science space. Okay. And we have fairly strong products that we have lined up there. In fact, the latest launch that we have got is a product that is very close to my heart. It's called Thicken Up Clear, which is for Thicken Up Clear.
Okay.
It is a product for people who suffer from dysphagia, that is the inability to swallow.
Okay.
There are a number of and Sunita will know this much better than what I can talk about, number of people who are unable to swallow because of old age, and also people with cancer recoveries who have problems in swallowing food. To me, this business may be small, but it makes a huge social impact. And it is these kind of products that really is the next phase for Nestle. And we have the capability to do it.
Wonderful. I wish you all the best. Mr. Khara, the final question, and I hope you won't give me a set answer because I have asked you this in the past. EMI कम करेंगे सर थोड़ा सा, will interest rates go down or does the consumer have to continue to bear the burden?
नहीं, कोशिश तो हमारी हमेशा यही होती है कि EMI कम की जाए.
आप रेट नहीं बढ़ाते हैं, अवधि बढ़ा देते हैं, the term goes up.
No, no. See, the point is what I mentioned. There are multiple variables. So, given the choice, we will certainly like to reduce the EMI, but at times we are constrained by those variables which are beyond our control.
Has the RBI signal turned green versus red?
Yeah, pivot is something. I hope that it's a very positive sign.
Okay, this is not supposed to be a news interview, so I'm going to pause here and thank the entire panel for their time with us and answering all these questions. Thank you very much, and Ayush, over to you again. Thank you, sir.
Well, we save the best for last. Can we have a huge round of applause yet again for the panel on stage and our moderator, Siddharth Zarabi. Well, the next session is a very special one. As a tech enthusiast, I'm going to be watching with my ears perked up throughout. Because if I were to ask you, and you were to think about India's e-commerce revolution, national identity, India's tech conscience, and digital transformation, one name comes to mind, and that happens to be our esteemed guest. The Transformer. May we please have on stage Nandan Nilenkani, co-founder and chairman Infosys. And this session, this fireside chat, will be moderated by Siddharth Zarabi, yet again managing editor, Business Today TV. In this fireside chat, we'll gain insights into the role of technology in shaping India's global identity and how e-commerce can help drive economic growth. Over to you, Siddharth.
Thank you very much. I'll request the house to settle down. We are trying to stick to time, and I'm really glad that we've been able to do that so far. Mr. Nilekani walked up with a kullad, which sort of is symbolic of the man. He's dealt with high technology all his life, and yet is very rooted. But I'm going to start today's conversation by relating something that I noticed myself while catching a flight to Mumbai. I finally managed to log into Digi Yatra. Now, this is not a comment about the difficulties that people have faced in Digi Yatra, but what struck me was that the entire process pivoted on, and fundamental to that was Aadhaar authentication. And I downloaded a XML file for the first time and got onto it, and it struck me that it's perhaps the best opening for this conversation with Mr. Nidhi, that you have enabled, and the institution that you helmed has enabled a complete transformation in the manner in which India runs. I have no better way to describe. When you look back at it, did you think this was going to be possible?
Well, I mean, if you take up such a job, you have to believe it is possible, otherwise you don't get the motivation. But no, I think it certainly turned out very, very well. And I think our original thesis was, once you create the infrastructure and enable it through standard platforms and interoperability and all that, then people will build applications on it. And then we don't even know what applications will come tomorrow. But so, for example, Digi Yatra is a good example of that, and or even the COVID vaccination certificate. Today India has issued over 2 billion vaccination certificates, both first phase, first dose, second dose, booster, and all that. And that's very, very, it's not very common that, in India you get the vaccination certificate, it's on your phone, it's on the cloud, it's in DigiLocker. And when foreigners come and they have this little crumpled piece of paper, they start wondering what happened. So I think, yeah, I think it's the benefit of it is because everybody can innovate on top of it.
That's a very good point, and the examples that you gave of the possibilities that even you had not seen. One of the questions that keeps cropping up, and this is an observation that I would request you to respond to, the private sector, despite some of the curbs, is very quick to adapt and adopt technology solutions like Aadhaar. But there seems to be a set of views and opposition which are more ideological driven. After so many years, Supreme Court cases, litigation, and now the latest move by the government as well, do you feel that some of the opposition to Aadhaar is just ideological and devoid of fact and reality on the ground?
Well, I think, the opposition has been there right from the day we started. And as you know, the Aadhaar case was the second longest case in the history of the Indian Supreme Court. And at one point, the fundamental question is whether they even have a fundamental right to privacy. And then the Supreme Court set up a 9-judge bench. So it was really very seminal in the creation of privacy frameworks in India. So I think, one could argue that going through that process actually strengthened everybody, because questions were asked about privacy, about security, and so on. So at the end of it, we have a good outcome. We have a system that has 1.3 billion people on it. It's used 80 million times a day for authentication. It's used 5 to 10 million times.
Could you repeat that number?
80 million.
80 million times a day for authentication.
Yeah.
Wow.
And 5 to 10 million KYCs are done every day to open bank accounts, get mobile connections. So I think it's really taken off. And what you did, that XML thing you did is as offline KYC. Now, offline KYC can be done for any use case. So once you have offline KYC, then actually you don't even have to go back to the system. Then you can use it anywhere. So I think all these things have helped to proliferate the use of Aadhaar. And I think as people begin to see the value, it will open up for more and more private usage. Because the original judgment did have some constraints on that.
We can come to that point, but at this stage, do tell our audience here and all those who are watching us on our multiple platforms, is there a risk to privacy due to me having a Aadhaar and deploying it for various transactions?
No, look, every transaction is in its own system, right? So if you're opening an account in a bank, the data is with the bank, and the bank is under privacy regulations under the RBI. If you use it for a health application, it's in the health system. So it's all federated, it's all distributed, it's not like stored in one central place. That's when the risk is, if all the data is in one place. And even if you look at the design of Aadhaar, it does not collect any data on how it's used. So if you use it to open a bank account, the Aadhaar system does not know what you did with it. And we call that as optimal ignorance. We don't want the system to know more than it should know. And so all these design principles have made it pretty secure from a privacy point of view. But I still think, of course, we have to worry about privacy, we have to worry about cyber security. All those things are par for the course. But if you want to drive digital transformation at scale, this is the only way you can do it.
Was there ever a similar debate around social security IDs and numbers in the United States, and the debate in the Indian context, and it's still continuing? Why does it still continue?
I think the debate here is much less. I don't see that much as in the peak of the court case. See, the US designed this social security number in the 1930s, because that's when Franklin Roosevelt passed the Social Security Act around 1936. And then they realized that if you want to have people paying in money while they are working, and if they are to get money out while they retire, we need a number to have them throughout their life. That's how the SSN came. And SSN came in an era before computers, right? So it was not a digital ID. So we were designing something in 2009. So we said if we are designing in 2009 and we have access to the technology we see, and we could see the arrival of smartphones and all that, and the network improvements, we said better to create a digital ID which works online. So that was a leap of faith that technological progress on other areas would enable a completely online ID to work.
14, 15 years later, if you were asked to do this once again, obviously not ground up, but sort of Aadhaar 2.0, what would the contours of Aadhaar 2.0 be?
Well, one is, in the Aadhaar journey, one of the things which we did later was what we call as tokenization, where you have your core Aadhaar number, but you can have a tokenized version which you use for public display, so that you don't give your number. Whether it's used in UPI. UPI virtual ID is an example of that. That could have been done, I think, earlier. Second thing is we would have done Aadhaar in real time. in 2009, we didn't have the technology to issue an Aadhaar in real time. But now we can probably do it. So I would just, you walk in, get an Aadhaar and walk out. So I think some of those things would have been done differently, but the technology of the day drove the design considerations.
And the use of paper?
In what sense?
In terms of the card?
Yeah, well, you see, you have to understand that the card was also something from the government. So you had to give them you had to give people something to, giving a digital virtual ID in those days was a bit, I think, pushing the thing too far. So the card was required. Okay. And we'll have to give it because people still want that physical manifestation.
Is there logic in attaching a memory card, a SIM card into?
No, it's best to keep it simple and do the authentication on the cloud, or create an XML version offline like the one you use for DigiYatra.
Absolutely. We have members of Corporate India leading lights here and those who are also watching us. Has Corporate India fully tapped into Aadhaar's potential from using it to, despite some of the constraints, regulatory constraints?
Certainly in all the regulated sectors, yes. I mean, the banking sector, it's used to open bank accounts. When Prime Minister Modi launched the Jan Dhan program in 2015, it was all using Aadhaar KYC to open bank accounts, and India went from 20% bank account penetration to 80% bank account penetration in about 7 years. So that's a good example of how we completely changed financial inclusion in India with eKYC. Then we saw when Reliance Jio launched Jio, they use Aadhaar eKYC at the rate of 1 million KYCs a day to get 100 million customers in 6 months. So that is the key element of the strategy. So I think all these things are just so all private sector, public sector, banks, everybody is using that. So it works well in regulated sectors. So banking, RBI decides, all the banks use it. In telecom, the TRAI decides. So I think it's worked well in the regulated sectors. Free usage for any sector is not that common, partly because of the overhang of the legal issues. But now with offline KYC, that will also take off.
Offline KYC will take off, and DigiYatra is just one example.
Is an example of that.
The proposed amendment to the Aadhaar authentication for good governance rules that is proposed, and it's in fact being challenged also, that it is violative of the Supreme Court.
And not challenged, people are just talking that.
Yeah. You think that's a valid challenge? Would you like to sort of disabuse people of some?
No, I think when the Supreme Court laid down the principles of privacy, they said you can do things like for improving governance, or for reducing, improving tax collection, or for national security. So as long as you have a law to provide for it. So I think they're doing the right thing. They're saying, okay, we'll create a law to enable this kind of usage. So it's a perfectly good use of, I mean, if you're already using it 80 million times a day, that means it's working, right?
And there are perhaps many more million transactions, conversations happening on social media where there are still very little norms of privacy. Yeah. Case of misplaced priorities, at least in the debate?
No, this is not a media interview. Yeah? No, I think, look, these debates will happen. Okay. But I think the important thing was the impact on our direct benefits. So India went completely to digital payments into bank accounts using the Aadhaar payment bridge. And over the last 10 years, we have transferred about $210 billion cumulatively into people's bank accounts. And during the pandemic, the government moved quickly and transferred $4.5 billion into 160 million beneficiary accounts practically in real time. So the fact that we have this plumbing where you can move very quickly and credit money, and there's no leakage because the money is going straight into the bank account in Mr. SBI, then Mr. Khara's bank. Most of the accounts are in his bank, I think. And people are able to go to a remote business correspondent, and India now has a few 100,000 business correspondents, and withdraw money whenever they want. This is like no other place in the world has this kind of plumbing.
You spent your entire life in technology, and you have, to your credit, Aadhaar and so many other business innovations and success in the past. Talking about the overall technology-led situation, we now have artificial intelligence. Companies that one had never thought of are doing it. Some big corporations have been caught napping. What are the 2 or 3 big trends in technology that you see yourself emerging from here on?
No, I think this AI thing is huge. It's at one level it's scary, at another level it's very exciting. I think it's going to have impact on almost every business, and companies will have to start thinking how will they be AI first in everything they do. For example, in our own business of software development, there's going to be a very high level of automation that's coming out where you can generate code much more efficiently. So the productivity of software development can go up dramatically. And that's on one side. On the other side, the opportunity also opens up because every company in the world is saying, how do I use this AI to make my business better? And they're coming back to us and saying, give us solutions. So it's also creating demand on the business side. So I think it's both, on the what we do, it has an impact on productivity, but also it creates opportunity with our clients.
Several business leaders globally have called on some sort of curbs as far as AI is concerned. They're worried about the pace of change. If that question was asked to you, where would you stand?
No, I think we should obviously put in the right guardrails before we. But India has been very good at balancing innovation and regulation. So Aadhaar is a good example. There was a law put in. UPI is a good example where RBI laid the foundations of UPI and made it interoperable. The account aggregator system with RBI is also sponsoring, again, a regulated way to create data empowerment. So I think we have an approach in India where we know how to balance regulation and innovation. And the same thing will have to be done for AI. Because the users in India of AI are going to be huge. And we cannot, stop that.
I hope you don't say it's a media question, but since you spoke about automation in software development, will it have an impact on jobs? Because the software industry is one of the largest employers in this country, particularly in the last 20, 30 years.
No, I think the thesis is that you will improve the productivity of what you do today, but you'll be doing much more output, and therefore you'll still need a large number of people to do that. I mean, let's say, if all the companies and all the governments in the world want to AI enable all their operations, that's a 10, 15-year journey, which will require a huge amount of capabilities. So it's about switching to what the world needs.
Absolutely. Since you spoke about some of the key changes, including UPI, for example, what's your view on ONDC in terms of the attempt that is being made, and it directly impacts livelihoods of millions of people all across the country? What's your view?
No, I think it's very important. I think I'll just step back. First we had Aadhaar, which set the foundational ID for everyone. Then Aadhaar led to DBT, which allowed you to transfer money in real time. Then Aadhaar KYC and allowed you to accelerate bank account opening and mobile connections. So that created inclusion, financial inclusion, digital inclusion. Then UPI created a payment platform for 300 million people. ONDC is in that journey is to disaggregate e-commerce and allow small suppliers or even big suppliers like Nestle and small merchants to be on the grid. And there are 2 interesting use cases that have been launched in the last 1 month, which I'll just take a minute. One is called PIN code. PIN code is launched by PhonePe, and it's a hyperlocal commerce product, which essentially acts as an aggregation and coordination layer on top of small retailers. So sitting in your house, you can order some vegetables and eggs from the neighborhood grocery guy, and he'll send it to your house. So hyperlocal commerce will be enabled by ONDC. Another is something called Namma Yatri, which is changing mobility, where you can order an auto rickshaw and then you pay directly to the auto guy without paying any platform in between. That platform today is doing 27,000 transactions a day in Bangalore. So these are all examples of how the ONDC architecture will have a big impact on both hyperlocal commerce as well as mobility.
If you were to compare India with all the things that you've just recounted, where do we stand globally? If there is a global stack of nations with this plumbing as you described it and all the other.
I think many pieces of plumbing of this type exist elsewhere. For example, Brazil, which has done an excellent job in payments. They have something called Pix, which is their version of UPI, which is very, very successful. So there are different examples of countries having done things. And Indonesia has done a very good eKYC. But in terms of a strategic architecture, where your identity, eKYC, account aggregator, ONDC, this, that, everything, nobody really has the full stack like what we are doing here.
The India stack, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the man who played a very, very key role in developing that. And you know, the India stack, when I first heard the term, it took some understanding, but it's something that so many people now know. I'm going to turn the last few minutes of our conversation away from the business part, and the question that I want to ask you, I first saw you in the campus more than 2 decades ago, and the British Prime Minister was visiting. What motivates Nandan today? What keeps you busy?
Well, I think the best is yet to come, in the sense, I mean, both on the on the business side, I think this AI transformation is going to make a dramatic impact, and it's exciting to see that. And on the India's digital journey, I think we're only halfway on the journey. And I think if we get to everything, get the ONDC going, get multilingual AI going, use AI for changing learning outcomes, it'll be the first country in the world that uses digital transformation for growth and society. So that's worth looking at.
Absolutely, I would agree with that. The debate about manufacturing, and again, this is in the context of the role the software industry has played in transforming India, and the focus now on manufacturing. You think both will coexist and manufacturing will also grow to a reasonable size?
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the science. I mean, you know, Apple, and it's all public information, Apple was not making even a single phone in India 6 years back. Today, 4.5% of mobile phones are made in India. Or what's happening with, you know, EVs. If you look at the EV companies, both the new guys like Ola Electric and Ather, as well as incumbents like TVS, massive expansion in EV capacity for two-wheelers. So I'm actually quite bullish that this time India will really get its manufacturing in a very good way.
That's a good point to hear from you. Indian software has passed through various phases, pre-Y2K, then other phases. What is the future of Indian software in the broader scheme of things?
I think, going back to my point, if Indian companies can AI enable the world, that's the future.
AI enable the world, that's the future. One final comment from you, and I come back to what is motivating you. If offered a chance again to serve the nation in some capacity, what would you want to do?
No, actually, I like the way I do it today. You know.
Tell us a bit more. The
I mean, I'm involved. I contribute in thinking things through, and then I go back home. So it's a good model.
And you sleep well?
Yeah, I sleep very well.
All right. A man who sleeps well and has made life easier for millions and millions and millions of Indians. Nandan Nilekani, always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed that fireside chat. And since we were doing fireside chats, we thought we'll do yet another stellar session for you. In the next fireside chat, let me give you a little bit of context. We will hear from the transformational leader of Tata Sons on changing the way the conglomerate operates and deep insights into how to navigate the rapidly changing business landscape to build a stronger connection with consumers. The session is aptly titled Reinventing Tata, and can we please have on stage, it gives me immense pleasure to invite on stage Mr. N. Chandrasekharan, Chairman, Tata Sons. And this particular fireside chat will be moderated by our editor at Business Today, Saurav Majumdar. Can we have a huge round of applause? This is going to be an absolutely massive session, guys.
Good evening once again. May I request everybody to please settle down? So as you can see, Mr. Chandrasekharan, it's a packed house, waiting to listen to what you have to say about transformation and leadership, and of course in the Indian economy and what you are doing at Tata. But before that, I wanted to just narrate a small anecdote. When we went to meet Mr. Chandrasekharan, he insisted that you have to call him Chandra and not Mr. Chandrasekharan, and he just stumped me when he said, if you call me anything else, I will call you editor. so that completely gave the entire conversation a different spin, and that's Chandra for you. And I will refer to him as Chandra during the course of the conversation, otherwise he will not answer my questions. So Chandra, to start off, we will, let's take a slightly higher perspective, a bird's eye view of the economy first, and understand from you, as the head of this multi-diversified, storied conglomerate, what is your sense of where the Indian economy is heading? We are calling it the India moment, but there are serious headwinds across sectors, across the global economy. Where do you, as the Tata Group chairman, see the Indian economy heading?
See, if you look at the global macros, and there are enough headwinds, and every economist has a negative view, whether it is the US market from inflation perspective, or UK, which is facing one of the highest levels of inflation. Europe has its own problems due to energy because of the Russia-Ukraine war. And the US-China standoff has its own implications for all economies. So there is a lot of negative view or too much caution. I am not an economist, I cannot really either talk for it or talk against it. But if you really look at our portfolio, where we operate across sectors from steel, auto, power, to all the way to consumer, there is a very, very strong demand. We have just consolidated the numbers for the financial year. We still have not declared the results for all the listed companies. So we have the analyst estimates for some of them, and listed companies, some of them have declared results. I'll say that the group on our base will grow more than 20% year on year. And we take out international revenues, take a TCS or a Jaguar Land Rover and these kind of companies out. Purely see the domestic market, the growth is even higher. And we don't see a slowdown in consumer businesses. In fact, we see demand in tier 3, tier 4 towns for both discretionary and non-discretionary items higher than tier 1 cities. So we are not able to reconcile the commentary to what's happening on the ground. So from our point of view, we are going to be focused on growth. but we'll have to keep an eye on the developments that are happening. So I am actually an India bull.
Are there particular sectors, Chandra, where you are seeing some kinds of stress building up, and therefore, because you have a diversified portfolio, so it's slightly easier for you, maybe not really easy, but it's possible for you to sort of focus on some and look at the other stress
No, I
sectors.
think it's very secular, well distributed. I think Narendran is here. The only sector where we have had a issue on the price is steel from last year to this year, because of last year it was one of the outlier year. But otherwise, I think the growth has been pretty secular across the board. B2B companies, infrastructure companies, or consumer companies. So I think it's been we are watching it. We have to be very careful because of all the things that are going on in geopolitics. But India is quite strong.
Do you think there is talking of the global economy, do you think there is a tendency now with the entire geopolitical and the global economic situation of companies looking more inward? Does that sort of create a new set of challenges for a global organization like yours?
It's not a challenge, it's an opportunity. We are doubling, tripling down in India. So our focus is predominantly India, but some of the businesses we are building are for the global market out of India. Right. The same IT services model, we're trying to use the same paradigm, but some of the new sectors we are getting in, which will be totally India-based, but it will be for the global market.
Could you tell us a little more about the new sectors? I think one of them we've just seen some action in, and you're pretty bullish on in the semiconductor state.
So we are doing 5 new sectors. I think 2 of them all of you know. One is Air India, which is a big bet, and we have thought about it, and we are going on scale. So we believe that we have to make the right investments, and so we are scaling up fairly quickly. Second is, we believe the Indian consumer market has to be pure omni-channel. It's not a pure online market or an offline market. So we are putting together the omni-channel with our app. So that's the second. Then we have gotten into precision manufacturing, but we'll do an entire vertical integration in the coming years. Start with manufacturing, then we'll get into assembly and packaging. Then the next stage will be semiconductor testing, then fabless. We will do the design, and then we'll get into the fab. So that's the stage, that's the level, that's the stages of integration we'll go through, but probably not over a very long period, probably in a shorter cycle.
So the fab plan is very much now on, and obviously.
But it will take time because we'll go through the sequence. Sequence, because it's a very big investment. So we've got to make sure that we are doing the right thing, and we are investing in the right node. And before that, we have our own architecture. We'll have our own electronic architecture, say for example automobile, and for other sectors we are operating in. Then we have also created a networking company, which is a 5G, 6G and beyond stack. So that actually is ready for commercialization. We'll launch it. And then we are putting a battery. So a battery plant, we're putting 2 battery plants of 25 gigawatts each, one in India, one in Europe. So these are the 5 big sectors we are betting on. But these are all for, except the app, everything else will be for global markets.
That's right. You in fact had told us when we met you earlier for the magazine that you are transforming existing businesses and then setting up new ones as well. So it's a mix of the current, re-energizing the current crop and getting into new businesses. What kind of portfolio balance are you looking at between new businesses and what you're doing with the older ones?
So we are doing the right thing. We're not trying to balance anything artificially. So from our point of view, all our businesses have to do massive transformation on 4 dimensions. One is AI. I'm pretty sure Nandan covered a lot of AI. So there is going to be a huge impact of AI. So every company has to do the transition, whether it's B2B or B2C. Second is energy transition. third is supply chain transition, fourth is talent transition. So this is happening in all companies, whether it is steel, whether it is automobile. In fact, automobile is very visible. We have pivoted to electric vehicles. Commercial vehicles also, we've gone to electric. We've gone to electric buses, hydrogen buses. We already produced the first set of hydrogen buses, but still the economics has to work out in some of these technologies. Similarly, in power, we are going through a massive transformation. We have pivoted towards renewable. I think by 25, our renewable capacity will be higher than our coal capacity. And by 27, 28, probably our renewable capacity will double the coal capacity. So 65, 70% will be renewable. So we are doing that. We are investing in carbon capture, in chemicals, for example. And then talent is we are predominantly an inbred company. I think Tata Group has a lot of people who serve the group for a very long time. So that's our strength, but at the same time we need to inject talent and also train our people on new technologies, because AI will be a disruptor. I think we can talk about ChatGPT for all day, but it will be a disruptor and it is real. It's going to change the productivity equation by an order of magnitude. It has implications on jobs. It has got implications on skills that are required for the future. It has got a huge regulatory issue, because already different governments have started reacting differently, which we have got to take the lead to come out with some kind of a regulatory framework where there is not too much of a difference between, because it's a global world, as much as the geopolitics is making it out to be difficult, but still we are a connected world. So AI has lots of implications. So all of these four are the transformations all our companies are going through, B2B, B2C companies.
Chandra, you're clearly a believer in AI, and you're saying that the group will obviously adapt AI and adopt it across all your businesses. Now, the point here is a group of your size, with the dimensions of the businesses you are in, will need skilling upgradation as well, which you just mentioned. What are the 2 or 3 things you're doing to make AI an integral part of the Tata Group across these businesses? Because they're very diverse, which is why I asked
See, it
this
is in the
question.
works. Okay, it is in the works. I can't give you a definitive statement, but training is our core competence. We know how to train people, and we have already created pilots. We might set up a AI Center of Excellence for the group. We are already putting the framework in place. We will put a lot of hero projects across the group on AI and machine learning. We are already doing a pilot in one small company. Can we change all the systems to be ChatGPT generated? Okay, so we're doing pilots like that. So the good thing is we have good leaders across the group. We have got people who are open, who are not resistant to change. And then we have got a lot of talent who needs to be reskilled, and also we have people who have the capability. So I think we need to bring it all together. We need to work with all the leaders in the group, and we will do that. So we are going to do the same thing for sustainability. So we are already creating certain structures in the group.
And centers of excellence there too?
Yeah, we'll call it Center of Excellence, or we'll call it something else. But the point is, we will take this up.
Let's take a step back a bit, Chandra, and talk about when you actually took over. I'm sure you've spoken about it many times, including to us, but it's important to understand your journey in Chandra 1.0 and now Chandra 2.0 in
There
your
is no
second
1.0,
term.
there is 2.0.
In your second term, and you've spoken very elaborately on your 3S strategy. Can you just tell us what were your initial thoughts? I mean, this group, you are very talent, like you said. You are from the Tata Group. You're career Tata person, but you are from one company, and then you had to take charge amid turbulent times. And why I ask this question is because it's also a leadership conclave. So we want to know from you, what were your initial thoughts when you came on, given the fact that many of these guys were your colleagues and they are highly talented people?
See, I think let's not forget that this group has a phenomenal history. And the biggest strength of the group is the brand, the longevity. People who have been with the group for long years. And the group has been led by some personalities who are legends, whether it is Jayant Tata, J.D. Tata, Ratan Tata. They're all big legends. So the group has so many things which are the core strengths of the group. The value system. And a lot of processes. But the issue is, when you run such a diverse group for so long, complexity sets in. So on the one hand, we had all the positives. On the other hand, a lot of complexity. And sometimes when you take decisions at a particular point in time, it makes sense. In hindsight, that decision may not be the right decision. When you run such a large group and take decisions, these things happen. So because of which we had issues in some companies, leverage issues, balance sheet issues. So my priority was first to, I actually call it the 3 phases. First is strengthening the core. So I coined this 3S strategy, but basic idea was, how do you get the group fit? Balance sheet fit in all companies. Then how do you simplify the structures? Simplify the businesses a particular company is involved in, and the markets in which they are focused on, number of subsidiaries we have, levels of management we have. So simplification in every dimension. And then we have so many businesses, there is a lot of synergy between businesses. We couldn't have launched an electric vehicle. We launched it in 6 months' time. Because when I first, 6 months' time. I mean, it was just remarkable. Because Tata Motors, when I called them, they said, you know, boss, this is not IT business. It takes 3 years minimum to build a car. But then we called the expertise of 5 companies. And then we had a brainstorming session. They were able to produce a car.
And you set up a multi-diversified
multi-diversified, yes. And we put together the consumer business between Tata Tea and food business. And that has made a huge impact on the business. So there's a lot of synergy initiatives. I'm not going to go through all of that. We put our defense businesses together. So there were across the group, when you started looking, there was so much opportunity. Still there are so many more opportunities. So we'll have to drive that. And then we basically worked with the companies to say either we have to do things which have scale, or we shouldn't do it. Because on our scale, we shouldn't be doing things which we cannot make an impact. So we had to cut down some businesses. So when it's not shutting down a company, but within each company, there were things that they were doing which we had to shut down. Markets we had to close. And we would have closed, I don't know, 250, 200, 300 entities in the last few years. So, and all of that has produced results. Now we have, every company is on the growth agenda. And they're doing that growth along with the transformation.
And the market seems to have really given a 2 thumbs up to this strategy, it seems, because your market cap since you took over and
I think it's market cap will follow. We cannot work for market cap. And we just need to work for cash flows.
But it is a barometer of how the investors...
No, but it will come if you start focusing on products, service, revenues, customers, cash flows. Then the market cap comes.
Was it difficult or initially a challenge to get all the your colleagues, the top level management?
No, I have received a lot of support. I mean, as I said, we have very strong set of people across the group, and they have been nothing but raring to go. So received a phenomenal support across the group. That was not a problem.
But Chandra, over the last few years, particularly over the recent past, we've seen the Tata Group almost, focus on more consumer-facing rather than, there is a touch point to all businesses, even legacy businesses. But I'm saying a more new-age businesses, if I may call it that, other than what you just mentioned. For instance, the Tata New app. For instance, the acquisition of, companies under Tata Digital. Is there a broader strategy of sort of getting more consumer focused, or how is that being viewed?
So we are not exiting enterprise businesses, B2B businesses, but I truly believe in Indian consumption story. It is the biggest story for the next 40-50 years anywhere in the world. So sitting here, if we miss this opportunity, it will be a mistake. And we have so many brands. We have, we are in everything. We are into jewelry, we are into watches, we are into grocery, we are into electronics, apparel, even power distribution. You take a state of Odisha, we kind of distribute power to every home. So there is a Tata person going into every home every month. So Indian consumption story is very strong. Air India is a big opportunity. So we will invest in Indian consumer story. But it's just that we have to scale, and we got to, many are listed companies, so we got to do it in a particular way. We're not starting afresh. So how do we integrate all these companies through a digital app, etc. has to be well thought through. The value proposition has to be well thought through. We are coming up with a group-wide loyalty. And it will be open architecture. It's not that it will be only for Tata Group companies. At some point in time, we'll open it up once we prove the model.
In fact, you mentioned, very frankly about the initial glitches you faced with Tata New, and you said no more launches until, we said this right. Tell us a little bit about that experience and how it's going.
When you launch a product, the most important thing is customer experience. And if you get the customer experience, customer value proposition right, you scale. If you have experience glitches, you needed to fix, and we did experience some glitches, whether it is a heavy app, whether it is performance, whether it is whatever. So we took time. So we fixed that. The new version of the app was launched before this IPL. So now we will start to launch the next set of categories.
So there will be iterations on the app and making it more user-friendly.
It'll keep evolving, and we have many more categories to launch. So we'll have to bring the airline, we'll have to bring other retail formats. We only brought in 3: grocery, electronics, and e-pharmacy. And a small presence of the hotels, but remaining things will come one by one.
And by when do you see the Tata app, Tata
we launched,
becoming a full-fledged super app? It would be
I
probably
think
one of the first.
there is no point of arrival for the next few years, but it will. We've just launched the credit card. We've just launched lending. We'll be launching insurance. So the entire full financial services play will come. Then all the other formats will come. Then Air India will come. Then the loyalty has to take in effect. Then we'll open the app for other third-party brands who are wanting to join. So I think...
So a true super app in that sense.
It will be a true super app. Yes, absolutely. Then we'll have to bring in conversational commerce. So we're working on that.
Yes, because conversational commerce is the next big thing.
So there are many initiatives going on, but it will happen over a period of time. It's just not an overnight thing.
Tell us a little bit about one of your biggest bets, which is Air India. And we know that, the government itself was quite happy to have it handed over finally to the Tatas, because many earlier failed attempts, later they finally managed to give it to the Tatas. How did that thought come about, and what were the challenges you faced along the way? And then I'll ask you about the way forward for that.
Challenges in what? Doing what?
In terms of the acquisition itself.
See, the acquisition is basically there were a few prerequisites from our point of view. So once the bid process started, once we knew that government is going to divest 100%, and then the government was going to restructure the balance sheet, then we felt comfortable, because we knew there will be challenges, and there are lots of challenges, because we have to fix a lot of things. But the good thing is 1 billion people want Air India to succeed. Everyone in this country is rooting for Air India. You can't have a better tailwind than that. Okay? There is a mail every day. Why one mail? There are multiple mails every day. There's somebody wanting to work for Air India, somebody giving me advice, somebody telling me that I had a great flight. I know the flight was bad, but I can see the improvement in on-time arrival and customer service. And also, people taking WhatsApp messages, how bad the interior is, how the seat didn't work, how something was dirty. So I get about 4 or 5 mails on Air India, mails every day, some in WhatsApp, some in email.
And you act on them?
Yeah, I act on them, and so I'll respond, and where we can act, we'll act. Otherwise, we'll tell them to be patient, give us time. But the transformation is happening on HR. We are completely revamping the technology. We put the best team, and we are revamping engineering, ground handling. Entire fleet will get changed. We made one of the biggest orders. It's a very, very bold bet. And while the flights are coming, we are already leasing more aircrafts. So we can fly pretty much to any destination in the world. That's the kind of infrastructure we're putting in place. We need to still work with. Our aim is to give a product which every Indian is proud of. Give a service which I don't want as a second one, which is better than anything else that exists. But we need time, because it's very hard. To repair an aircraft is very hard. To get a slot in an MRO is very hard. And we don't have aircrafts.
Yes.
If you send an aircraft to a city and it gets grounded, we don't have a spare aircraft. So we've reduced the number of flights we were flying before we took over to now.
And the traffic is humongous now.
Traffic is humongous. And we get requests, why can't you fly to Atlanta? Why can't you fly to Detroit? Why can't you fly to Seattle? I think we can fly from multiple cities. If you connect Bangalore to West Coast, multiple cities in West Coast. I even say, why San Francisco? You can even fly to San Jose, flight will go full. There is so much demand. And you can fly from Bangalore to Seattle, Hyderabad to Seattle, Delhi to Seattle. And similarly, every European city, there is so much demand. But we just don't have infrastructure. And we need also the airports, we need the lounges.
The aviation minister will be with us.
Yes, I know. Jyotir knows. So we are working with everybody, but it's going to take time. It's going to take time. We are accelerating. I hope that we can start to show the semblance of the new Air India.
You said it would be pretty much a broad new look would be ready by the end of the year. That's
but still we need the scale. So.
Now, the other point, Chandra, is that in the acquisition of some of these digital assets which you did, 1mg, CureFit, etc., you have acquired these companies with entrepreneurs who have actually built them. And Tata is a very storied group which is got a huge legacy.
Come on.
No, I am just trying to tell you that how have you managed to get them on board and make them a part of the Tata group? I mean, everybody loves the Tata group, yes,
I think
but these are different people.
I think they are fine talent. I mean, you take a Hari Menon or a Vipul in Big Basket, they are the best, one of the best leaders you can find anywhere. So we are fine. We're fine to work with them. We've integrated them in the company, and they see they have the freedom to run the operation, but at the same time they see the larger picture. So it's fine. Similarly, Prashant does a great job in 1mg. And that's fine. So
and they are now totally integrated with the whole Tata culture and the people and everything. That's what, it's a question of the culture integration also, when you have acquisitions of this sort which are independent.
Not difficult.
Now, what would be the 2 or 3 key areas, Chandra, which you will want to focus on in your next second in this new term? I mean, of course, carrying forward what you've already built.
I think we just have to deliver what we have committed to. That's all.
So in these 4 5 areas.
We have to deliver Air India. We got to deliver transition to electric mobility. We made a bet, and we We have done incredibly well. We own 80% of the market in a very short span of time. And
Tata Motors, you're saying.
Tata Motors electric vehicles. We have got 10 launches planned. So we can't fall behind in the launches. Every product has to be good, quality has to be good, customer experience good. So as we launch new, we are still launching the cars with the technologies we have. But the cars that will come in 25, we're completely remapping the technology. There is no reason for Indian cars to have lesser technology than the very best in the world.
You in fact had told us a very interesting story about the number of cars you used to see on your...
Yeah, I used to drive from here to Lonavala, and my wife used to sit next to me and count the cars. There will be no Tata cars. She will say, do something. I can't see any Tata cars. And now you see every other car is a Tata car. We can see them on the road.
And that's been a dramatic transformation.
It's very good actually. Feels very good, and all these people will say the same thing. So...
Yeah, and
see, I mean, managers work hard, teams work hard. They need success, then it creates more energy and it leads to more innovation, more aspiration. That's what is happening.
What are the key in areas of innovation you think you have done in this this period?
See, it's not me actually. Every company is innovating. And for example, you take Tata Steel. Tata Steel is doing a lot of materials research. So they know the next best thing is just not sticking to producing more flat products and more long products. So we are looking at innovation not only in terms of steel and also the steel making. We are trying to see whether we can cut down 1 or 2 steps in the whole steel making process. And also we're looking at new materials, composites. So material is going to be a big thing. So in fact, we have to really invest more in materials research. So we are going to set up something on that. Similarly, in electric vehicles, while we'll start with lithium-ion batteries, we are working with a lot of startups now because we don't know when it will get disrupted. There will be sodium, there will be aluminum. There are people working on solid state. So one is we have got to innovate. The second thing is our adaptation and agility should be faster. We can't say we'll take 4 years, 3 years. It doesn't work. So how can we do things faster? Even if you want to fail, you try and fail. So we have set up a huge R&D in Tata Consumer now. They didn't have a product pipeline at all because they were primarily a tea company.
Yes.
Now, yesterday we had a board meeting. Sunil told me that, now we have choices. I don't have to launch every product that we are researching. And we will show you, and then some products we can discard because we have created a huge pipeline.
And it's truly an FMCG company.
FMCG company, and we're getting into proteins in a big way, wellness in a big way, and a lot of business model changes in Indian hotels. Indian hotels was primarily focused on hard hotels. Now the whole Ama, Cumin is scaling big time. And we have created one asset heavy model, one asset light model. So we're going for scale. Ginger we should have 1,000 hotels, Ginger alone.
Yes.
That's the opportunity in India. So we have just put the focus in India. Let's get every Indian city, if you're flying, see if you want to fly to every Indian city, we should also have a hotel.
Absolutely. So clearly a big bet
so
on
we
India
are working together. We are working together. For example, Tata Power puts the charging stations based on the requirement of Tata Motors. And hotels and airline are talking. So it's a lot of things to do.
And like you said, synergy as well.
Lots to do, and but each business has to take the call, and everybody has to see the return. So
one dramatic thing which has happened in your tenure so far, Chandra, has been while TCS continues to grow, the share of profit overall has gone down because of the others coming into the picture. So
that's a good thing.
Yes.
While TCS has to continue to deliver and will continue to deliver, but we definitely want to have a portfolio where the profit pool is very broad based, and it's happening. It's happening.
And as a former TCS person and also the chairman now of Tata Group, how do you see the ITES sector playing out now? I mean, in terms of all the headwinds which we see building up.
See, there is a fundamental truth that there is going to be more technology in everything. And it's only accelerating. So leave 1 month here, 1 quarter here. I think the demand for technology is going to be very, very, very strong. It depends on how agile each company is to move to the next big thing. And that will be done, will happen. But I don't see a demand problem. But definitely there has to be investments, there has to be learning, there has to be business model changes, because there's going to be more technology. And what we did 20 years ago is not what we are doing today. And what we are doing today, some of them will get automated. So where do you go from here? And how do you work in that world? So that's a change that companies have to go through.
And that also presents a big opportunity for companies like TCS.
Yes.
One thing I hear you say often, Chandra, is fall forward. You know, that's a favorite phrase of yours. Do not be afraid to fall forward. Could you elaborate on that and how you sort of energize
I think, it's such a dynamic world, so many things changing. If you are just so much risk averse, then you just have to sit. If you don't sit, there is no accident. If you only sit, there is no accident. But you got to try things. You can't, in a complex world, you can't have complete clarity on everything. So you need to be directionally correct. And then you have to move. Then you fall, then you get up and move. And that's the only way to navigate. Otherwise, you are not trying anything. Everywhere you are looking for the lost decimal point in a spreadsheet. Doesn't work.
Any instances where any of your companies have fallen forward and you've sort of helped it get up? And
every company. I mean, the bet on EV. I mean, they're not used to, I don't want to tell numbers, they're not used to being said that, okay, you ask X, no, we'll give you 5X. What can you do?
That's right.
Okay. So, we just tried. And it clicked. If it didn't click, it didn't click. Then we had to move on. But similarly, I feel, while we are talking about solar, wind and hydrogen, I think India has to get into SMR. Small modular reactors. We have to try. Because our energy sources are not going to be enough. And there is no certainty on every technology that we are looking today will deliver what we expect it will deliver.
True.
I don't want to be very specific. So we need to be betting on these technologies. So
and in some of those bets may fail.
I'm telling you, definitely at least we will need another 5, 6 new energy. See, the fundamental problem for the world is cost of power. For everything else can be solved. Why is the cost of hydrogen very high? Because the cost of power is very high. Cost of green power is very high. So unless or otherwise we solve that problem, we are not going to be able to, not India, globally, we are not going to be able to solve all the problems. So we need to try. We definitely need to try. Whether it is AI, whether it is energy, whether it is materials, we need to be working on many things and we need to be launching pilots.
One of the things you also said, and we've laughed about it earlier, is tension nahi lene ka, gyan nahi dene ka. This has become a big buzzword and a Chandra quotable quote. Explain to us, because this was in response to a question asked by none other than actor Ranveer Singh at a function where he wanted advice on why Indian Bollywood movies were failing and the South Indian movies were doing so well. So he said, what do I do? And Chandra responded saying, tension nahi lene ka, gyan nahi dene ka. I don't know much about movies, but this is what I follow. So what is
nothing to elaborate. See, the world is very complex. Just because you're doing well somewhere, it doesn't mean that you are good at everything. So it is better to stay where you are good at, and where you don't know, it's better not to speak. So what do I know about movies to give advice to Bollywood stars? So,
but this is as
yeah,
broad advice as it can get, and you can use it in multiple.
I really think so. I think life is complex. Life is beautiful, and there are so many things to do, and you shouldn't be wasting time because you are very tensed. If you are tensed, nothing comes out of being tensed. You don't think clearly. You just spoil your health, and you waste your time. So I fundamentally don't believe that anything that happens is worth taking tension. So I don't know. Naturally I don't get tensed. I'm quite easy with myself, and that's who I am.
And what are the learnings from your marathon which you use in your business life?
Many things. I think my colleagues will tell you that I refer to marathon examples all the time. I think it teaches you a lot of things. One is I've become at least a better listener, more patient, able to take long-term calls, able to think of goals which you don't see. We call it aspiration or whatever. And then the importance of training. So I think there's a famous marathon quote, I would say, don't think about winning, or don't think about winning the race. Think about training to prepare to win the race. So the most important thing is is not the outcome. It is the process and the journey that you go through in preparing towards the desired outcome. You may get the outcome, you may not get the outcome. If you don't get it this time, next time you'll get it. But that journey is beautiful. So we shouldn't lose it. So marathon has continues to influence me a lot. Continues to influence me a lot every day.
And since you started off your career, Chandra, and now, what are the key changes you see for a CEO when it was, a CEO at that time and a CEO now? What are the 4 or 5 key changes you see before you in the Indian context and generally?
I think CEO job is difficult. Let's be, whether it's a small company or a big company, CEO's job is difficult because the buck stops there. And they get a lot of advice, but they still have to take the call. So it is a difficult job to start with, but the only way to be successful is surround yourself with people, have a good team, and have openness in your mind to be able to debate, to be able to empower people. Those are things that are very, very important. Otherwise, I think there's no, I don't want to particularly say, there are so many things you can say, like today the technology is moving fast, the geopolitics is a much more complex world. I think the world has been complex always. So I don't agree that today it's more complex. Was World War II not complex? World War I not complex? 1850s, so many countries were fighting. So world has always been complex. It's just not that, but it's a connected world now. Now the cycle time is very short. Before you convey your decision, Twitter goes bang, bang, bang. So there are different points in time, there are different challenges, but different advantages.
How do you react to criticism, Chandra? Because you get a lot of advice, you said, a lot of it is critical.
I think it's okay. I take it, either it's okay. It's like a filter. You have to listen to everything, and you know what is good you take, what is not good, you don't have to respond. So I don't think we need to have the urge to respond to everything. So it's
I remember you told us that you had, when you did the merger with Tata Global Beverages and Tata Consumer Products, then somebody wrote to you.
Yeah, somebody wrote to me, what are you doing? Come on, you shouldn't be doing this. It's a big mistake.
And the same person wrote back to you.
Same person wrote back to me a beautiful letter. Very nice of him. Very, very gracious of him. Wrote me a beautiful letter, or a first time letter, this time message, that how it has worked out so wonderfully.
And that's been one of the key transformative changes you have undertaken, whether it's at Tata.
See, you have to listen to all the views, but finally you have to take the call. See, when you have conflicting views, you have to take a call. And there, data matters, hunch matters. For me, hunch matters. I won't go, I will think 100 times before going against data, but for me, hunch matters.
So you do have, depend on that.
I will.
That sixth sense, that hunch.
Yes. In addition to data.
Data, of course, but so you get a feeling whether.
Otherwise, you can't take big decisions.
Was that also?
People will tell you, why are you putting into airlines?
They would have exactly.
So many people will say, why are you getting into airlines? But I really think that it is there is a strong business case, and there is a strong heritage for the group, and also there is an India thing. India deserves Air India to be a world-class airline.
And it couldn't, it's the perfect timing as well, because
timing is there, market is there, and why should people from here go somewhere else and sit in the lounge for 6 hours? There's no reason. And there is demand. So there are execution challenges, but we just have to move. We just have to make it happen.
I mean, you've also, one of the key elements of your tenure, Chandra, has been acquisitions as well, big and small. Biggest one, of course, one of the biggest, Air India, and there will be others as well. Would this be one of the guiding things in your thing, or it would be as is, a mix of both organic and inorganic?
So it will be both, actually. I mean, Tata Steel has done 3-4 acquisitions. We did Bhushan, we did Nilanchal, we did Usha Martin, we did quite a few, and we have done it in consumer companies, we have done it in the digital companies. So I think we will do what is right. Where it is organic, we'll go organic. Where there is an opportunity for inorganic, we will definitely lap it up. Even in our manufacturing semiconductor journey, we are looking at a few acquisitions. It will be a few acquisitions that will be done. It's required.
And overall investment pipeline is massive as well.
Yeah.
I mean, your investment plan, much of it will also go in the Fab project?
Across projects.
Across projects. And overall global, what would be the sort of global, and you said that India is
predominantly India.
Predominantly.
I would say our investment for the next 5 years, 70% will be India.
70% of the next 5 years investments will be in
our
India.
capital investments is 65 to 70% India.
And this would be, the total amount is about 150 billion.
No, 90 billion.
90 billion, yeah, 90 billion. Out of that, 70% will be in India.
Around 70 billion will be India.
That's a significant amount. And, do you then, therefore, obviously you are seeing green shoots of investments coming despite, in terms of, whatever is being said, that there is not enough investments happening despite the government's push towards, capital expenditure. You subscribe to the view that there are green shoots of investments?
See, because all this is happening now. See, India, for example, take renewable energy. I hope I'm not wrong. India is probably the only country where the entire renewable energy needs will go to growth. So because most of the energy we have is, what we have is probably not even 1/3 of what we need by 2050 or 2047. If you look at it, most of the energy that is required is all to be built. Every other place, the old energy has to be replaced with renewable energy. So it's a problematic. For us, all the energy we do will all go towards growth. So there is so much growth opportunity. But we just have to every time worry about the business case, worry about the returns, because these are big projects, and you put $2 billion and take an impairment of 1 billion, you lose your right to make the next investment. Right? Everybody will pounce on you. So while there is a lot of opportunity, but we just need to be very, very clear about returns. And if we can't produce returns, we can't invest. So we have to calibrate. Every project, we have to go through the lens carefully.
Big or small?
Big or small. In fact, I feel it's better to do bigger projects than small projects. I get worried when somebody asks for smaller projects.
So why not bigger, and why not, make a case for
I think,
leadership?
bigger projects gets better diligence, better attention. You do too many small projects, then none of them scale up, then you kind of keep closing down one by one later.
One point which a lot of CEOs seem to be discussing now is the burden of regulation, burden of compliances. As the CEO of one of the largest group in India across multiple businesses, do you see that as a thing
It will
which
get
can
worse.
push India?
There is no escaping from that. Nature of business.
No, I'm talking about compliance. Regulation is all right.
Compliance, because the world is becoming complex. There are more regulators paying attention. And every time there is a failure somewhere, then new regulations crop up. And so that's the one thing I worry about AI actually. To me, the regulatory, I don't know what you feel, Nandan, the regulatory uniformity across markets will be very, very important. Otherwise, you can't be complying to multiple countries in different ways. So.
Is there a sector, Chandra, you feel you should have gone, but now that there's so much else to do, you can wait? You are in every sector.
We are in lots of sectors actually, so we're not looking
is
for.
Is there another further sort of scaling down in some areas?
No, I think it will be more getting fitter in each company, getting more sharper in each company. I don't think that we are trying to divest businesses, but in each business we are going to be much sharper. What we will do and what we will not do. We will getting sharper and sharper and sharper. Each company has to be with core and not too many adjacencies.
And leadership.
So we'll be getting sharper, not closing down.
Also, since you deal a lot with startups and you've acquired a few of the very interesting ones earlier under Tata Digital, there is a question of talking about, one of course is the funding winter, which is being talked about and people are, discussing and debating that. The other point is about governance. And I've been speaking to several large VCs where they do believe that there is a governance problem in some of the important startups, and we've read about them, we've talked about them. What would you say to startups and entrepreneurs in terms of what are the key governance elements they should look at? Do you see that as a key concern for startups?
People will hate me, but people have to worry about cash flows. They have to build a business models where they can show cash flows. Everything else will come automatically.
So cash flows governs everything else.
Someday they'll have to see the sight. You can't build business models where you don't have a line of sight. I'm not saying that day one you do it like that. Maybe 5 years, maybe 8 years. But we can't see business plans where there is only GMV.
Only GMV based.
Doesn't work.
You think, some of these guys went to the market a little early?
No, I think you can never time the market. See, I think, we should never say that this was a mistake, that was a mistake. I mean, I tell you, if you are doing business, you should make mistakes. It's absolutely fine to make mistakes. I mean, if you don't make mistakes, then you don't make decisions. And we should also be humble enough to say that we will make mistakes. And every bet that even I make, I can't be sure it will work. Some will not work. But you should have the courage to make course corrections and work through it and make it successful. Every dream can be filled as long as we have the courage to pursue.
What is it now, Chandra, having achieved a lot of it, that keeps you sort of, what would I say, awake at night in terms of I must do this, otherwise my entire game plan will not...
I don't get worked up, boss. I don't get worked up, but I think there's a lot to do, and I keep definitely, I wouldn't say worry, I keep thinking about the things to do. Some places we can move faster, we are not moving faster. I know.
For instance?
It vary from situation to situation, so I don't want to give company examples. Some places we can be more sharper. So I do know that across companies. But then that's the nature of business. Sometimes it's because we don't have the right team. Sometimes it's because people are preoccupied with something else. So those things will happen. So at the end of the day, those kind of things will always be there. but there is nothing to say. Every company, as I said, is quite strong financially, has a growth agenda, and producing excellent results. I think they all have the next few years worked out, so it's a pleasure to see each of them doing what they are doing. And so I can only play a supportive role, be a sounding board, and challenge them in the right way, support them when they need. So it's fun.
You talked about stepping into the shoes of some of the really legendary predecessors before you. How often do you sort of exchange notes with Mr. Tata, and what does he tell you? He must be very happy with your performance.
So that you should ask him. I think he's a very fine person, extremely graceful and gracious. So I don't have a cadence, but I do meet him. Sometimes I reach out, sometimes he reaches out, and we exchange notes, but not anything formal. I think he's been a phenomenal source of strength, and he'll only talk encouragingly. So when I went to him with Air India, he said, let's do it. So not too many questions about have you thought through how much money you'll spend. No, I think so. He's been very supportive.
That was anyway something which...
He's very supportive generally, yeah.
What would your advice be, Chandra? We are talking to CEOs. This is an audience full of CEOs, entrepreneurs across the country are listening to you. What would be your 2 or 3 key pieces of advice to CEOs and entrepreneurs in these times?
So I don't have any advice. I'll only say that there are tremendous opportunities. I think whether you're talking Indian business or global business, because whether it is in AI world or energy transition world or the supply chain world, all these are opportunities across sectors, and also innovation, even materials, food, the intersection between technology and biology. I mean, you can take any vector. The opportunity is just tremendous. So I would only say that people should continue to be bold, but they have to have discipline. They have to have discipline, and it does take to build a good business, take time to build a good business.
They need patience also.
They need patience, and I call it inspiration with rigor. Just inspiration doesn't do it. Just talking about rigor all the time doesn't do it. You need the combination. You need the aspiration, inspiration, but you need the rigor in discipline. And then they've got to look at all these opportunities, AI, whether it is all the areas I talked about. What can I say?
And of course, cash flows, as you said, and returns.
Part of discipline is everything. I'm not, so I don't want to say only the cash flows, but I just say that it depends on the business. What is the value proposition? So you need to crack the value proposition. If you don't have a good customer value proposition, what is the problem you're trying to solve?
Yeah.
And why should the customer buy from you? You have to be sharp in customer value proposition. You have to be sharp in customer experience. And when you don't achieve that, you've got to work on it. It takes time. Perfection doesn't happen overnight. And these areas in which, so you can have some sloppiness somewhere in the back end, but not in the front end. You can have kludge solutions sometimes in the back end, but not in the front end. Front end has to be, the experience has to be what the customer deserves. So it's not about cash flow. Cash flows will come, but
the customer experience and the customer satisfaction.
Satisfaction, product. What is it that you're offering? Yeah.
Priceless pieces of advice from the man himself, N. Chandrasekharan. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very big hand. A fabulous session indeed.
Thank you, good sirs, for such a fascinating session. I took several notes, Saurabh, from that session. As a tech enthusiast, there was a lot to see. And Chandra sir, we do see a lot more Tatas on the way from Bombay to Lonavala. We see a lot more EVs, and that's what we're most excited about, the EV revolution. Now, they say that, of course, the destination matters, but what really matters is the journey. So, of course, this is Business Today Mindrush and Best CEO Awards, but what was the path to the trophies like? What were the underlying themes that emerged during the discussions and deliberations with our knowledge partners, our jury? That's what we're coming to in the next session, the path to the trophies. May I call upon stage Vivek Prasad, Leader Markets, PwC India, to address the audience. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you, and a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly an honor to be here, representing PwC as the knowledge support partners for this prestigious award ceremony. This is a set of awards which recognizes leaders who have demonstrated exceptional vision, innovation, excellence, and impact in their industries. This is our 9th year of association with Business Today, and we truly value the partnership. We've been supporting the putting together of the methodology and also reviewing the nominations that have come through, the companies that were considered. It's been a truly enjoyable experience. Just listening to the last 30 minutes, I would just say that as the world gets more complex, and as organizations across the globe start looking at growth in a very different manner, when we did our annual global survey and the India edition of the PwC Global Annual Survey, almost 60% of the corporates effectively felt that economic growth over the next 12 months is a matter of certainty. But I think what came along with that was that almost 25% of these CEOs also spoke about the fact that in order to be successful, we've got to pretty much transform to thrive. And what were the pillars of that transformation? And the reason I say this, because this was a lot of deliberation with the esteemed jury members as we went through the nominations process and the deliberations thereon. First and foremost was about the whole talent and upskilling agenda. The second piece was adoption of technology, and we heard about multiple technologies, but really how that really makes things efficient. Third, and very important, about supply chains and how people are actually dealing with the disruptions and the geopolitical conflicts. Innovation towards climate-friendly products and processes, because the world of tomorrow, as we see today, is going to be very different and a lot more conscious than it has been in the past. And last but not the least, to balance profitability and processes and operations. Ladies and gentlemen, we reviewed about 237 companies from the BT 500 list, and these were again segregated into various sizes of companies depending on size and scale. There were various criteria that was put out, and this criteria has been consistently put through. We looked at profitability, the total shareholder returns, the track record for consistency across the categories, and the industries and the sectors that were covered were really, really diverse, ranging from agriculture, automotive, capital goods, BFSI, pharma and healthcare, IT, ITES, logistics, and textiles and apparels. I would just like to end by saying every shortlisted CEO on the nominations across the different categories were not only distinguished and capable, gifted, but more importantly, presiding over the organizations at a time when it's extremely important for the economy as well as for the nation. I would really like to thank the editorial team for Business Today for giving us this opportunity to be associated with the awards, and like to congratulate the winners on their achievement. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, we're heading to the part of the event that you were all waiting for. Honorable Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia is almost here. But before we get to that bit, we are at BT Mindrush and Best CEO Awards. So let's give you a little bit of sneak peek of what this event is all about.
A most prestigious award, coveted by the Best of India Inc., honoring the best CEOs, the best business leaders of the country, launched in 2013.
We start off BT Mindrush this evening, friends, by unveiling to the world India's best CEOs.
The Business Today CEO Awards is a result of one of the most respected CEO surveys in the country, done in partnership with PwC India, backed by an unassailable jury, comprising jury chair Ajay Piramal, Chairman Piramal Group, Cyril Shroff, Managing Partner Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas, Milind Sarvate, Founder and CEO in Create, Mehul Pandya, MD and CEO Care Ratings, Matthew Syriac, Executive Chairman Florintree Advisors, Jane Gupta, MD Stakeholders Empowerment Services. The past winners of BT Best CEO Awards include some of the biggest industry stalwarts, game changers and corporate leaders of Indian and global organizations. This year's Business Today Best CEO Awards continues with the hallowed traditions and rewards leaders who have steered their businesses in the toughest time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to request our Chairman and Editor-in-Chief at the India Today Group, Mr. Arun Puri. But before that, we'll very quickly have a quick chat.
Jyotiraditya Scindia is walking into the hotel. We just want to give him a minute or two to come up and then we'll start, okay? So just bear with us. He got stuck in traffic as he got off the ceiling, which is beyond his control as well. But the good thing is he's now right by the port, so let him come up in a minute or two and then we'll just start the award ceremony. So thank you for bearing with us and being with us. Just a minute.
You know, they say leadership is the capacity to translate vision into reality. BT Mindrush has been absolutely exhilarating. We've had, well, Swami Gaur Gopal Das starting the day's proceedings. And then, of course, we've also had a masterclass from Shaugat Ray. We've had a fascinating session about India's moment. The world is India's oyster. And more importantly, we've had the heavyweights addressing us on this particular stage. What we're going to do right now at this point, while we prepare for the next session and for the special address, is that I'd like to, look, we have a packed house. It's going to be an absolutely amazing latter half of the show, but I'd request everyone who is standing to take up some of the seats in the middle. And of course, the front row is reserved for the award winners and for our distinguished chief guests. I'd now like to invite Mr. Arun Puri, Editor-in-Chief at the India Today Group, to now deliver this special address. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Good evening. Welcome, Honorable Minister Ms. Scindia and honorable guests. I'm delighted to welcome you all to the 11th edition of Business Today Mindrush. This is our flagship event.
As you may know, Business Today was launched 31 years ago when Indian business was just coming out of its license Raj shell. Much has changed since then. Today we have many world-class companies in the country, and the heads of many of them are amongst us today. Also, we have the third largest ecosystem of startups in the world. India is basically a country of entrepreneurs, from street sellers to multinational companies. Thank you, Mr. Scindia, for finding time for us from your busy schedule. I also welcome with great pleasure all the winners of the Business Today PwC Best CEO Awards and the jury members led by Ajay Piramal, Chairman of the Piramal Group, who provided deep wisdom and inputs needed to select winners from a closely fought field of nominations. With apologies to Mr. Scindia, the winners who stand here today do so having faced heavy odds. It is still not easy to conduct business in India, whatever the rankings may say. People who work on the front line know better. Don't get me wrong, a lot has changed, but we have a long way to go to have an environment that is friendly to business and one that recognizes that our entrepreneurs are one of the most valuable assets of our country. I just want to say about our Indian CEOs abroad. Why do they succeed? I believe there are 4 reasons why Indians have, a multitude of Indians are heading major companies abroad. The first is we are brought up in an environment of uncertainty. We don't even know when basics like power and water when they will vanish. We know how to deal with unpredictability. Second, we live in a multicultural society, at least so far. This makes us more adaptable to new cultures. Third, is that our joint family traditions and our web of relatives, we know how to manage relationships, which is so important in business today. And the fourth, of course, is hard work. Because of the high degree of competition and getting into good institutions, we're used to working very hard. Not to mention our wonderful Indian parents who browbeat us to do well. All these qualities are there in spades for CEOs who work in India. They succeed in a much more difficult environment than most countries. Kudos to all of you. The challenges you face here, I don't think exist anywhere else. For example, try and wrap your head around the regulatory landscape that CEOs have to deal with every day. An analysis done by Observer Research Foundation says that the Indian regulatory landscape has 1,536 laws, of which 678 at the central level and the remaining at the state levels. These laws encompass a web of 69,233 compliances. The report says that these compliances need to be communicated to the government through 6,618 annual filings, of which 2,282 are at the union level and 4,336 at the state level. Of course, all compliances don't apply to every company, but that doesn't mean the load is any less. In addition, these laws and regulations continue to get updated and tweaked on a regular basis. According to the ORF, there were 11,043 changes in the 3 years to 31st December to 2021. Non-compliance with many of these laws and regulations can also send company CEOs behind bars. More than half the 1,536 laws carry imprisonment clauses. Almost 2 of every 5 compliances can send a CEO to jail in case of violations. God forbid if you're ever caught under PMLA, in which the law is so loosely drafted that you can drive a truck through it. Almost every transaction can be classified as such. It is true that government is seized by the seriousness of the matter and why such monstrous laws hinder the ease of doing business. The Jan Viswas Bill, which was presented in Parliament in December 2022 and is yet to get operational, seeks to decriminalize several minor offences in 42 laws administered by 19 ministries. But this is still a drop in the ocean. I must say, one of the great handicaps of operating in India has been infrastructure, which this government is doing a great job in addressing at a very rapid rate. When you see the winners of the BT Best CEO Awards that are here tonight and read their stories, you must remember that they have achieved what they have in the backdrop of these near impossible challenges. It is therefore with nothing but pride and admiration that I welcome again the winners and contenders of the BT-PwC Best CEO Awards here tonight. A big round of applause, please, for these champions. Hopefully, Mr. Scindia's presence here tonight will help propel faster change in simplification of business, laws and regulations, and help corporate India to fly. Dynamic, grounded and visionary, Mr. Scindia has initiated several moves in his ministries of aviation and steel to make them world beaters. Now, Mr. Scindia, I would request you to come on stage and give the awards to these champions of business. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that special address. Now, before we get to the awards, sir, we'd also like to unveil a very, very special moment here in your august presence. I'd like to request a few more dignitaries to join us on stage. Editor Business Today, Mr. Saurabh Majumdar, could you please come on stage? Mr. Nandan Nilenkani, Mr. N. Chandrasekharan, and Amar Sinha. Could we please have all of you all on stage for this very special moment? Multiverse. Can we have the magazines, please? The showstopper of the evening, India's Best CEO special issue. Special moment to have Mr. N. Chandrasekharan on stage and on the cover of the Business Today special Best CEO issue. Historic moment for Business Today and for India Inc. Now I'd like to request Mr. Puri and Honorable Minister Mr. Scindia to also stay back while everyone takes their seats for the moment everyone's been waiting for, which is the Best CEO Awards. Now let's start off with a very special one. And spoiler alert, it was one of our most special sessions through the course of the day. The BT Best CEO Award, Lifetime Achievement Award goes to none other than Nandan Nilenkani, co-founder and chairman at Infosys. Nandan Nilenkani has had a storied career in the Indian IT industry and the government. The co-founder of the IT bellwether Infosys went on to create the ubiquitous Aadhaar identification for all Indians and returned to the helm of Infosys as chairman when the company most needed him. He's made a profound impact in every role through a career spanning more than 4 decades. Describing himself, as a plumber who fixes things, Nandan has a prodigious memory and inexhaustible Rolodex, two attributes necessary for a successful sales leader. Thank you, sir. The next award is the BT Best CEO Super Large Companies, and it goes to TV Narendran, CEO and MD at Tata Steel. TV Narendran has reinvented and reshaped the Tata Steel he inherited into one that is a potent force, not just for making steel, but also for making deep moves on financial fortitude and cultural inclusivity. Thank you, sir. The next award is Best CEO Cement, and it goes to Puneet Dalmia, MD and CEO of Dalmia Bharat. Puneet Dalmia, who is steering growth for Dalmia Bharat primarily through buyouts, says cement is a pennies business that has to be earned every day. Known to be a tough negotiator, a good example of Dalmia's skills is the buyout of JP's assets, struck at $77 per ton. Thank you, sir, for joining us, and congratulations on the award. The Best CEO Power goes to Praveer Sinha, CEO and MD, Tata Power. Mr. Sinha has overhauled and charged up the 108-year-old Tata Power to make it future-ready. Under Sinha, Tata Power has transformed into a new age, sustainable, tech-oriented and customer-centric green solutions firm. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Best CEO Power, Mr. Praveer Sinha. The next award is Best CEO Oil and Gas, and it goes to Sandeep Kumar Gupta, CMD at GAIL. Mr. Gupta has over 3 decades of experience in the petrochemicals industry, having started his career with the public sector behemoth Indian Oil Corporation in 1988. And today, he is the best CEO in the oil and gas category. Can we have a huge round of applause for the BT Best CEO Oil and Gas, Mr. Sandeep Kumar Gupta. Thank you, sir. The next award is Best CEO in Transportation and Logistics, and it goes to none other than Shashi Kiran Shetty, founder and chairman, All Cargo Group. An ardent but measured risk-taker, All Cargo's captain, Shashi Kiran Shetty, has set his sights on becoming one of the top 10 integrated cargo logistics players in the world. His ability to be consistent, competitive, strategy-led and detail-oriented are key contributors to the company's success. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Mr. Shashi Kiran Shetty, Best CEO in the Transportation and Logistics category. The next award is the BT Best CEO in the Auto and Ancillaries category, and it goes to Sanjay Kaul, CMD, Timken India. Having joined Timken India just before it commenced commercial production at its Jamshedpur plant in March '92, Sanjay put the planet first, people second and profits third, and wants to double Timken India's revenues in the next 5 years and make it the most preferred brand in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Sanjay Kaul, Best CEO Auto and Ancillaries. The next award is the BT Best CEO Agriculture and Allied category, and it goes to S. Suresh, MD EID Paddy. S. Suresh, MD of the... please invite Mr. Amar Sinha from Radico to please join us on stage and help us distribute the next award, which happens to be the best CEO in the pharma and healthcare category. And it goes to none other than Sunita Reddy, MD, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise. Aiming to touch 1 billion lives, Sunita Reddy is focused on investing and expanding Apollo Hospitals' footprint across the group's many verticals. Reddy was instrumental in bringing the first FDI into healthcare in India in 1995. Congratulations, ma'am. Can we have a huge round of applause for our best CEO, Pharma and Healthcare, Ms. Sunita Reddy. The best CEO in the FMCG category happens to be a stellar speaker from the BT Mindrush event, Suresh Narayanan, CMD, Nestle India. Congratulations, sir. After successfully steering the FMCG major through the Maggi crisis, Narayanan has put Nestle onto a steady new growth path in the past few years. Nestle India has grown its top line by 11% since 2020 despite challenges. We have a huge round of applause for Mr. Suresh Narayanan, CMD Nestle India, and now the best CEO in our FMCG category. The next award is for the best CEO in the BFSI category, and it goes to Dinesh Kumar Khara, Chairman SBI. Building on the legacy of some illustrious leaders, Dinesh Kumar Khara has taken SBI, India's biggest lender, to new heights. Congratulations, sir. A huge round of applause for Mr. Khara. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. The Business Today Best CEO Awards culminates into this one epical moment. The Business Icon of the Year. And it goes to none other than N. Chandrasekaran, Chairman, Tata Sons. N. Chandrasekaran has deftly maneuvered the Tata Group's foray into new businesses, added muscle to existing ones, and laid the foundation for sustained and healthy growth. An iconic moment here at BT Mindrush and the Best CEO Awards. We need to beat the music. A really loud round of applause, please. Standing ovation for Mr. Chandrasekaran. Yeah. Well, we're going to be setting up for the session shortly. Thank you so much. Mr. Puri, thank you. Minister, sir, and thank you, Mr. Sinha. A photo? Yeah. You know where... All right. This is a public service announcement, especially for the illustrious list of winners today. We wanted to do a group photo, so we're going to keep you till the end because there's a very exciting session that is coming up next. And then we will have a group photo. And we can also do a selfie, but we're really looking forward to that moment because this has been a very special event. I hope you guys have enjoyed until now. And now we have a very special session with our chief guests, Shri Jyotir Aditya Scindia, Union Minister of Civil Aviation and Steel, Government of India, India as a global economic power, in a special chat with Rahul Kanwal, News Director, India Today Television and Aaj Tak, and Executive Director, Business Today. Over to you, Rahul.
Thank you all very much for joining us at the Business Today Best CEO Awards and the Mindrush Conference. Mr. Scindia has just literally recovered from COVID. This is the first time since he got well that he's actually left the city. He had us with our hearts in our mouth, wondering whether he'll be fine on time. But here he is. He kept his promise. He'd given a commitment, and we're very thankful. Thank you, Minister. I hope you're fighting fit or on the way there.
When I'm on the munch with you, I have to be fighting fit. I don't have an option.
It's really nice to have you with us, and thank you. We're seeing passenger numbers for the civil aviation sector hitting record numbers. I want you to just use this opportunity to explain to everyone watching at this moment about your vision for the aviation sector in India and how you see us move from where we've reached to about 140 million passengers. Where do you see us go in the next couple of years?
So first of all, Arun Puriji, Rahul, thank you very much for having me here this evening. It's really not only a pleasure, but you're not allowed to do that, by the way. You have me with no notes and you have copious notes on your phone. Is that fair?
You don't need notes. You've got it all in your mind.
Oh, that's typical Rahul Kanwar. Round of applause for him.
He doesn't need notes. He'll try and drag me every once in a while, so just stay with us.
So, first of all, thank you very much for having me, and it's truly more than a pleasure, it's an honor. And it really is an honor because I think where the country has reached today in terms of our position on the world stage is in as much hugely the contribution of people such as those that we have awarded this evening. I do believe that in life, success is not a derivative of leadership in terms of an individual alone, but it's a team effort. And what we see in this room tonight, and as an extension of this room, across the length and breadth of India, north to south, east to west, is really at last count, 38 billion people that represent Team India. And I think it's the coming together of that aspirational desire of the people of India to excel, all of us together. And the team effort in which we are working under the leadership of the Prime Minister today, that you're seeing India hit new success factors across many parameters. So first of all, today my sincere best wishes to all the awardees. You are the reason why India is what it is today. So as an Indian today, I bow in salutation to all of you for creating this environment of new charisma, new dynamism within our country. With regard to the point that you made, I think like multiple sectors in India, civil aviation is seeing new opportunities and new growth. When we talk about infrastructure in India, as Arun Puri just said, it's changing at a massive fast pace that has never been envisioned before. But infrastructure has been the bedrock of India's growth, not today, but over the last 1,000 years. How so? The first armada, if you will, or sea transport system was brought in place by Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj almost 500, 600 years ago. On the infrastructure side, you look at the GT road that was built in India. The civil aviation sector, we've got Chandrasekharanji sitting here. Air India is a pioneering airline of the private sector, started its service not post-independence, but pre-independence, where it connected not only the big cities that we talk about. In those days, it used to be Bombay, Delhi, and Kolkata, because Kolkata was the center of trade and commerce, but it also connected cities in the heartland of India, like Indore. It connected Gwalior in those days, I'm talking about 1942. So infrastructure has been the bedrock of India's progress. But in the last 9 years, the tectonic transformation, the tectonic shift that we have seen, 75,000 kilometers of highway in 2013-14, 150,000 kilometers of highway today, doubling that amount in a period of 9 years. If you look at the naval side in terms of transportation or otherwise in the port sector, and civil aviation as well. We had 74 airports that were built in 2013-14. In 9 years today, we've doubled that number to 148, including heliports and other infrastructure. So if you look at the growth rate of civil aviation or other infrastructure in India, it's been explosive and dynamic. And let me tell you, Rahul, we're not going to stop here. We've built 148 airports, heliports, and waterdromes, 74 in the last 9 years. And we're going to take this number above 200 in the next 4 to 5 years. That's the scorching pace of growth that we're going to look at. On the passenger side, we had 60 million passengers on the domestic side in 2013-14. We have 144 million passengers as on date. If you combine domestic passengers with international passengers, we're looking at a total of 200 million in this country. I'm looking at a forecast of close to about this 200 million number doubling to 400 million in the next 5 years. That's the kind of exposure and the growth that this sector is going to undergo. Another data point for you, the number of people traveling today on by first air condition and second air condition by train, which is our nearest, I don't want to use the word competitor, but our nearest Sehbagi, if I may say that, is close to about 185 million. Civil aviation is at 144 million. But the CAGR of railways is 5.6%. Civil aviation CAGR is 10.3%. And on your show tonight, let me commit that within the next decade, we will be ahead of the railways in terms of transportation for a first AC and second AC comparatively in the area of civil aviation. We've got Chandraji sitting here. Something that we in India could never dream of. The fact that an Indian airline could place an order with Airbus and Boeing, 450 aircraft with Airbus, 420 with Boeing, 250 with Airbus, 220 with Boeing, total 470 aircraft, a $70 billion order, not the highest and largest order from India, but across the world. And that's been made possible today. So civil aviation is a sector which is raring to go. And I see, if you will, using business terminology, penetration rates. 1.38 billion people in our country. 144 million people travel by air. Of those, many are repeat travelers like yourself and I. So actually the penetration in India is hardly 3 to 4%. So sky is the limit, no pun intended. We've got 94% of penetration left to achieve. And so therefore the potential for civil aviation is huge in India.
India is now the third largest market as far as domestic seat demand is concerned, but we're the 18th largest when it comes to international seat demand. How soon do you see that change? A lot of Indians still using routes in the Middle East and elsewhere as they travel abroad. How soon do you see India becoming an international player in the aviation?
So we're the third largest market domestically. We're the seventh largest market internationally at 60 million. You combine the two, domestic and international, we're today the fourth largest market. By next year, we will beat the United Kingdom and become the third largest market across the world. We've already gone ahead of the UK in terms of our economic growth numbers. The fact is that we were the 11th largest economy in 2013-14. We're today the 5th largest economy. We put the UK behind us. Those people that had a dream of ruling our country, today we're ahead of them economically, and we've got a diaspora who's actually today the Prime Minister of the UK. And that talks to our potential in terms of us as a people across the world. We are going to become the third largest economy by 2030, breasting Japan and Germany. And a similar growth rate you're going to see in the area of civil aviation. My dream, Rahul, is to make sure that we create multiple hubs in India. I don't think India as a country has the potential to have a single hub. I think with 1.38 billion people and 17% of the world's population, we have the potential to have multiple hubs in our country. Whether it's South India, whether it's North India, whether it's West India. But we have to make a beginning somewhere. And the fact is that we've been, in many ways, had legacy issues. The very fact that we have given away multiple number of our routings to our neighbors on the east and the west. The tragedy is that our hub has been created not inside India. Our hub has been created on our eastern border. Our hub has been created on our western border. And it's time to regain that hub back for India. So many of the 6 freedom rights that have been given till date. But I think it's important with our carriers like Air India and Indigo today on a fleet expansion, massive fleet expansion program. We've got to be able to offer point-to-point travel to Indians. And I think if we offer point-to-point travels both ways, coming into India and going out of India, I think we as a consumer will prefer that rather than getting rerouted through someone else's hub. And I think that time is now. I'm working currently on the Delhi airport as we speak. I was mentioning to Arun Puriji just now that by the end of this year, we do hope that Delhi will become a passenger throughput terminal of 109 million passengers per year, which means we'll be among the top 3 largest airports in the world. With a 4th runway, with a new terminal. And so what does that call for? That calls for a hub being created within India. And I'm working today with the Delhi airport, with Air India, with Indigo, to see how we can flatten out the volatility curves in terms of landing times, departure times, what we use in civil aviation parlance, MCT, minimum connect time between domestic and international travel. We've got a consultant who's right now engaged with us. And it is my dream to make sure that in the months or the years to come, we create that hub within India, and Delhi being the first in the days to come.
The board of the Airports Authority of India had shortlisted 13 airports as part of the second round of privatization of airports. We also have an election round the corner. Is that something that you're still looking at? Talk for a moment about asset monetization of the airports in the next stage.
So I think it's very important as an economic platform, we discern between asset monetization, stroke privatization, and a lease structure. What we are looking at in the Civil Aviation Department is not an asset monetization, not a privatization. What we are looking at is a lease model, and a lease model in which airports are given out for a period of 50 years. In that process, the capex that has been endured within that particular airport on a written down value method with depreciation, that amount of capital is returned to Airports Authority of India. So Airports Authority of India gets a capital receipt, if you will. And along with that capital receipt, it also gets a per passenger fee. And therefore, there's a revenue stream that also accrues to Airports Authority of India throughout the tenure of the lease, if you will, over the next 50 years, and therefore there are 2 income flows to the Airport Authority of India. Why is that necessary, Rahul? Because I believe that the civil aviation sector in India needs a huge injection of capex that cannot be done by the private sector alone, that cannot be done by the government alone. It has to be a twinning in terms of an effort. And we have a very aggressive capex plan of close to about 98,000 crores between the private sector and the government over the next 5 years, where we will look at 42 brownfield airports being expanded by AI, 3 greenfield airports being put in place by AI at a capex of almost 35,000 crores, and close to about 4 airports, brownfield airports being expanded by the private sector, and 4 airports, greenfield, being built by the private sector at a capex of almost 60,000 crores. So we have a very aggressive capex plan. And if you're expanding on that capex plan, and the thrust there is not necessarily only metro connectivity and metro expansion, it's also regional connectivity. The time in India has come to put in place a hub and spoke system, We must make sure that we have last mile connectivity put place in our country. And it's only through that last mile connectivity and that hub and spoke that you will get tier 2, tier 3 customers to come into your hub and travel, so on and so forth, that you will create a robust civil aviation market. And if that has to be done, then Airports Authority of India must have the requisite amount of cash flow. And I want to make sure that from a capital perspective, AI is fully endowed with a capex plan that will see this expansion through. And some part of that cash flow is going to come from this leasing structure that we are talking about, where you have a capital receipt coming in and a revenue receipt that will boost A, its cash flow, B, its capital arsenal, if you will, and that will result in this 35,000 crore capex that we want to see happen.
One of your most ambitious schemes is the Udan scheme, Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik. And while regional connectivity has been a big thrust, there have been complaints that some of these airports get operationalized, flights start for a while and then they're not able to sustain and they get wound down. What lessons have you learned? How are you working towards making Udan not just an ambitious scheme on paper, but commercially viable for airlines so they're actually flying aircraft on those routes?
So I think one of the biggest changes, Rahul, that has taken place in the 9 years of the Prime Minister's government, certainly for my department, is the democratization of civil aviation. Civil aviation as a product was always seen as a very elitist product. It was always meant for a chosen few. And I think through Ude Desh Ke Aam Nagrik and the Prime Minister's notion that ki Hawai Chappal pehne wala bhi Hawai Jahaj mein ude, through the VGF, the Viability Gap Funding model that we have put in place. Udan is a scheme that was kicked off in 2016, so we are only 6 years into its inception. Within those 6 years, let's look at the statistics, right? And you talked about on paper. Let me tell you what the data says, and data is something that we cannot argue with. In the last 6 years, 473 routes that could never ever be feasible have been made feasible through Udan. 74 airports that possibly one would never think of building. Kishangarh in Rajasthan, Rupsi in Assam, many places that you gentlemen, ladies sitting in the audience today would possibly never even have heard of. Darbhanga, Jharsuguda, all been built during these last 6 years. And when you talk about throughput, airports like Darbhanga, Jharsuguda, bringing to the fore close to between 2 lakh to 5 lakh passengers per year. We have flown close to 1 crore 16 lakh passengers through Udan. 2 lakh 20,000 flights in 6 years. Udan is a scheme that has not given birth to not only our people's aspirations on the ground, the farmer that would plow his field and look above him and see an airplane flying in the air. He today flies in that airplane. Not only that, but for many entrepreneurs seated here today, 11 airlines are a part of Udan. And Udan has given birth to 3 new airlines. Star Air, Fly One Air, Big Air, Fly Big. Airlines that have been spawned by this scheme. So a new era of civil aviation has come to the fore. A new dawn has come. And my target is in the next 3 to 4 years, we must have 1,000 routes that applied through Udan. 473 routes are today operationalized. And many of them, it's actually, the story is the other way around, Rahul. Many routes that were initially started by Udan have today become viable. Udan is only a scheme for 3 years. The VGF finishes after 3 years. But those planes are still, and those airlines are still flying those routes because now they become viable. Because the customer once used to flying by air becomes habitual. And therefore, the stickiness or the GUI factor comes in. And therefore, Udan today has led to multiple routes and airlines becoming sustainable over the last 6 years.
Mr. Scindia, you were the blue-eyed boy of the UPA government. You now hold important portfolios in the Modi Sarkar. What's the difference between being a minister in a Congress government and being a minister in a BJP government?
If you want me to put it succinctly, Rahul, as you're well aware, my background was, prior to being in public service, was a professional background. I was a banker for 6.5 years. And in a professional background, we look at deadlines. We look at timelines. We look at PERT charts. We look at Gantt charts. Having worked with the Prime Minister and in this government over the last 2 years, this is a government that is focused on delivery, focused on performance, focused on implementation. And let me give you an example of that. In cabinet meetings, when we meet and we discuss and we talk, the Prime Minister's constant refrain is that I do not want this government to be a government like many others before mine, which has heralded in countless number of schemes. But what I want you all to achieve, every single person around this table, is to make sure that the schemes that have been implemented achieve 100% saturation. So our concentration is on 100% saturation. Whether it's the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, whether it is the Ujjwala Yojana, whether it is the Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana, whether in my area in civil aviation and steel, the targets that we have set, and I set internal targets, and many people seated here today between my two ministries have experienced how we work together as a group. We set targets for ourselves within our team, whether it's 6-month targets, quarterly targets, annual targets, and we review those very much like you would in the multiple portfolios that you're handling today. So we are seeing today, for the first time in the history of India, a professional private sector and a professional government.
I was hoping for a slightly easier, lighter answer. You gave a very serious answer, no? Because you were earlier part of Rahul Gandhi's core circle. Mr. Gandhi himself said that Jyotir could walk into my house anytime. He was quite disappointed when you left. And now I see you do press conferences where you're attacking Rahul Gandhi. How easy or tough is that? Because I see you do that press conference and I wonder, given where you were to where you are now, how does it play in your head?
Very simply, and I'll tell you this. First of all, you have to understand, Rahul, where my calling comes from. My calling doesn't come from either politics, post, or chair. Arun ji here has been familiar with 3 generations of my family. My grandmother, my father, and now with me. My father used to put it very succinctly, and it's something that didn't ring inside me until that responsibility weighed on me. He said, जिंदगी में हमारा लक्ष्य राजनीति नहीं होना चाहिए. हमारा लक्ष्य जनसेवा होना चाहिए. और राजनीति केवल एक माध्यम होनी चाहिए उस लक्ष्य की पूर्ति करने के लिए. So you've got to make sure that your goal is pure. Your vision is pure. And then you have to choose the path towards that. Very simply put, I think any successful institution in the world, whether it's the India Today group, whether it's many of the groups that have spanned generations seated in this auditorium today, have 3 challenges before them. 1, how do you attract talent? 2, how do you retain talent? And 3, how do you respect talent? And if you're not able to attract talent, if you're not able to retain talent, and most importantly, because at the end of the day, we as human beings don't care about post, money, and all of that. At the end of the day, we only, and we should, only care about our self-respect. If you're not able to respect talent, then you're not going to survive for very long. And I think samajhdar ko ishara kafi hai.
Very interesting. You know, one of the, you haven't said so publicly, but it's quite obvious that one of the things that you'd like to do is to be Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. There's a big election in a few months from now. Is that something that plays in your head at some point in time? Not necessarily in December, but at some point in time?
So let me answer that very clearly to you. I sometimes think that it's, I don't think whether I should call it a genetic order or a genetic disorder. But this attribute stroke accusation, stroke deficiency, if you will, was something that was always first attributed to my grandmother, then my father, and I hope in my lifetime to me. After the many turns and twists in my life, Rahul, especially one significant one, which was 22 years ago, my thinking has become much more philosophical. And I believe that it's important in life, in your daily life, to be true to yourself, to be true to the cause that you live for and want to strive for. And I don't think that being ambitious for a post or a position is something that is necessarily a virtuous attribute. I think दिल और आत्मा सही जगह होनी चाहिए, और अगर दिल और आत्मा सही जगह हो, उस सफर पे जैसे अटल जी कहते थे, ये भी सही, वो भी सही.
Mr. Scindia, it is philosophical best. You know, one last question, we'll wrap up very soon. You know, switching from one...
So I'm not, so just finishing that off, that thought. To be very candid with you, I'm not ambitious for myself, but I'm extremely ambitious for development. I'm extremely ambitious for progress, because I'm blessed and I'm thankful every single minute of my life for the opportunity that I have been given. And I think if you're on that path to serve, you must have that honesty of purpose. And I think it's very important to be ambitious, to change the paradigm, ambitious to change the way things are. And I'm going to quote Nelson Mandela, because he's in many ways my idol. And he said once, in the 30 years that he spent in prison, where he couldn't, he was in a dark, dingy cell, and the only ray of light that he had was through a 2-foot by 2-foot window about 2.5 feet above his head. And he said that most of us think of the way things are and ask the question why. I think of that has never been and ask the question, why not?
Wow, very nice. Lastly, moving from one organization to another is, in some senses, moving from one company to the other. How was it like transitioning from the ways of the Congress to the BJP? And why I ask this question, and I want to give context to our viewers, that I meet a lot of people from the Sangh Parivar. And as you speak to somebody who's born and brought up in the Sangh Parivar, and the way they talk about Mr. Scindia, they talk as if you were one of their own, which you aren't because you came from the outside, but the way that you adapted to the ways of the BJP and the RSS is quite incredible. I don't want to take names, but in comparison to some of the others who made this career switch, they just seem to have welcomed you more warmly. How did you make the transition? What lessons did you learn? And are you having to work harder in the BJP than you did in the Congress?
Oh, definitely so. I have no qualms about that. And I think it's an important experience. I think in life, when you make changes or changes happen in your life, I think it's important to be able to go back to the shop floor. I mean, that's a lingo that you'll understand. And start again at the bottom from the shop floor. I don't think that changing companies or changing political parties is the way to look at it, but I really think it's the underpinning philosophy, values, missions and goals. That is what you need to concentrate on. For me, let me say this, Rahul, that it's kind of ironical, but it's not for me it was not a changing into a new environment in many ways. And I'll tell you the reason why. My grandmother started as a Congress member of Parliament, and she went on to found the Bharatiya Janata Party, the Jan Sangh and the Bharatiya Janata Party today. My father started his career in public service as a Jan Sangh member of Parliament in 1971. And he went on to become the deputy leader of the Congress Party. Now, ironically, I started my career in public service as a member of the Congress Party. And today, I feel blessed in terms of the opportunity that I have to serve under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi in the BJP. And I really believe that every organization goes through metamorphoses. And I think that under Prime Minister Modi, we have the potential today, literally, and I mean that, to reach for the stars. And I think the important feeling that he has engendered in each one of us as an Indian is that we, not as a singularity, but we as a collective can achieve that. And I think that feeling has been imbibed today in every Indian. And that's why you're seeing the unleashing of enterprise, of entrepreneurism, of new dynamism. The fact that we had 450 startups in 13-14 and we have 80,000 today. We had 1 unicorn, we have 115 unicorns today. You're seeing massive improvements in private sector, in public sector, in the way governments engage, not only central government, but state governments. And India has moved massively. The fact that something like Nandan and Chandrasekharanji will vibe with me. The fact that we could create 50 crore bank accounts in this country over a period of 9 years. The fact that digitalization today has transformed the Indian landscape. The fact that when we were faced with COVID and we gave 220 crore vaccinations in this country, each one was accompanied with a COVID certificate. In New York City, you went to the hospital and you had a little handwritten chit given to you that Rahul Kanwal, age so-and-so, vaccinated on so-and-so day. In India, you had a laminated certificate which was on your mobile phone that was given to you digitally, that you were certified. This is the new India. And let me also emphasize this because I believe very strongly in this as not only as a citizen of the country, but a comparatively younger person with an old soul. It is the twinning of not only India's economic power, ladies and gentlemen, that is being unleashed today. It is the twinning of India's economic power with her adhyatmik shakti, her philosophical power. We are the oldest cultural lineage country in this world today. Our traditions all today are back at the forefront. The fact that today yoga is celebrated across the world, your World Yoga Day. The fact that we are today having the presidency of the G20 in India. And that G20 is not happening in Delhi alone. It's happening in 55 cities across the country. So India today is being celebrated across the world. And it is because of this coming together of us as a collective. That is why the reason why this is happening.
This is absolutely correct. While I was on campus, I got a Pfizer shot for COVID. And I told the lady at the pharmacy to email the certificate. And she said, we can't email it, we can only give you a printout. I said, what do you mean you can't email it? They said, no, we have no provision to be able to email it. So things we take for granted thanks to companies like TCS and Infosys weren't possible even in a country like the United States.
I'll give you another example. This is a mindset issue. First of all, I think whether we are in government or the private sector, Benjamin Franklin once said that if you fail to plan, then you're planning to fail. So there's got to be a method to the madness. And Narendranji is sitting here with me today. He's a member of my advisory committee in my Ministry of Steel. And we have 2 advisory committees that we've set up. One for ISPs, which is integrated steel plants, and the other for SSIs, the secondary steel sector. We've met multiple times. And these are not normal bureaucratic ministry meetings. We've got the private sector and the government sitting together. And we sit around, first of all, not a square table. Not a rectangular table, but we sit around a round table. Because if we are anything, we are equal stakeholders in each other's success. And in their success lies our success. And many times, every meeting when we walk off the table, we minute what has been discussed today, what is Narendraji's responsibility, what is Sajjan Jindal's responsibility, or Naveen Jindal's responsibility, or sales responsibility, and what is my secretary's responsibility and what is the minister's responsibility. And the next time we meet, I present the ATR and I respond to the private sector in terms of the responsibility that was given to me. What have I done in the last 15 days or 30 days in terms of progressing their future? And I think that's, if we work in that team spirit, then in their success, as I said, lies the government's success and our combined success as a country.
Well, you run your ministries like a chief executive would run his organization. We want to thank you for joining us and deeply appreciate you taking our time. Before we wrap up, Ayush wants to set up just a group photograph with all the winners, and then the bar is open. Ayush.
Thank you very much for having me.
Can we invite all the winners to come up on stage? We just want to get a group photograph.
And whilst all the winners get up on stage, I'd also like to please bring your trophies along with you as well, because this is a moment to capture for the history books. And whilst everyone does assemble on stage, I'd like to thank you for being such an amazing audience, and also thank our partners and sponsors. Our presenting partner, SRM University, state partner, Uttarakhand Government, powered by Radico, knowledge support by PwC India, design partner, Think Design, broadcast partner, India Today TV, digital media partner, Daily Hunt, trade media partner, Media News for You.